Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How's it going, guys? Oh, my goodness. Get my headphones in because I think we're going to need them. Woo! Woo! Oh, my goodness. Oh, how is everybody tonight? How is everyone doing? Oh man, I'm exhausted. I'm on my last leg here. I did get another hour of sleep a little bit earlier. Ooh, we're pushing the bounds of sanity here on the sleep schedule, but I'll get some sleep tonight, I guess. Maybe a little bit. Probably not as much as I should because I think I don't know if I'm going to make the whole thing, but I think for at least part of tomorrow, I'm going to be watching Andrew Branca's self-defense class, and I hope some of you will be there as well because the man's got some wisdom and insight. Oh yeah, Ryan, my bad. I got you, buddy. Sorry. You told me over the phone, you're like, oh, you're fine, you're good. And then my brain just shoved it out of existence. So that was your fault. I blame you entirely. But the man's got some wisdom to share as far as self-defense law. And that's a good thing. Oh, excuse me. If you own a gun, if you anticipate the possibility of owning a gun or being around a gun and needing to defend yourself, or using other methods of self-defense than a gun, would also be very, very important. Fix your title. Oh, yes. Sorry. Goodness gracious. Oh my gosh. Jim Satala, you're in Illinois for the next few days. You're coming to Spicer to fix my audio problems. Well, I fixed them. I got it set up. Actually, that's part of the news that I shared this morning was after the stream last night. I was able to fiddle around and get everything running. Angry Baneling, I did fix the title. Fix your stupid country that doesn't like beef. Try that. Let's see. What the hell is going on? Oh my gosh. All these conversations that I don't understand. But yes, I did get the audio interface working. It was just once I figured out the problem that the AISO or whatever, ASIO, whatever that stupid audio codec format thing is, that couldn't be accepted by browsers. It was simply a matter of getting that signal to the browser, which is able to be done through Voicemeeter, but not in the obvious way. I had to do some reading to get to that. But yes, once I found the problem, I was able to find the solution. Yay! Potato Cam was for some reason the internet lag spike. I don't know. Who knows? Oh, that ain't good. Just a second. I need to I need to plug something in. 1 second. There we go. That's the top quality content we're talking about. Okay, so what's up tonight? What's up tonight? We've got Ahmaud Arbery was sentenced today. Watched that semi live. Actually, no, we watched the actual sentencing live. There was a whole bunch more to the sentencing hearing that we did not watch because we were watching the SCOTUS argument. The sentencing hearing started well over an hour late. So that with that, excuse me, the Supreme Court was having their argument over the vaccine mandates in OSHA and in CMS. And so we had switched over to watch those. And then they conveniently wrapped up right before the McMichaels and Roddy, whatever, not Piper, but right before the three gentlemen were sentenced. And boy, did they get sentenced. They got sentenced very, very hard. And so we were able to catch that live. We're going to recap those two things. We've got the girlfriend testimony to go back to, and Chandler. Oh my goodness. Halderstrom or whatever. What's his stupid name? It's not like an easy one like Halverson. It's like Halder. I just wrote Wisconsin murder case. I didn't even write what the name was because screw that kid. Halderstrom or something like that. Yeah, we're going to finish up her testimony and the cross exam of her today. That'll be maybe interesting. Who knows? And then there's some other stuff that people want me to talk about. I don't know if I will. I did a collaborative project between shows that'll hopefully be coming out soon. But I did a video with Donut, with good old Donut Operator, and so hopefully you guys will see that popping out in the next couple days. Just a fun thing. But now intros have been made, and yeah, I'll be looking to bring him on in the future for a live stream to hang out and do some chatting. But yeah, we had a fun time doing a good doing a little, just a fun video. So, other than that, what the hell else is going on? I have no idea. I am absolutely wiped out and barely even conscious because because I had 1 hour of sleep last night before the stream today, and then yeah, another hour and a half or so in the evening. So that'll be fun. We'll see how long we go tonight. I might be joined by a guest. Oh. I think we'll be joined by a guest in a little bit here, which will be perfect. I think it'll be fun. Zara BP, don't tell me to get rest. I'll sleep when I'm dead from the COVID or whatever. Prods, you look like shit too. Oh, we're going to do this now, chat? We're going to do this? You want to insult me? I'll insult you back. I will fight right back with you. I will. You got nothing on me. Pokimane got banned for DMCA. Got banned for what? From Twitch? Why? Oh, because she's just watching TV shows and movies like an absolute fucking retard, just sitting there watching the whole TV shows and movies going the worst fucking content on the planet. These people and what they do, it drives me insane. Lol, I'm cute Pokimane. I watch movies. No, watch a fist go in your mouth. Good God, get banned forever. Get banned. I'm so fucking tired of these people. Oh, just watching entire TV shows and movies on whatever. Good. Timcast talked about us on the SWAT call. Uh-oh. Hopefully it was all good things. What did they say? Uh. Breck, that was good. That was good. I do need some scotch. You're right. I'll remedy that. What am I drinking tonight? I have many options. Jay is bored. Watch parties are different. Watch parties are not a violation of DMCA because they are they're a feature built into Twitch that uses the Amazon Prime platform. That's a watch together feature. Doing their stupid content where they just watch entire fucking episodes of content that is not partnered on their channels and say literally nothing. Oh god. Garbage. Pokimane streamed Avatar for 10 hours before getting banned. Wish James Cameron would sue her. Ian sort of rambled about what you and Bronco discussed with regards to the swatting and no warrant entry. He didn't really understand it, so was very confused. Yeah. Look, in principle, I have some agreement with Tim, like don't come into my property without my permission, but the law allows a lot of it. The law allows a lot of it. So, okay. Oh, the last Airbender, not the movie. Oh yeah. She was just so she still was continuing with the thing. I saw a thing the other day where she was just watching anime series just straight through on Twitch. No big deal. I don't know why she thought that would be okay. All right, let's do this. Let's hit the early super chats and then we'll talk. I was waiting for my guest to arrive to start on some of these subjects, but we'll get going anyway. Shouldn't be an issue. Okay, Richard Grubber says, "Can you do a toast for my Uncle Jerry? He isn't sick or anything. I just think it would be a nice gesture." Hey, to Uncle Jerry, your nephew believe that you're worthy of a toast, which means that you've been a positive and influential person in their life, worthy of mention on an obscure live stream. And that is actually saying something because most people don't mention their uncles or aunts or parents or anybody else on a live stream. So you are doing something right in the lives of your family. So to Uncle Jerry, peace, brother. And with that, I will welcome to the show Mr. Andrew Bronco. How's it going, man?
So far so good.
Sounds great. Sounds great. We've got a couple topics. I'm just about to start recapping kind of what we talked about earlier today, or what we were watching earlier today for people who maybe didn't catch it live. The Arbery case sentencing. And then of course the SCOTUS vaccine stuff.
Yeah.
And then I was going to watch some testimony of this really smart girl in Wisconsin in that case I was talking about. But we could
The
all
cannibal
get
case?
distracted. Yeah, the chop up my parents' case.
Well, I don't have much to say about the Supreme Court stuff, except that I'm a ultimate American libertarian, so I find the whole concept offensive, compelling people to take these experimental. Sorry, I lost my voice for a second. These well proven medications against their will. I do have strong feelings about the sentences in the Ahmaud Arbery case. And as far as the chop them up, shoot them, burn them down, put a skull in the fireplace, I guess that's all just shits and giggles at this point, but happy to discuss that as well.
Oh, and we have one other thing that just broke. or just this evening. There's a proposed plea agreement for Dominic Black
Well, it
because
makes sense.
yeah, they've dropped the 2 felony charges and have given him a civil county ordinance violation of contributing to the delinquency of a child.
Well, why wouldn't you grab that with both hands and choke it to death? I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, it's a $2,000 fine, which
I'll give him
I'm
the money.
yeah. You take it every day. You take it every day, but it's extortative and exploitative to have a county ordinance violation run up to 2 grand. But
Whatever.
in lieu of 2 felonies, you take it 10 times out of 10.
Yes.
Because and I know people really like would want him to fight this and then have Binger appeal it, get the charge dismissed, have Binger appeal it, and then fight that. But you're talking about
Those are people
$100,000.
who are not criminal defense attorneys. Listen,
Yeah.
your client's looking at 2 felony charges and you're offered a misdemeanor plea. You take the misdemeanor plea every day of the week and twice on Sundays.
Yeah, because you're going to keep your rights. You might temper. I didn't see any probationary sentencing on there, but I don't know how.
Who cares?
Right, but what I was saying is you're going to keep your rights at the end of the day, but you may have a 6-month to a 1-year period where you don't have access to a gun or something like that during a probationary period. But
It's a good story to tell at a cocktail party.
right. Oh yeah, you know that Kyle Rittenhouse guy? Guess who gave him the gun?
Would you believe it? For 6 months, they wouldn't let me have a gun. Oh, let me show you my arsenal now. I mean, it's
Yeah. So anyway, the judge still has to approve the plea agreement, and he may.
so who offered that? Did Binger offer that?
It sounds like it.
All right.
Sounds like it. So we'll have to see if it gets approved. A judge, in Minnesota, and I assume it's the same in Wisconsin. You have to have a factual basis sufficient for guilt of a crime that you're pleading guilty to. So if they don't determine that there is guilt there, the judge could reject the plea deal in theory. I don't think
How
that's
hard do
likely.
they stick to that, though? Really? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, usually the judge wants to get out of there, right?
yeah,
Like the
most
judge
most
is
of the
like,
plea deals I see, no one actually gives a crap whether or not there's a factual basis for the crime. They just if the person will concede that there was a factual basis, that's all that's required.
let's see.
Am I blowing stuff up? Sorry.
No, 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 no. I was I'm looking for the actual plea petition. I was going to look up the county ordinance and just see what it fully says. So here we go. We're going to take a peek at this real quick.
I mean, that could actually be the requirement in every jurisdiction I've ever been in, but I've just never seen anyone enforce it.
Yeah, the only enforcement I've ever I almost had a judge in one of my first plea deals reject the plea. Almost had the judge reject the plea. Oh wait.
Sorry about that.
No, no worries. I almost had a judge reject a plea in one of my cases because they didn't feel that the record was sufficient for guilt, and so we had to do a little bit extra testimony on that one. Let me see, Kenosha County Ordinance. Let's see, chapter. It's chapter 9, 94840. Almost there. Okay, so contributing to the delinquency of a child. Let me share this real quick and we'll take a peek. Here we go. I think the legitimate question will be, does Dominic Black qualify? The provisions of Wisconsin statute section 94840 and any subsequent amendments are adopted, except that the penalty upon conviction is a forfeiture not less than $100 and not to exceed $2,000. and this section does not apply to any conduct in Wisconsin statute section 948.40 that the legislature has deemed to constitute a felony. Okay, well, now I have to look at the Wisconsin statute. Let's see. I have to put out a video on this tomorrow. Okay, so contributing to the delinquency of a child. No person may intentionally encourage or contribute to the delinquency of a child. This subsection includes intentionally encouraging or contributing to an act by a child under the age of 10, which would be a delinquent act if committed by a child 10 years of age or older. No person responsible for the child's welfare may, by disregard of the welfare of the child, contribute to the delinquency of the child. Subsection includes disregard that contributes to an act by a child under the age of 10. A person encourages or contributes to the delinquency of a child, although the child does not actually become delinquent, if the natural and probable consequences of the person's actions or failure to take action would be to cause the child to become delinquent. What the hell does that statute even mean?
It's whatever they want it to mean.
Yeah, that's a catch-all right there.
We
Look,
think you're a bad person with regard to a child, so you will be punished.
yeah, you're gonna you might make the child do something bad even if they don't. Okay.
That's like every uncle ever invented.
Yeah. It's just ridiculous. So so there you go. That's the criminal act. I mean, you probably have to look into actual case law, which I'm not going to do live on this. But if I do a video on it, I'll try and research it a little more. But that just seems extremely broad. So a person who violates the section is a Class A misdemeanor. Except if death is a consequence, person is guilty of a Class D felony. So I guess death wasn't a consequence.
And for all the people in the comments, I'm not drunk. I just went to a dinner party. Those are two completely different things. So calm down.
Those are they're medically distinct. But yeah, if you're curious, here's the form, guys. So it's got Dominic Black up here. I understand that the prosecution will ask the court to dismiss the following charge. This one, although it only says one of them, that it was charged twice. So let's see. Fine or forfeiture of $2,000 due within 30 days.
Looks like a deal to me.
Yeah. Yeah, you would take this. You would happily take this in exchange for prosecuting out a felony.
Are you kidding me? I'd pay $2,000 to get out of a speeding ticket. Just not to get the points on my license. Come on.
I don't know if $2,000's a bit much, but I get the principle. Yeah, it's okay. Mac Jerfy says, "Don't you dare speak about my evil twin Jack Murphy." Well, I don't know if I want to do that to Andrew. I mean, Jack's been through a lot, Jack's been through a lot.
Not as much as his girlfriend.
Oh, you may not know, but yes, he has. Yes, he has as well.
Oh, no kidding. All right. I'm sorry I brought it up.
I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to save you. Don't ask these questions. The questions are what you don't want answers to. And MNSISU says, "How was your negative 25 day in the greatest state of the union?" It was, well, I was inside almost all of it. So I really didn't care. In the short time I was outside, I went to go get Chinese food for the family because I didn't want to cook. I wanted to take a nap instead. And it was completely nothing. It's too cold for me to care. It's too cold. Music and Fiction says, "Good evening, Nick. Tonight I celebrate 42 years of surviving stupidity. Take a drink if you choose. Now as Kermit say, unlike Jack Murphy, I don't have a toy up my rear. Instead, it's someone else's hand." Okay. It's disgusting. Ovid says, my theory, girl knew all the lies. He was pocketing tuition money from parents. With graduation coming, the web of lies was coming apart, and they decided to take out the parents and collect inheritance and ditch the state. That's the movie version of it, man. Unfortunately, I think reality might be more boring, but I want the movie to be true. I want the girlfriend to be involved. I want her to be shaming him for not killing them fast enough, her to have killed them, and him to have chopped them up as, like, you know, an apology or whatever for
So is
failing.
she charged too? I honestly know
No,
nothing about this case. So is it just
no,
him or?
she's not charged. And in fact, in the opening arguments, the prosecutor goes so far as to say, now she definitely did nothing wrong. I mean, she did some things that contributed to this, but she definitely didn't have any idea what was going on. That's when I immediately thought she was probably guilty of this stuff. I'm like, well, this guy's simping really hard for this chick. He's sitting here telling me how much she didn't do. Like, prosecutors don't do that. But yeah, so that's, to me, that was a telltale sign on that one. But no, so here's the skinny on the case. This guy lied about everything. His entire life was a lie. He lied about the college he was going to, wasn't going to any college. He lied about having a job with American Family Insurance. He lied about having a job recruitment with SpaceX.
Oh my
that
God,
would
it just feels like so much work.
I know.
You
I
know,
know.
doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like, just
I
get
mean,
a
I'm just
job.
a
It's
small
easier.
town. I'm a small town lawyer in Colorado. That's enough.
Yeah.
I don't need to lie about anything.
So
Oh my
he
God,
he
it feels like so much work. Just go get a job.
Well, and then when you know, he lies about getting this job placement with SpaceX that he would have to move to Florida for. He lies about putting a down payment on an apartment down in Florida, and then he lies about a concussion that he got. I mean, he was diagnosed with a mild concussion, but he lied and said that disqualified him from traveling to Florida, so he wouldn't get the job at SpaceX. And then he was allegedly grounded by his parents. He's 23, by the way. And he was grounded by his parents and prevented from seeing his girlfriend, which I think was probably also a lie.
My
Uh,
parents failed at that when I was 16.
oh, yes. And he maintained that he was, like, too weak to carry anything, to do any manual labor.
And he had a
Yet,
girlfriend?
yeah.
Mm.
And here's the thing. Here's where I don't believe this for a moment from her. They would, they have lots of Snapchat records between the two. And they redacted all, basically all of the pictures, but they would shower together via Snapchat and like take pictures of each other on their phones. So I'm like, oh, wait, so this girl thinks that this guy is concussed and unable to, like, function, yet she's jerking off with him in the shower, like, remotely or
Virtually?
whatever. Yeah,
That's
virtually
called
doing that.
masturbation, actually, but
Yeah.
okay, whatever.
Yeah, but
Nothing wrong
they're
with that. Not trying to shame. Masturbation
no.
shame.
No, they're virtually doing this mutually, though, right? Uh, and and uh, and so I'm like, so okay, so I'm supposed to believe that this guy might need a walker or a cane, and she thinks that, but whatever. She also, in one of her text messages, encourages him to lie to his parents about the reason to go over to her mom's house for 4th of July. She's like, make sure you tell your parents my mom can take care of you, and we've got like medical equipment, that we would use for my dad and my brother. So it's really, like, to me, I think she knew that this guy was lying about everything. I don't buy it for a second. Hey, what's up, Runkle?
Hey, thought I'd join in. Oh, just sitting around reading the latest on some of the Section 74 stuff, but you've got more interesting stuff at hand.
Yeah, I hope you brought sanitary wipes with you. This looks to be well, something I wouldn't invite my children to, but here we go.
Welcome to every live stream that I do.
Fair enough. Well,
There are a couple people who, like,
I've got booze, so
I had to tell my child about this thing. I'm like, that's what you had to explain to your child out of the live stream? Oh my God. It's terrible. We were talking about rim jobs. Anyways. Okay, here we go. right now I'm finishing up super chats. But yeah, the long and short, the Wisconsin chop job on the parents. I'm sus on the girlfriend. I do not trust her. I don't believe her. They casually walked her through the fact that she was encouraging him to lie about his injury to his parents and treatment thereof. I mean, I think she knows a lot more than they're letting on, but she's not charged. So good on her. If I was the defense, I'd ask if there was any discussions
What kind of
about her
deal?
involvement.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, because it seems really weird that she's not being investigated. So,
Yeah.
well, maybe she was investigated, but not charged anyway.
Maybe after the DA reviewed all those Snapchat pictures, he wasn't interested in investigating. This is my favorite part about doe-eyed 23-year-olds, right? So the guy tells his girlfriend he's got an $80,000 a year job with SpaceX lined up. She starts looking at houses in Florida. And she screenshots everything. Like that's apparently part of what she does. She screens. So they show the screenshot of the house she's looking at while on like a FaceTime call with him. $700,000 house. It's like, oh, okay. Your 80 grand a year salary, you're gonna just have him drop $700,000. Fine, that'll be good. T. Miller says Dominic Black has his status conference on Monday and his give send goes at 78%. No pressure to anyone, but if you're able to, please donate. So yeah, you can check that out. Obviously, his status conference looks like it's going to wind up being a plea deal, and that's a good result.
You ever have an opportunity to plea from a felony to a misdemeanor, folks? Grab it by the throat.
Yeah, don't let go and spit in its mouth. Jeff K says,
"Okay, that was Nick."
Look, I'm just telling you how much you're supposed to like that deal. Jeff K says, "Hey, please tell my coworker Nate in Richards, Nate, no more havoc in our offices, or we're gonna have to let you go. You know, it's not safe or healthy or sanitary, frankly." There you go, Jeff. Scram Inc. says, been a sub since your very first lawsuit video. Hey, what's up, buddy? Just flexing on these Vic/Rittenhouse people who think they found the channel early. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I really do. Squizgar says, Bronca, on a scale of 1 to yes, how drunk were you when you came on the stream?
When? Tonight?
Tonight.
6. But I'm working on it.
Doug Murray says, how can Dominic be found guilty if Kyle was found innocent? Well, that's an interesting product of how the judgments in cases work out. Unless something is of precedental value that is binding authority on a court, they can actually issue 2 completely different rulings on the same, very similar set of facts, as long as the cases are separated.
Completely unrelated charges. I mean, he could have provided the gun unlawfully, and the use of the gun could have been lawful. I mean, they're just 2 different events.
Yeah, but I mean, in this case, I think there's plenty of argument that his charges should be dropped under the same logic that was used. But if that
same
logic
exception would appear to apply to both.
Right. But they have to make that argument. The prosecution has to fail against the argument again, and the judge has to decide that is the correct outcome based on the evidence that's on the record.
It's the same judge.
It's the same judge and the same thing. But
it's still a hell of a gamble, though, just because even if it's like a 1 in 50 shot that he rules the other way, he's taking the right. It's the right move.
Or he falls down the steps and breaks his hip, and you get some woke judge to replace him. I mean, you just can't take the risk. You got to take the plea.
You take this plea every day. The other problem is Binger allegedly threatened to appeal if the judge did this, and whether or not Binger would win that appeal doesn't matter, because the punishment would be the $50,000 bill for the appeal. I mean, that's the punishment for it. So again, if you can get out of this thing with a $2,000 fine, and he's crowdfunded something like 78 grand, yeah, take it and run.
Yeah, that's just a haircut.
if you feel bad about the crowdfunding money, go ahead and donate it to a charity or something like that. Refund the people who donated it, whatever you want to do, or just take it and because you've been put through a bunch of bullshit and your life has been antagonized by a malicious prosecution, and do something good with it. Go to
Hey,
college.
listen, everyone has to take a misdemeanor beatdown sometimes.
Yeah. Krause and Binger are very familiar with taking a beating, right? Like they took a beating through that court case, basically. And then maybe with some commentary about Binger's interviews afterwards. Tara Rayner says, Andrew, how is your wife? Praying for a quick recovery and a return to great health. Nick, your favorite Canadian, thinks you should play the video I sent you on this stream with Andrew. Please, damn it. Yeah, I think we could probably take a look at it in a second. But how is the missus doing?
So it's the best news we could possibly want. She had her surgery. Everything went well. We had the final pathology report. It looks like they caught everything. So she's as cancer-free as anybody could medically be. So it's as positive outcome as we could possibly hope for. So win all the way around.
Awesome. And you didn't even have to take a plea agreement for it.
No kidding.
No, that's great news, man. I'm really glad to hear it.
I appreciate
Absolutely.
Someone just asked in the chat, do crimes against children put you on some sort of list? Depending on the crime, they can, but to be clear, this isn't a crime against a child. This is a crime contributing to a child's delinquency, which would be different. Like this isn't the child is not the victim of this crime. The victim would be the community, would be the victim of the child's delinquency that you contributed to. So it's not really the same thing here. Where Dominic Black, again, from what I can tell, unless there's some specific artifact of Wisconsin law that I'm missing, this is a phenomenal outcome that you would want in this type of case. If you were a defense attorney, you would be extremely happy to get this outcome for your client.
I'd be bragging about this for the rest of my career.
Yeah. High profile case, 2 felonies, dropped down to a misdemeanor. It's great. Great.
Hire me. I'm the guy you want.
Evil Bunny says, Nick, do you feel embarrassed at all about how you've blackpilled Andrew on the far reaches of the internet? Oh, and Bunny. No. Nope. No, we've all seen too much, and I have no problem dragging other people with me. Nicole Steiner says, thoughts on Marine jailed for speaking out on Afghanistan? I'm not familiar with it. Of course, I'm a massive proponent of speech. However, when you're in the military, you acknowledge that your rights are curtailed by your service. I mean, that's part of it. You are the state when you are the military, and therefore you are subject to a different set of rules, different than a civil employee, different from a politician. The military is bound because it becomes I don't know how else to word it, but the violence arm of the state. And so there is not the ability to reasonably dissent. The chain of command is sacrosanct. It is enshrined in UCMJ, and that's where you go.
The only part that's contemptible really is not, I mean, the military ought to be completely apolitical. The only part that's really offensive is when generals themselves free themselves from that apolitical constraint,
right,
and become political actors.
Yeah. And so I know what I'm doing here, as we often do on the channel. We're speaking about legal realities and about that sort of thing, not the propriety of the circumstances particular to this thing. But there's not really, I mean, if you are violating UCMJ by speaking out of turn in the military and criticizing your superior officers all the way up to the commander in chief, then you will face the discipline that's in there. That's part of being in the military. But yes, when you're able to exempt yourself from punishment and be a political body that should not be political, that is a huge problem that we have going on. And it's why our military is putting out, promotional recruitment videos about the girl going to her 2 moms' wedding, about this is what it is to be an American soldier, which is an absolutely ludicrous position for the military to take, in my opinion.
It's a good way to lose a war.
Yeah. So you gotta, don't mistake it as thinking it's a good thing. It's just the legal realities are not good for the Marine. 1337 Bald Eagle says, thank you so much for good content. Been since Rittenhouse, and your analysis and attitude is rock solid. You have fantastic guests and an impeccable taste in whiskey. Also, Binged is Binger is such a Jack Murphy. oh, when you get demoted that low, that Binger is now a you. Oh, that's not looking good. Not looking good there. Okay, so I have someone who wants me to play this audio or video. Let me pull it up.
Hey, Nick, before you do that, Runkle,
Yeah.
have I invited you to my class tomorrow, Law, Self-Defense, Advanced class, Self-Defense class?
I don't think I got it.
All right. Are you in the private chat? Can you?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. If you send me an email with your first name and last name, if you're interested, I'll get you registered complimentary, of course. If you're not interested, don't bother. But I would need your email and first name and last name. We could sign you up for that tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely interested, because
it won't help you much in Canada. Of course, I don't know anything about Canadian use of force law, but
no, we just watch so much U.S. content, and knowing more about it is, and you're the guy, so I absolutely want to. Yeah, absolutely.
I can summarize Canadian self-defense law for you if you need me to.
Don't do it.
Don't. just take your beating sometimes. It's the Krauss method. They adopted the Krauss method.
It's actually kind of funny because there's a bunch of cases where they've actually gone, like, the rulings are actually usually not that bad. It's just being able to actually be in a position to defend yourself. Like, you can't have a weapon, but if you did have a weapon, usually because you're a criminal, then you can defend yourself with it. And so we end up with these weird rulings where it's like, in some ways you're in a better position being a criminal in terms of self-defense. But yeah, it's I mean, we had a case of a guy who shot several police officers who were there with a warrant, killed one of them, I think injured another, and was acquitted because essentially the police were behaving badly in serving the warrant.
Yeah, we've had that happen in America too.
Yeah. Just a lot of Canadians think that there's no self-defense here, when in fact it's, in some ways it's fairly strong, and in other ways it's really weak.
It's really societal more than black letter of the law. I mean, in America, of course, we have 50 states. The self-defense law is fairly similar across the 50 states, but the way it's applied in different states can be very different. So Massachusetts, New York is very different than you'd find in Texas or Oklahoma, for example, even though the black letter of the law is largely the same.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and in some ways, I mean, you would want the black letter of the law ideally to reflect the community sentiment. Like that'd be ideal. But in some ways, that's kind of the appropriate response, right? If the people of New York don't want the type of robust self-defense protections you would have in Texas, they should codify that, and that should be the law. And it should, the thing is that it should be intelligible and understandable for everybody to be there. That's why I think the letter of the law should match that community sentiment. But
yeah, I mean, mostly where you see the variance is defensive property law. There's a huge difference in defensive property. Texas, you can kill people over defense of mere personal property. The other
up to the
49
range
states,
of your firearm.
Well, I guess you could use a nuclear weapon if you want. Who knows what the limits are in Texas? But in the other 49 states, you simply can't use deadly force in defense of personal property absent a threat to human life. That would be true in New York and all the other 49 states besides Texas. But there's very little, there's a lot of variance in terms of defense of property, but in terms of defense of actual life, there's very little black letter law difference among the 50 states.
Yeah, the existing case law, and I would not want to be the guy that tests this, but the existing case law in Texas, I think it's from the 40s, is that if you are in pursuit of someone who has stolen personal property, you have the ability to use deadly force to end that pursuit, and your ability is the effective range of your firearm. So theoretically,
that's statutory law in Texas. So people can find it at lawselfdefense.com/942. It's Texas Penal Code 942. If someone's fleeing with your property and there's no other reasonable way to stop them, you can just shoot them, and it happens. And the Texas authorities say, sorry, if you didn't want to get shot in the back of the head, you shouldn't have stolen the property.
And that's it. You know, there's some logic to that makes a lot of sense. But I love the hypothetical thought exercise of a woman carrying like a purse and a Bushmaster 50 cal, right? And some guy runs off with her purse and she just runs upstairs to the roof of a building and sets up and plugs him from a mile away. That makes me happy on the inside. Okay, so here's the video that Tara Rayner has asked me to play yesterday and today. So I want to play it. This is some interesting stuff. I did review it. This is from Millie Weaver, and she's talking about some undercover footage. I think she's from the Post Millennial, maybe, but there's some undercover footage that they obtained of people talking about leading up to 2020 election if it had gone the other way. So this is kind of in honor of January 6th, Fediversary Day. This is what was going on the other side of the aisle.
Our undercover inside the Sunrise Movement was able to obtain exclusive video footage inside Zoom chats where Shutdown DC, BLM, and other leftist organizations are coordinating a multi-level coup action exercise utilizing insider help from Democrat Party members as well as federal employees and intelligence contractors.
I'm a management and programs analyst.
Now, I want everybody to pay attention to the common themes of this video. Common theme 1 is Karen. Common theme 2 is an overabundance of soy ingestion, and common theme 3 are pronouns in some of the names. So I just wanted to it's like bingo to look out for at any online organization of leftism.
I work in the national security community.
I spent 3.5 years as a contractor at DHS HQ.
If you read the mainstream press, like they all have Signal accounts, text them, leak everything you can. The journalists I've dealt with have been super ethical in ways to shield me, to be the source of the leaks.
Groups on the outside being able to show solidarity with federal workers.
Oh my God.
Making sure that we're naming what is happening as a coup.
Totally agreed. In the Shutdown DC conversations that I've been having, that's not on the federal side, we also are often saying that we call it a coup.
They plan to shut down Washington, D.C. and other major U.S. cities starting November 4th until Inauguration Day.
Do we have any plans for how to respond if there's a coup?
Come to BLM.
What if there's more than 10,000 donuts?
4 p.m. on election night. On the 5th, we're going to shut down the White House.
Map the White House and know every access point so we knew we could blockade it.
On the 6th, we're going to shut down larger parts of Washington, D.C.
We've been working on a target map and a framework for scenario. So where are all the police stations? Where are all the key government buildings? Who are the Trump boosters?
Members of Congress that are coming in, we're going to meet them at the airports or
love the green screens.
And send them back to where they came from until we deal with the situation that we're in.
We are going to be in a crisis, but we want it to be one that we are creating. Whoever's got the guns can win. Let's take over the buildings. If there are people that are willing to do that, we should support them. Get ready to shut your city down on the 4th or the 5th.
Regardless of who wins, the left plans to take over.
So there you go, guys. That's what was going on back in 2020. So, yeah.
When they fixed bayonets was the point where I was really terrified.
Yeah, that's it's weird because like you're like, oh, because you want to say, oh, these people are LARPing, they're being ridiculous or whatever.
No,
but
count.
At the same,
they count as much as you let them count.
Yeah, well, and in numbers, even the weirdest people are dangerous, right? Like you don't want to be surrounded by 50 they thems. It's very terrifying.
If they get control of the government, they control the government, which means they control all the government people with guns and badges, which means those people come and arrest you and put you in jail. So That's how that works.
Derek Noodles, thank you very much for the donation there. Very much appreciated. I think YouTube may have censored your comment because I can't see it. Jensen Zeiger says some hat unrelated, somewhat unrelated, but can I use lethal force to protect my dog or other pets outside of the great state of Texas?
No, your pet is personal property in America. So sorry, I know people who have pets feel the pets are as much members of their family as the humans in their family, maybe more than the humans in their family, depending on the actual humans, I guess. But under U.S. law, your pet is merely personal property, just like a laptop or a car, unoccupied car, any other piece of personal property. It's you can only use non-deadly force in defense of that personal property outside of Texas. But I would discourage you from taking advantage of the Texas provision for deadly force in defense of property because it has a lot of loopholes and conditions. And if you're on the wrong side of those conditions, you don't have the legal defense and off to prison you go. So
yeah, you don't want to be the test case in Texas that changes that law. Like you really don't want to be that. Now, as a hypothetical, so if you have that type of case, are you, and I assume I know the answer, are you arguing for not an imperfect self-defense, but a mitigation factor? Like we know it's not justified because this is a dog is not a person. However, for this person, the dog, and you show a bunch of evidence that the dog was really meaningful to them, that they treated it like family.
No,
that it was,
you mean outside of Texas?
Yeah.
No, you're just screwed. No, I mean, if like, for example, your client told the responding officers that they shot that guy because the guy was only a threat to their dog. There is no use of force justification there. So, I mean, if I were the prosecutor, I'd argue you can't even bring that up in front of a jury. Now, if you want to argue those issues in front of for sentencing, for mitigation, I guess that's fine.
That's what I was talking about.
It's not a legal defense.
Similar
there is
to
no
the
legal defense.
Right. But similar to the Blakely factors and stuff like that we were discussing in Kim Potter is
yeah,
the
sure.
idea.
I guess you'd argue in mitigation. Hopefully, God willing, the judge has a dog too, or whatever.
Right.
And feel sympathetic, but that
Your judge just has 12 cats, and you're like, ah, crap.
You're still convicted.
No. If your judge has 12 cats, you're still convicted. That's just the word of the day. It doesn't matter what the crime is. You don't want that. Okay, so let's Andrew, you said you had a lot of thoughts on Arbery, the sentencing of the McMichaels and of.
Well, I just think it's terrible. First of all, I think it's terrible that they were convicted under an ambiguous reading of the law to the jury. It's quite possible the jury convicted these men because they believed that the men had to be present for the offense, which could be the law, but it could not be the law. It was never actually determined what the law required in that case. The judge gave the jury an ambiguous version of citizen's arrest and let the jury decide. And that's not the role of the jury. So, and by the way, folks, I don't care about the McMichaels or Rodney Bryant personally. They're not friends of mine. It doesn't mean anything to me if they get convicted or not convicted, but I care a lot about the law and the process. And I found the process to be offensive. The defendants are entitled to a discrete, explicit understanding of the law that's defined for the jury before the jury deliberates. The jury's role is to find fact, not law. The law is supposed to be defined clearly for the jury. To the extent that the law is ambiguous, it should be defined in favor of the defendant. That did not happen here. And so I find that very problematic. So, and then the sentences as well. I mean, the typical sentence for an intentional killing of another human being in America is something in the range of 7 to 10 years. And every one of these defendants got life, 2 of them life plus 20 without possibility of early release, which is as extreme as you can get short of capital punishment for defendants who not even the prosecution argued they ever had the intent to kill Ahmaud Arbery. So yeah, I find the proceedings, the jury instructions, the deliberations, and the sentencing to be offensive.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty accurate representation. Now, what about I believe it was Nate who said that the minimum sentence on all of the crimes was 30 years. That's that's just what you were going to get. But I find that hard to believe that felony murder is an automatic 30-year sentence.
I don't know. I don't claim any expertise in sentencing law, so Nate could quite be right. I mean, Nate's a very smart guy and a very good attorney. I have a lot of respect for Nate, despite us yelling at each other from time to time. We do that out of good nature, not out of personal animosity. I can assure everybody. But I honestly don't know what the minimum would have been here. I do know that the difference between the minimum, which would have been 30 years with possibility of parole, meaning they might have served 10 years and then been eligible for parole, which presumably they would have got. I mean, they're not prior criminal record, as the difference between 30 years, maybe serve 10 and be eligible, contrasted with life plus 20 without possibility of early release is pretty stark.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the statute here, and it's extremely straightforward on sentencing. Person convicted of the offense of murder, which is this is the felony murder statute, shall be punished by death, by imprisonment for life without parole, or by imprisonment for life. So the life is the 30 years, if I'm not mistaken,
with possibility of parole.
Right. So
maybe a third of that.
Right. So the one guy got that. The other two got no parole, life plus 20, which is
consecutive.
Yeah. Yeah. So you finish out your life sentence, and then you get 20 more. Right. It's a pretty stunning result. Honestly,
he could not have given a more severe sentence, right? Because capital punishment was off the table from the start. I don't even know if the state has capital punishment, but the prosecution at least conceded early on in pretrial hearings they were not seeking that regardless. So, but absent execution, life plus 20 is about as close as you get.
I think they maybe I guess I don't know if the jury was aware of that, but I would wonder if they took the death penalty off the table so that the jury wasn't considering it for sentencing.
Yeah,
for
the prosecution would actually prefer that because it complicates things. It complicates the arguments they can make and the sentencing arrangements, and everything gets more complicated.
But it is hard to imagine people setting out without the intention to kill, getting life in prison with no parole like that.
Yeah, basically a reckless killing, right, is what we're really talking about. Life in prison for all three of them. Possibility of parole with regards to Brian, but still life up front.
And only a possibility. I mean, he has to convince a parole board in the future that he is eligible for release, that he is qualified to go back into society.
That assumes any of them are going to survive even a week in general population in a Georgia prison, which I would not bet any money on.
Right.
I'm just impressed by the U.S. healthcare system because 20 years after death, they're expecting him to still be serving. That's impressive.
We can do it. We did it with Ginsburg.
You bastard. It's funny because it's true.
Yes. We kept her going long after she expired. Let's see. Oh, Derek Noodles sent in a chat that was censored. So I got it here from one of my mods. Derek says, Ricada, I asked, how the heck are you doing it since you have been hitting the sauce since 10 a.m. Then secondarily, I am part of F4MF. So thank you. Wait, what's F4MF? Can anybody translate that for me in the chat? What is F4MF? Freedom for something, maybe? I have no idea. As for the drinking, I think during the 8-hour stream earlier, I had 3 or 4 drinks, and then I haven't had a drink until I just started again. So I don't know what fight for men fucking. I don't think that's it. I don't think that's what F for MF is. Okay. Well, if someone knows, please let me know. I have no idea. Angry Bellsprout says, if you like Jack Murphy, check out Fresh and Fit. Been on Tim Pool multiple times. One is a Fed and one is constantly called out as a fraud. They sell finance, fitness, and alpha male dating strategies on a daily live stream. Mega grift. I heard also that one of them was, that all of their alpha male stuff. One of them was like simping for a woman or something that was very controversial. Oh, feds for medical freedom. That's F for MF. So there you go. Very cool, man. Thank you. Thank you. Fed alert in the chat, by the way. Very terrifying. Stephen Cooper says Roddy should have not gotten the possibility of parole if for no other reason than filming vertically. True. Rotate your cameras. What's wrong with you people? Roddy, the next time you're chasing down a black man to murder him in cold blood, you rotate that camera. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I mean the sentencing was extremely harsh. It was about as harsh as it could go. I guess technically they could have done Roddy a little dirtier, but they didn't. And I think that makes logical sense. He was charged with less criminality, but it, it's cold
did
comfort.
they really hit him with less? I mean, honestly, right? The
I
first
mean, he
two
got
were life plus 20. Roddy was life. I mean,
no, I meant
possibility of parole when he's 82.
He's convicted of less charges. Is all I was
understand.
saying. Yeah, no, but yeah. But as for sentencing, well, he gets the opportunity to possibly die outside of prison.
When he's 82 years old, he's going to be before the parole board and have to explain why he's no longer a threat to society.
That's usually a pretty easy explanation. You just sort of
keel over and die right there.
Yeah. Have you guys seen Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I was trapped on a plane. I had to watch it, but yeah.
Okay. Well, there's the part at the end where Clooney like tells the two guys, that he was making all this shit up or whatever. And the guy's like, I was going to get out in 2 years. Now I won't get back. I won't get out until I'm 84 years old. And then the other guy just goes, well, I'll only be 82. That's how I pictured Roddy today. Death Trout says, it is officially my birthday. Here's hoping 35 is better than 34. Oh, I think you're on the way up, buddy. I think 35 is...
Yeah, you're in the suck years. Are you married? Those are the suck years. After 40, it gets better. If you're smart.
But here, let me I'll raise a little glass to your birthday, Death Trout, because don't listen to this guy talking about how you're on the way up. Don't worry. I mean, I know that society and life and law and everything has been kicking dirt in your eyes, in your mouth, in your face for the past like 15 years. You're like, I'm cool. I'm out of high school and now I'm going to go tackle the world. And you're like, the world thinks you're shit because you're a man in his 20s.
Yeah. When you get to about 35, you realize, fuck the world. Seize the reins, my friend. Make your own life. It's
start an OnlyFans.
Much better than what the world gave you. Trust me.
It's working for Jack Murphy, so start an OnlyFans.
Happy birthday, Death Trout, buddy. Cheers, man. Oh, did you guys hear about this very important legal story? There's a lady from the show 90 Day Fiance, and she had like
what's
an
that mean? You
OnlyFans.
just hire her for 90 days? That sounds pretty good.
No, I think you have 90 days to decide if you're going to marry someone that you've never met. Is the premise of the show type thing?
Oh,
so they pick two people. It's okay. They have another one called like Married at First Sight or whatever, where they get married before they've ever met, and then they go on. So that's a weird thing. But this is only 90 days. This is much more reasonable. She had like an OnlyFans sort of service where she was selling farts in jars to people.
I did hear about the farts in jars, but I wasn't sure if it was limited to one person or if it was just general societal. You never know what these millennials are up to these days.
She's making $38,000 a month or something like that selling farts. And
I got into the wrong line of work.
Well, she was hospitalized. She thought she had either a stroke or a heart attack. But it turned out apparently it was a gastro reflux because she was eating so many beans and eggs to up her fart production to meet demand.
There's a Harvard Business School study there somewhere.
Can you imagine?
Something about a declining productivity curve.
Oh, sorry, it was 38 grand a week, not a month. It was 38 grand a week.
You know what? Probably worth it.
Sitting there just shoving eggs and beans into her mouth all day.
You're assuming the mouth, Nick.
Oh,
Come on.
that was unnecessary, man.
Yeah, Bronco, this is a family show. What do you
Just thinking in terms of efficiency.
I think you would hire interns to fart in jars for you. Like at that point, like if you're pulling 38 grand a week, I mean, you could just
But then you're getting into fraud. You don't want to do that.
Hey, we're
you don't want to
hiring for a
endanger
job.
your
It's
fart
as easy
business.
as passing gas.
You just have
hardly
to
any work at all.
carefully word your ad. I'm selling farts in a jar, not my farts in a jar.
At that point, you just invest in livestock and you're good.
You're getting Eric, the washed up homeless man's farts in a jar. I pay him $60 a week.
Just sneak up on him on the park bench at night. Put a
every
blast a Kroger bag over his butt. Just maybe a wet dry vac.
It was $1,000 per jar. Oh my God. I saw a YouTuber who bought one. He was reviewing it. So he gets this thing and he opens it up and he just goes, he's just like, ah!
I don't even understand the person buying it to review it.
Anything for clicks, man. Anything. Give me those clicks.
Obviously, they just wanted to.
Lithium says the message and lesson here is very clear. If you are white, you must never stand your ground to defend yourself, your property, or your neighbor's life or your community. If criminals show up, just let them do whatever they want.
No, that's not the message. The message is what's worth it? What's worth it? Is your neighbor's speculative threat of your neighbor's property worth life in prison? Probably not, right? Maybe it is. I don't know. That's for you to decide. If someone putting a hammer through your forehead, is that worth life in prison? Stopping that from happening? Probably it is. So you have to make the judgment. It hasn't changed, actually. The balance is the same. What is worth life in prison? The risk of life in prison. These guys chose poorly. I don't believe that their conviction and their sentence were just, but they nevertheless chose stupidly. They did not have to put themselves in the position where they were vulnerable to these convictions and sentences.
Did you guys see that very clear self-defense case? I think it was from Minnesota, where the neighbors across the street were arguing over snow, like being shoveled, and then the guy comes out with a gun and he just lights up the couple.
Them up.
God, that was so fucking awful. It's a hard video to watch.
The worst part was the human nature part of it. Like they couldn't believe they were being shot. I mean, they were like still yelling at the guy as he was shooting them dead. It was really bizarre, but that's how people are.
Well, he shoots the lady in the head twice.
Yeah.
And she's still alive. He has to go get his AR and he shoots her in the head twice
Comes back and shoots her again.
Yeah, and she's still moving after that. It's wild to think, because sometimes you see someone like Chad Reed, right? He's lights out. I mean, he's done really quickly. This lady gets tagged a couple times in the body, 2 direct shots to the head, and then 2 more direct shots to the head, and she still takes a while to go. But that was a nasty, nasty video. Oh, that was Pennsylvania. Please play the video of his review. Oh, the fart review. I'll think about it. I probably have to drink more for that.
You'd probably get a copyright strike, so it's not worth it.
Yeah. So his aim was really bad. He kept missing. No, I mean, she took 4 shots to the face. I mean, those were not. They were from this far away. On both of those, and yeah, her like screaming for her husband, asking if he was okay as she's laying there bleeding out in the street. Very, very awful. And this is not excuse in any way for what he did or victim blaming in any way for what he did, but it goes to what you were talking about, and this of course goes to the Abilene shooting as well. Is this worth you dying over And is this worth, in a self-defense situation, is this worth you going to
Right.
prison over?
So it's not about, I mean, I run into this all the time, especially with students in my classes. It's not about what's justified or right. I mean, all that justification stuff happens on the back end. You've used some force, the event's over. And now after the fact, you're trying to justify your use of force to the authorities so you don't go to prison. It's got nothing to do with the actual fight. In the actual fight, you live or die in the fight.
Yeah.
So forget about that. It's like I hear these people say all the time, well, it's like, saying a girl in a miniskirt deserves to be raped in the park. Well, unfortunately, first of all, some people believe that's true. Some people do rape that girl in the miniskirt in the park. The fact that it's wrong for them to do that doesn't keep her from being raped. So what point are we actually trying to achieve? I presume it's our safety, the safety of the people we care about and love and want to protect. It doesn't matter what's right or moral or ethical in terms of what an aggressor might do. You have to protect yourself and do it as lawfully as possible. And the fact that you're privileged legally to do something doesn't mean you're not going to get your ass beat in that fight.
Yeah. And go ahead, Ronco.
My wife and I were riding the bus at one point, when I was still in law school, and she gets bumped by this guy, and he's this big guy with tattoos on his face, and they're all in that same shade of ballpoint blue that criminal defense lawyers are real familiar with.
So a Canadian judge, you're saying?
Well, we got these in prison, and she's sitting there going, she's upset by this guy because he bumped into her, and I'm going, this is not the moment. You're right, but this is not the time. Like, let's just let this one go, because we can be right and still stab to death here.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Happens all the time.
I am the most polite person ever in public, like with strangers and stuff like that. There are people I know who like call someone out or say, hey, don't do that. And I'm like, I'm nothing. If someone full on runs into me, I'll say, hey man, I'm sorry about that. I don't need to get stabbed. I don't need to get shot. I don't need to get beat up. I don't need any of that shit in my life. I'm good. I'm good. I have nothing to prove to anybody.
Right. No, listen, I'm a husband of a woman I love. I'm a father of 4 children. I carry a gun for personal protection. I have my entire adult life. I will run away from every goddamn fight I have the opportunity to run away from. I've never come close to pulling my gun for personal protection because I remove myself from environments where I might need to do that. If I'm ever in a place where I feel like, boy, I'm glad I have my gun with me, I'm like, holy cow, I need to get out of here right now, because if I feel like I need a gun, this is not a safe place to be. I have my gun in case I can't get away. There is no other option. There is no alternative. But if there is an alternative to me pulling that gun, man, you better believe I'm taking advantage of that alternative.
Yeah. And that's the absolute thing. Look, you could, in theory, in a perfect world, you could leave the doors to your house open with $1 million sitting on the front table, and when you come home, it would still be there. In the real world, you can't do that. And even though you're 100% in the right to have your property openly displayed with all the doors unlocked, and whoever takes it is 100% in the wrong, don't do that anyway. Don't do that for your own benefit.
All the time you see guys in bar fights where it's like, this guy was the guy who didn't get charged, and he's the guy who won the fight or whatever else, and he's still a guy with that got glassed across the face and is going to wear that on his face for the rest of his life. It's self-defense is the best. Self-defense is always leave if possible. And
James Marone says, honestly sounds cowardly to me, Nick. Where do you draw a line? Wait, so you think it's cowardly to if someone bumps into you while you're walking to say, oh, hey, I'm sorry. If that's cowardly, call me a coward all day. I'm not going to get in a fight over bumping into someone on the road where I might end up stabbed and not be able to provide for my wife and kids. Like that, to me, that's insane. If someone's threatening my family, I mean, at some point you have to take, you have no option but defense at some point. But that's when you use it. When you have no other option, that's the ideal defense situation. Everything else, You're talking about throwing your life away over what? Like a cappuccino or something, or a spilled soda? Like,
Listen,
at what point-
I've backed away from guys threatening to kill me in front of my wife and children, but I had the opportunity to back away, and I did that. And if they had tried to kill me, I would have shot them dead. I had the means to do that. I had the skills to do that. I would have done that without hesitation if I'd had to. But I had the option not to do that. So I took advantage of the option not to do that. And you know what? I didn't have to kill someone. I wasn't criminally charged. I'm not sitting in prison. That entire time, I had the means to protect myself, my wife, my children against lethal threat. But I did not need to employ those means because I elected to take the more prudent opportunity of simply vacating the area safely, consistent with safety. And I will do that 1,000 times out of 1,000.
And you probably at this point have the luxury of forgetting the guy's face. Whereas if you
I
to
remember
take that
him.
shot,
I remember his face. If I see that motherfucker again and he threatens me again and I'm by myself, it might turn out differently. We'll have to see what happens. But in that instance, that was the prudent decision to make.
yeah, just whenever you talk to people who had to make the other decision, it weighs on them. And a lot of them say, well, even if they were cleared by the courts, they say, I wish I'd gone the other way. Like, I wish I'd backed off or the like, because it's harder than they think it is.
Oh, yeah. And if I can back off the next time, I will. I only remember his face just in case he remembers me, just in case he's coming back for another shot because he has some particular motive. But anytime, listen, the best way to win a fight is to not have to fight in the first place.
Although I will say the funniest self-defense situation I had was self-defense by having gotten the guy bail the night before. Because I did duty counsel and I was running bail hearings up in northern town here in Alberta. And this guy was following me back to my hotel as I was out for a walk and he's following me back. And eventually he rushes up to clear the distance. And I'm going, okay, here we go. And he goes, hey, you got me bail last night, didn't you? And I'm like, I guess, because I didn't remember the guy. And he's like, have a good night. And he leaves. Just like, this is a good outcome.
Just one other thing to consider, chat. If you leave from a fight or whatever, you may be a chicken. But consider the possibility that will mean that Tim Pool will also play guitar for you. just think about it, think on it, something to muse on as you go. I've gotten a couple messages about the Discord bot being busted. We're working on solutions to that. I will get to you guys. I got some during the day today. I will try and get you in as soon as possible, and we'll get things fixed up. We had a little bit of a shakeup, and the Discord bot is also not working. So we'll either get the bot fixed or get you guys fixed. Just sorry about the delay. Curran Williams says, I turned 36 on the 4th. I'm with Bronca. Screw everything. Simps are no better than Goldman. The government is trash. Let's hit the Supreme Court analysis. Oh, let's hit the Supreme Court analysis. Yeah, well, I guess we can look at that in just a minute. Steve C says, get Stephanie Motto on the show. She was on Adam Carolla and it was genius. I think that's the fart woman.
By the way, Nick, I should mention, when I hit 40, I didn't say screw everything. I dug in and did it all again. I got remarried, had 2 more kids, started new businesses. I didn't say screw the world and throw my hands up and just flail. I said, you're not killing me, MFer, the world. I'm going to beat you. So it's not just giving up. It's digging in and doing the work.
Runkle, you can answer this if you want to, and if you don't want to, that's fine. He says, ask Runkle what city he lives in. If it's Edmonton, I'll buy him a bow to go with his elven hair.
And it is actually Edmonton. I've noted that in a few of my videos. So yeah.
There you go. Don Gamer Guy, now you're locked in. I think he means a bow like that, not like a bow like a ribbon.
BEAU.
Yeah, not a map from Tinder, not a bow that way. Okay. Joshua Emmert says, what's your plan for Anime Matsuri? I want to know if I can skip Thursday and dip early Sunday without missing your stuff. If you can't say particulars yet, can you say what day your panel thing is? Anyway, best regards. I don't actually have that. They haven't done panel scheduling at all. I don't know if I'm doing one panel or multiple panels or any panels. I know I will be at Anime Matsuri. I know I will be highly visible. I know there will be a lot of other people there that you want to see that you have no idea are coming, and I will announce it when I can. Anime Matsuri this year is going to be an absolute blast. It's going to be different than the previous years, not just from my perspective. It's going to be different from previous years on their end as well, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I encourage people to come end of July in Houston, Texas.
I'll be there.
Yeah.
No, I'm just
Well,
shitting you. I have
what?
no idea what you just said. That was all Russian.
No,
today.
I need you to come to an anime convention so that you can get like stepped on by an anime chick or whatever.
When is it? I'm
Late
actually
July?
going to Texas. I'm doing a motorcycle ride through Texas this summer. So
It's the best
when
time
is
of
it?
year. It's late July in Houston, Texas.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Not then. What are you,
the
crazy?
armpit of the
It's
earth
like 140 degrees.
and 100% humidity.
No, I thought you meant like April or May.
No,
my
no,
God.
you could just walk outside and drink the air.
That's like the surface of the sun. Have you been in Houston in August or?
Yeah, I
Oh my
was
God.
born there.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So you know better.
Yeah. Well, it's not that's when they're scheduling it. It's not up to me. It's awful.
You know, the air conditioning dies. Like 10,000 people are going to just pool into little puddles of oil
Yes.
on the sidewalk.
It'll be like when they do the road repairs on the tar roads and those melt because it's so fucking hot.
It'll be worse than that. It'll
I hate
because it'll have
Texas.
French fries in it.
I love Texas, but I hate Texas heat. Oh, it's brutal. But the good news is, when you're at the convention, you're probably staying at one of the hotels that's connected to it by Skyway. So you really don't have to go outside hardly at all.
But
when
just
you
all
leave.
those unwashed anime fans suddenly turned up to 11 with that heat.
Yeah. But the convention center it's in, George R. Brown, is huge too, though. So it's a ton of people. It's like 50,000 people. But the convention center is 2.2 million square feet. And so it's this massive space. It's very spread out. And it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. People should come. You can meet me. You'll be able to meet. I'm going to try and drag Attorney Tom to it again. He had a lot of fun last year. So it'll be hard to drag him in because, they have a height restriction. And he's a little, he's a lot below it, frankly. Very short, small hands as well. Small hands and feet on Attorney Tom. Not a large gentleman. Nico says, every day we witness Andrew astray from God. I blame this all on Nick. Also, can I get a glass raised for my late HBD, born January 6th and best present last year in 25 years? Oh, late happy birthday. Yes. So you were born January 6th. Okay. So yesterday.
It's a good thing nothing's ever happened yesterday that would detract from a birthday.
Right. Yesterday was completely uneventful for all time. I don't know what anyone's talking about. Was there a thing yesterday? Did like Biden speak? Or something? Do either of you guys know? I mean, I feel like did Biden say some words, guys?
I'm Canadian. I have the luxury to not pay much attention to Biden.
Don't worry.
Americans have that
Americans.
luxury as well.
Yeah. Oh God, there was a vigil. Yeah, they had a candlelight vigil. I saw a picture of that. Can you imagine? I can't believe that, a candlelight vigil for Ashley Babbitt. Very
Was
very
it mostly
impressive.
peaceful?
There was
Mostly
fire
not
there.
fiery.
Anyway, to happy birthday to Nico. I'm glad you're still alive. You made it another one.
So for anybody who wants to throw trash my way tonight, before my law of self-defense advanced class tomorrow. By the way, Runkle, we already talked about this. Never mind. We should have you signed up in the morning. I have about 8 minutes before my wife drags me off the bed. So anyone who wants to throw shade my way, you have 8 minutes to do it. Feel free.
8 minutes to make fun of Bronca. And right before you go, well, if you want to rant about mandates, I'll let you. Ace of Spades says Gundam gave an update on Fart Jar Girl. Apparently, she's now selling fart jar NFTs. I don't know, but she's securing that bag. Also, the channel Active Self-Protection talks on that video of the couple getting shot. That was wild. Yeah, that's a nasty. God, it's awful to watch. And I watched some fucked up stuff as part of this show and other things. I saw a man get absolutely skewered from behind, and that was just the Jack Murphy video.
I knew that was where that was going.
But no, that video is actually tough to watch. Nick X says, careful, Nick, all this talk about girls in skirts and George Azunian will call you a grape apologist and sue you for $380 million. E1337 Neo says, Mr. Miyagi's quote about the best form of defense has been referenced in the latest season of Cobra Kai. And I quote, the best defense, no be there. Rip Pat Morita. Yeah, that is the best defense. Just don't be there. Okay. So Andrew, before you go, your class is tomorrow. Can I join late or early? Join late or leave late, and then pick up the rest on the replay is fine, right?
Anytime you want, for sure. So
Yeah,
for those of you who might have scheduling problems tomorrow for the live class or can't hang in for the full day course, we get it. So anyone who's registered, we also provide a recorded replay of the class for 2 weeks after the fact. So you can. And by the way, I encourage all of you, even if you attend the entire live class, I encourage you to take advantage of the replay because it's a fire hose of information. You'll benefit from watching it more than once.
Well, I definitely won't be ripping the recording and putting it in a jar with a fart and shipping it out to people. Like, that's not going to happen. I mean, maybe.
That guy was funny today. Do you mind if I record it and share it with my entire Puerto Rican family? I'm like, well, I mean, I can't stop you. I guess it's just, we call that theft, but
it's just
whatever.
super illegal.
Whatever. I mean, I only do this to pay my mortgage, but if you want to steal it, it's okay, I guess.
Cloud Duel says Bronco rides.
Folks. So please don't do that.
Cloud Duel says Bronco rides crotch rockets.
No, I actually don't. I ride a BMW GS Adventure.
He didn't.
About as far as
he didn't ask that as a question.
Oh,
he accused you. You stand accused, sir. What say you in defense?
They're great. I love them. I'm too old to actually position my ancient body on a crotch rocket anymore to take them to advantage. So if I could, I would. I can't, so I don't.
Stogies and Boomsticks says, will Binger and Fatlock show to class tomorrow? There's only one way to find out.
Right.
You got to be there. We have no idea. God, I hope so. That would be the funniest thing on earth to me. I would be tickled.
Is there like a training wheels class that they should maybe take first?
No,
this would be the most efficient way for them to fix their problem.
I can think of some more efficient ways, but I'm not going to say them on stream.
Rain says, Nick, please ask Andrew why Zimmerman was in the wrong on self-defense.
Zimmerman was absolutely not in the wrong in self-defense. So the Zimmerman case was the cleanest case of self-defense I've ever seen brought to actual trial. So
cleaner than Rittenhouse.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow. That's surprising to me because there was so much video of Rittenhouse that showed that he was in the right.
Rittenhouse went to a place he knew was violent and dangerous. He brought a gun with him because of that fact. Zimmerman was just running an errand from his home in his apartment community. He was not looking to be in a place of violence. He just happened to see a suspicious character in a normal errand from his home. So I would say he was even more defensible than Rittenhouse.
He chose to live in a violent neighborhood.
No, actually the violent neighborhood came to him.
And he chose to stay because
he
loved violence.
He chose to stay.
He loved violence, and he hated the minorities. That's what I've learned from the media about that case. Well, G says, Andrew, before you go, what is your favorite Texas hill country town to bike through?
I've never ridden through Texas hill country. I'm planning on doing it in late February, maybe early March this year. So I've never been there before on a motorcycle.
I don't even know where Texas hill country is.
It's kind
near
of
Austin.
West of Austin, northwest of Austin.
Oh, okay. Where there's nothing. Got it.
Yeah, so it's kind of centers on a very small town called Junction, Texas, and the interesting hill roads are north and east and west and of that little tiny town. But these are all towns. 200 people live in each of these towns, so no one actually lives there. But it's supposed to be beautiful terrain. I don't know. I've never been there, but I'm looking forward to exploring it.
How much barbecue are you going to eat?
Not much. I'm not a big fan of barbecue, to tell you the truth.
What the hell's wrong with you?
I know. 4 ounces is plenty. That's
So
what she said.
I didn't do it. I didn't say it. I bit my tongue. So are you going to be selling your bike farts on OnlyFans afterwards?
Well, you gotta chase me down. If you can do that, I guess you can buy them. Good luck.
You're gonna be in Texas. If you're gonna be anywhere near, I mean, you've got to get some barbecue while you're down there. I mean,
I'm sure
I know
I will.
you're like, I don't
I
really
think
like
they just
barbecue.
throw it at you on the highway, right? You just open up
Yeah.
the visor on your helmet, and a rib comes flying in.
That's how you get your windows clean. You just drive through, the outskirts of downtown Houston. And some guy will come up and spray and squeegee off your windows, and he'll look really weird when you just drive away and don't give him any money. I mean, that's how I do it.
Yeah. Well, don't try to clean my motorcycle while I'm on it. That would be a poor life decision.
If you get down to God, it's outside of Austin. You don't want to go into Austin.
No, I don't go into the cities. No.
Yeah, but there's the trick though is there's a road that goes out of Austin, and it's a toll road, but the speed limit's like 85 on it or 90 or something ridiculous. Like you can go really fast on it. It's great. It's a great road.
Kind of normal here in Colorado.
Oh, fine then. Never mind.
All right.
Never mind.
Listen, I've ridden the Autobahn, and I thought it was a big deal riding the Autobahn at 120, 130 miles an hour until I was passed by a mom in a minivan. So yeah, it's all relative, I guess.
Waving your middle finger up out the window.
Oh, she didn't give a shit about me. She was smacking her kids in the back seat as she was passing me.
I was gonna suggest go to Black's Barbecue if you get down that way. It's not in Austin. The original Black's is outside of Austin. It's like an hour outside in I can't remember the town. It starts with an L. But it's good. Actually, there's like 3 great barbecue restaurants in this tiny town. That's the whole town is 3 restaurants. Lockhart. Yes, thank you. Lockhart. Franklin's is in Austin, and you'll wait like a day to get your Franklin's barbecue. I mean, I wouldn't. That's a lot.
Yeah. So I see folks in the comments. Folks, I ride motorcycles because I like to ride motorcycles. I don't like to be stuck in traffic on motorcycles. I like mountains and curves and hills, and being in a red light in a motorcycle sucks way worse than being in an air-conditioned car in a motorcycle. So I generally don't ride into cities. It's not of interest to me.
Yeah, Austin is terrible too. The traffic in it is, it's awful. It's awful. All right, is that your cue to leave?
That is, yes, gentlemen.
All right, buddy.
Have a great night. My law of self-defense advanced class is tomorrow. January 8th starts at 9 a.m. Mountain Time, which means 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 10 a.m., I guess, Nick time. So for those of you who would still like to sign up, we only teach this class once or twice a year. You can still sign up at lawselfdefense.com/advanced. And for those of you who do not wish to sign up, I guess I will see you sometime in the future, but not tomorrow. Tomorrow I will be teaching class all day. Runkle, Nick, thanks again for a great time tonight, and I'll see you all hopefully in the morning, but if not, then soon thereafter.
I'll pop on when I wake up.
Sounds great, man.
Cheers. Peace,
Take care,
brother.
guys. Bye-bye.
All right. So I've got I was gonna watch this. Are you familiar at all with this Wisconsin case of the kid who's accused of murdering and chopping up his parents?
A little bit, and it's bizarre.
You have a way of understating things that is just magnificent.
I mean, what's going on in Wisconsin?
Yeah, I don't know. I was going to watch. So people want me to cover the whole case, which I couldn't do this week. I actually couldn't do it because of scheduling and stuff like that. We have a nanny now, and she was out for the week, so I was doing a lot of driving. But next week I may start doing it.
Well, and it seems like it's one that's kind of less legally interesting. Like Rittenhouse was fascinating just for how much zany stuff was going on in terms of the court arguments, but this one just seems like it's the prosecutor throwing a slow pitch over the plate, and well, I guess that's a terrible metaphor. I'm not a sports guy.
It's right in a lot of ways. You know, this is a case that appears to be on its face pretty straightforward, but the prosecutor has a lot of work to do because they can't actually put the gun in this guy's hands, killing his parents. In fact, they can't show cause of death on the mom because they've only found like one leg, a part of another leg, and a foot or something. They haven't found the rest of her, so they don't know cause of death on her. The cause of death on the dad is presumed to be a couple shots to the back, but they can't place. They don't even know time of death at this point, right? All they found are parts, and of the dad, they've only found some parts too. They haven't found all of him either. So they have to go through and put down, or they have to try and put out, you know, what they can and prove out the case, which is not the easiest thing in the world to do.
No, that's true, and it'll be interesting to see if he walks on the murders just on the basis of, well, it could have been something else.
Yeah, and that's pretty much seems to be the defense's entire strategy is that, you know, they have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. So just remember that, and that's not the best place to be.
There's
but it is
worse
the law.
place to. Oh yeah, and I mean juries hate it, but you know, they hate when the only argument you've got is just, are you sure they got over reasonable doubt? But it wins cases on occasion.
Tom says, "Oh great, here we go with the eating jokes. You guys say jokes, but there are pieces of people missing, and I always think that one efficient and effective way to get rid of pieces of people is ingestion. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is if you're already at the point of killing and chopping someone up, I'm not so sure what the harm is of nibbling."
I kind of wonder about the forensics of that. I've never actually had occasion to look into like what they can determine from the sort of after effects. I know that so we had a really horrific case out here where a guy was murdering sex workers and then was disposing of them partially on his pig farm and partially through grinders that he was using as part of the pig farm because he was making sausages. So
people sausages?
He was like making sausages for people, and apparently he wasn't making them out of the people.
Oh,
but
okay.
he was grinding the bodies up and then feeding them to the pigs, apparently. But he wasn't washing the machinery out afterwards.
Oh.
And so this resulted in something where, like, after it was like 9 months after they arrested this guy, Picton, they actually issued a recall for Picton Farm sausages. And they said, if you have any of these sausages, please turn them into the police because they might contain people. And I'm just thinking, who hears about this guy killing people and, you know, feeding them to the pigs and then goes, but, you know, I don't want to throw out the sausages. That'd be a real waste. Like, who's still keeping them?
Like, so what's your cannibal food brand name? Is it Four S'mores More Whores? Like for this one, because the guy's killing sex workers?
I think it was just like Picton Farm sausages or something. It was so, it's such a weird situation there because it was, he was also connected to like organized motorcycle crime and various other things in like this tangential kind of way. They were having parties on his farm and that kind of thing. It's such a weird set of circumstances. I'm just fascinated by the idea that somebody months after the arrest might be sitting there going, you know, these are probably still good. I'm going to fry these up.
Yeah. We've got Khan in the chat says sausage by the people, from the people, to the people. That is true. Sausage and see. No, we've not finished the girlfriend's testimony. I have it at the exact spot where we left off. So this is the wild card to me. This is so far, it's one of the most interesting parts of the case is this girlfriend, because I don't believe her for a minute that she's not involved. She's not charged. And the prosecution went out of his way in opening statements to say that she definitely didn't do anything wrong here, even though she's bringing him like hydrogen peroxide and cleaning supplies and stuff like that. Right after the alleged time of death of the parents, she's encouraging him to lie by text messages. She seems to be participating in his lie about his fake injury, and I don't believe for a second that she. Part of the allegations, I explained this to Andrew at the beginning, is so he allegedly got a concussion and was then unable to travel and unable to do any manual labor, any physical sort of labor, which would prevent him from getting his job at SpaceX down in Florida that he was supposed to travel to go to. And so she says that, this is a surprise to her, but at the same time, the day, like after the injury and like the day before the murder is suspected to have taken place, or maybe even the day of, she is Snapchatting with him while they're both in the shower at their respective locations. And so I'm supposed to believe that she thinks that her concussed boyfriend, who can barely even walk without assistance, is in a shower jerking off with her, not to be crude, but definitely to be crude because it's a nighttime show. That's what's going on, right? Like, we're not under any illusions here. That's why you have a Snapchat call with your girlfriend while you're in the shower. It isn't to develop a shopping list. So that's what
I mean,
they're
it
doing.
might be to add lube to the shopping list, but yeah.
Right. Yeah. But you can't convince me that she doesn't know this guy's fine. And one of the text messages she sends to him, because he's grounded. He's 23 years old, but he lives with his parents. So he's allegedly grounded, which could be a lie. And he says it's his, and she's like, I'm about to call your mom because I really just want to see you and I don't think this is fair. And he's like, no, don't. That'll just piss him off or whatever. But then she plots to have him come to her parents' house on 4th of July. And she says, make sure to convince your parents that my mom will take care of you, that we have, things that we use for my dad and brother or whatever, that would be, that we could use for you. And it came across very much as, make sure to lie about your parents as to why you'd come to my parents' house for Halloween, or not for Halloween, for 4th of July, so that you have an excuse. And so I don't believe for a minute that she's under the impression this guy's actually injured.
Well, and did she know that he, had no job, had no prospects and so forth, and they were planning like this $800,000 house buy?
She did not. She alleges claims that she did not know that she was hoodwinked by him too. She thought he was going to college. She thought he had a job with American Family Insurance, and she thought that he was going to get a job with SpaceX, is what she claims. And that's why she was the one looking at the houses. And yeah, the $80,000 a year job was going to pay for the $700,000 house, apparently.
But isn't like step one of looking at houses, like trying to figure out what your loan option, like when my wife and I were shopping for houses, one of the first things we did, we had a bit of a weird thing where we actually looked at one house first, but our next call was to the bank, basically going, what's our actual house budget?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that would be reasonable if you're like an adult human.
Yeah, I guess if you're getting grounded at 23, you might not have the life skills to realize that's a thing.
Yeah, that it's a very weird dynamic, because it's almost eye-opening as to how infantilized people can be, right? Like, I can't imagine at 23 thinking an $80,000 a year job would get me a $700,000 house. Like, I just can't. Like I can do math, and that seems like a big stretch. Now I would have been happy to make 80 grand a year at 23. I mean, I would have been in a good spot. But yeah, I wouldn't have thought, well, now I'm going to go spend a whole shitload on a house. And then someone else brought this up. One of the other things that a big piece of evidence in this case is she has his location data on Snapchat. So apparently on Snapchat, you can turn your location on for certain friends so they can see where you are, I guess. And
So
his
how would
was
she
on.
not know he's not going to school, not working?
That's exactly what someone just brought up. And I hadn't thought about that. Because to me, so the bodies are dumped they find the body parts in two places. One place is near a swimming hole that, a swimming spot in the river that is like his spot. It's like where he goes for serenity and tranquility, I guess. And, but the girlfriend knows about this spot. She knows about this, and he's been photographed at this spot before. The other place is at her parents' farm that he's only ever been to once.
Huh.
I mean, he was allegedly there a second time to dump the bodies, right? But the witnesses to that is her mom and his location data. That's it. So kind of interesting. So the idea is that on July 4th, they went to her mom's farm. Her mom's a lesbian, by the way, and there is a topless lesbian story in this. Topless lesbians in a pool. I don't know the full story. I haven't listened to it, but that is in there. But so they go there for 4th of July, and then he shows back up the next day, apparently, at this farm that he's been to the one time. And that's when he's off in the woods dumping body parts and hiding hacksaws in a burn barrel and stuff like that. Kind of weird to me. Kind of weird. But yeah, so I've got the girl's testimony loaded up here.
Oh, this will be interesting because this sounds messed up, and I mean, I kind of wonder to what extent he's interested in protecting her, because you'd think that, I mean, depending on what he's told his lawyer, because if he told his lawyer, "Hey, I did it," then they can't run a defense of that other person did it. That would be unethical, at least here, and I assume there as well, because
That's why you don't ask.
Yeah, but I mean, if I was his lawyer, I'd just be like, here's the thing. Tell me absolutely nothing about what happened until I ask you a question. If I need to know, I will ask you a direct question. But yeah, because I mean, that seems like a possible thing of like, hey, maybe this guy, I mean, he doesn't seem from what, he doesn't seem like the mastermind of any plan. I mean, he's got this lying about his situation thing, but that doesn't seem like mastermind level stuff. So, you know,
it seems like very amateurish lying, and the theory of the prosecution, and frankly, it's a decent enough theory just because there isn't an alternative theory presented. But the theory of the prosecution is his parents found out he was lying about going to college and getting a job, so he murdered both of them and chopped them up, which seems extreme to me.
I think you've got a sellable, alternate idea of, she has all of these aspirations. He is unable to live up to them. She wants this house. I'm guessing the parents have life insurance.
I would think so.
I'd be really wondering to know, like, how much is that life insurance versus how much is their house budget? And then sort of do the math on that and say, hey, maybe this was her plan. And maybe she was the one who did the heavy lifting, and he was just corpse disposal guy. I think that's potentially the argument to make there, but I don't know it'll be real interesting to see.
Yeah, and
people are saying
especially
a $1
with
million policy. So
I'm surprised by the fact that she seems to. Well, I mean, we don't know if she got a deal. She very well could have been promised, a freedom from prosecution or investigation in exchange for her testimony here, and I think, there's text messages suggesting that she was angry with his parents the day before they died. I mean, to me, that's crazy. that you would have someone who is admittedly by text message angry with someone the day before they allegedly die, and we have no alibi that I know of. She lived alone. She didn't live with her mom. She lived alone. And we're not going to investigate. We're not going to charge that. We're not going to ask questions about that. And that the defense hasn't really brought it up. Now I guess it's possible this stuff has been dealt with pre-trial, but I have no idea.
Yeah, and I mean, who knows? Maybe she's got an excellent alibi that we don't know about. Maybe she's got, like, maybe she was literally in police custody when this went down. In which case you're going to have a much harder time selling it. But the other thing I wonder is, does she testify this whole time wearing the mask?
Yes, which bothers the shit out of me.
I mean, I can see some place for it, but this is a murder trial. Like, you got to see her face. We're trying to judge her credibility here.
I think it should be grounds, in my opinion, for a mistrial. At least on appeal. I hope they objected to her mask. I don't know if they did. They have some standing objections, and in this case, the judge has ruled that any sidebar objections are outside of the presence of the jury and the cameras.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, so it's kind of tough. So we only really get direct testimony and inline objections that are dealt with by the judge. But she's been able to testify with the mask on the whole time. I think that's improper, especially in a murder trial. And I thought it'd be interesting if, like, again, if this were the movie, right, she would do that, throw the case, right? They'd throw the case for the prosecution, and then they'd run off into the sunset afterwards. They meet up in Belgium and collect their $1 million life insurance policy and buy their house or whatever and say, screw you to the world.
I mean, I'd still even want to, even if they were saying, hey, she couldn't have the mask, I'd be like, can we put her in like a back room and have her testify with a video link or something? Because that's even, it's not ideal, but it might be better because, I mean, there's case law here going back and forth about, witnesses wearing masks in a trial. But this is a murder trial. Like, this is not small, this is not small table stakes. This is the whole package.
This is your life. So it's a big problem for me. I don't know if they've dealt with it at pre-trial. It's very frustrating as a defense attorney. Like, look, you have the option you get subpoenaed. I guess you have to show up and testify, but I just have a problem with the notion that you can be accused from someone, testified against, but not have the jury see their face. Let me read a couple of these chats from Odyssey real quick, and then I will go ahead and we'll play some of this. Let's see. Dusty Debt. He sent this one earlier, but it was right after I'd ended the stream. Says, wish I could get the class. Just had to drop $12,000 on a new furnace. Oh, that sucks, man.
Oh.
I'm in the same boat. My old house, which is currently being rented out to some very dear friends. That furnace is like it's in excess of 20 years old. I know it's going to have to be replaced. And my furnace here in this house is getting there in age, and I'm like, they're gonna go out at the same time. I'm gonna get screwed. I know it.
Well, and the worst thing is, I don't know. Do you guys get really bad colds like we do up here in Alberta?
It was -24, -25 Fahrenheit for most of the day today. It was really cold.
Because, when your furnace dies in that temperature and the furnace guy comes over and he's like, yeah, it's going to be whatever. And you're just like, you might as well have a shotgun in your hands in terms of this negotiation, because I got no room to bargain. Like, I need a furnace right now.
Just before we moved to this place, we had the furnace go out. It was negative. It was the fucking hell week of Minnesota. It's usually late January. every year. We'll have a week straight where it doesn't go above 0 even during the daytime. And it was like -20, most of the time, and our furnace went out. It just stopped working. And
Oh.
thank God we had a propane fireplace. So we huddled up, we brought the couches up to the fireplace, and us and the kids were all around this fireplace that was running at full bore the entire time, because that's all we could do to stay warm. It was like, you got to stay in this room of the house. Everywhere else is freezing cold.
Well, and hopefully it was enough to keep your pipes, your pipes thawed, because that sucks when you get a pipe burst.
Yeah, luckily they're pretty insulated, here, and that they stay relatively okay. But it was a mess. Okay, yes, I will add my guest to the description. You're correct, chat. Yeah, I mean, you're not correct because you're the chat, so you're wrong. But I will choose to add them to the description here. Law of Self-Defense and Runkle of the Bailey. Make sure you click on those. You demanded me to add them to the chat, to the description. That means you have obligated yourselves, every single one of you, to go check out their content and hit subscribe and help us keep growing other people's channels, through these panel shows. And because everybody who's coming on this panel is bringing a different wealth of experience and knowledge and talent and expertise to different issues. And so you got to check them out. None of us can cover all of this stuff. There's so much going on. And with Runkle here, you're going to get a Canadian perspective on firearms law, but you're also going to get a lot of general firearms knowledge over on his channel. And it's phenomenal. So you should definitely check that out. Okay. Let me get back to this one. Great US says, Dear Diary, tippers still fake love Ricada Law on YouTube because he gets less from $20 YouTube super chats than $5 Odyssey tip. That's not entirely true. iPhone people still give slave labor loving Apple 30% and YouTube another 30% of their money. Others give 30% to commie loving YouTube. Might explain why I have a dream where Chappelle says, I'm rich, bitch. Yeah. Did you know that about super chats made on an Apple device? Apple gets a 30% cut, and then YouTube gets their 30% cut.
Wow.
So a $10 super chat comes out to $4.90 for the creator.
I don't feel too bad about the video I'm about to do taking a shot at Apple then.
No, they can get wrecked. Great US says, clarification from last night. I'm not banned from your channel. I, along with God knows how many others, have been banned from YouTube's site. It's why I asked an early tip 3 weeks ago if you use strawpoll.me instead of YouTube poll. Oh, sorry. And Great US says, after finding Gab has most site traffic of alt social media sites I was browsing, Rep Massey, Kentucky 4th District, verified is there, apparently joined yesterday. Have you seen his family Christmas picture with every member has a long gun while posing? No, I have not. I have not seen that. That's pretty good. I can. Wait, that's not a long gun. Those are banjos and those are string instruments. Why? What? Okay. Anyway.
This person from Ontario, they might be confused having never seen a gun.
I don't know.
Sorry, not Ontario. Toronto would be the place.
Mark Gee says, Ty Bronca, great legal mind. No Ty Bronca, get hard with law of self-defense. Sweater Bronca, where'd in Wisconsin bitches at? Zip up pulley Bronca, shoved them beans up your ass. How much further will the corruption of Bronca go? Oh, that's magnificent. Great. It's Great US says, weekly reminder to YouTube mobs, fuck you and your mother. And then Mark Gee says, German furnaces will keep you warm for the rest of your life. Oh, stop it. Stop it. And then Razor 390 says, she was tired of his parents neutering her mans and grounding him, so she wanted them dead. Case closed, Your Honor. You know what? Much crazier murders have happened than that. Much crazier.
the thing is, let's play with this hypothetical, and I don't know what actually happened. This is just, a possible argument here. But like, let's say parents die, life insurance money gets paid out. How long do you think he's still, in the picture until she's like, yeah, I'm going to take my cut on this and bail?
Not long. Not
Yeah.
long.
So, I mean, if that's what was going down, I don't think it ends well for him either. So,
Yeah, she's young and fairly attractive, and presumably has 2 bodies under her belt, and some of them inside of her as she ate them. I think he's the next one on the cookout list. I mean, frankly,
I have seen pictures of the guy. I kind of don't think he's. I don't think he's bringing a whole lot to the table here, especially given that when you look at his employment prospects.
I know he's not running anywhere on those twig ass legs. He's not getting away.
I mean, I think I know people who collect cans who have better employment prospects than that guy did.
Yeah. So, well, let's check out. Let's see what she's got to say here. We're in the middle of direct examination, and there's a significant amount left. So,
the rest of that day, July 3rd, I think you had mentioned that there was some plans to meet up later, fireworks, something like that.
Yes.
Tell me about that. You went to some fireworks?
Yes, I went to see fireworks with my brother and a friend of his.
Did Chandler go with you?
No.
Did you see Chandler again that day?
Yes, he stopped by to eat and we watched some TV together, and then he left before my brother came home.
Okay. Was that your house or your mom's house?
My mom's home.
How was he acting that day?
Tired.
Guys, you'll have to turn it up yourselves on this one. This is about as loud as I can go. Let me see if I can. I don't know if this will help. I'm trying to turn it up a little bit more. I don't know if that's actually going to turn it up anymore, but you may have to increase the volume on your end. And if you need to, I can decrease volume on our end. I can bring us down. But yeah. If you talk to me about a single extension, a browser extension on volume, I will come to each of your houses personally, chop you up and eat you too. Okay? Just so we're clear on that. On where we stand. Here we go.
Please post your address in the chat so that he knows where to go.
I already know.
Exhausted.
Did you ask him about that, being tired?
Just so you know, these like 30-second pauses are really common for her, and they bother the hell out of me.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a credibility issue at all.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna bring our volumes down a little bit more, just so we're balanced out.
I mean, honest witnesses always take like 30, 45 seconds to decide what they're saying before they say it.
Yeah, it's very, and she's done I mean, she's done this at least 10 times, at least.
I don't remember.
That night, after Chandler left your house and you went to the fireworks, did you see each other again that night?
No, I stayed at my mom's home.
And Chandler was not with you?
No.
Did you know what his plans were? Did he tell you what he was going to do that night?
Take care of the dogs because they get riled up with fireworks and do more chores.
4 doors more chores.
This night or any of the nights we're talking about in question from that whole kind of week period from the 30th till the 8th of July. But specifically this night, do you know of any reason, or did Chandler mention anything to you about a reason to go up near the Wisconsin River at night near Portage?
No.
And was there ever, in your mind, did you ever know of any plan for Chandler late at night, 10 or even later, to be up in that area?
No.
Next day, the 4th of July, You slept at your mom's, Chandler slept at his house, 4th of July. What's the general plan that day for you?
To grab breakfast with my brother's friend, have Chandler come over so we could all go to the farm, do some shopping with my brother and his friend, and then that night go back to Chandler's.
There was a plan to go to the farm.
Yes.
Who all went to the farm that day for the 4th of July?
Chandler, myself, my brother, and his friends all went, but my mother, Cress, and Mike and Papa were there as well.
When you got to the farm, were you with Chandler most of the time?
Yes.
Did you walk around the property at all?
Yes, but not very far since he couldn't walk.
What kind of things did you talk about while you and Chandler were walking, whatever distance you did around the property?
About how far back the property goes, which I talk about often with people. The wildflowers.
When you say how far back the property goes, what do you mean by that?
Whenever I bring people there, I generally point out where our property line ends.
To your knowledge, had Chandler ever been there alone?
Not before then.
And had he been there often with you prior to this?
Yes.
That night, the 4th of July, you're at the farm. What type of things do you do in general at the farm that night?
We walked to the chicken coop to see the chickens. We ate with my family. We did a little walk up to the pool, and then we later swam in the pool.
Did Chandler get in the pool?
Yes.
And how late would you, if you had to guess, how late were you at the farm? that
Can't
night?
walk, but he can swim.
I don't
Yeah.
recall the time.
Did you say eat with her family or eat her family?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I drove my brother's friend back to our home with Chandler. And
Yeah, that's something I need to correct. I mistook from the opening statements that he'd only been there once before, but it sounds like he's been to the farm multiple times prior. So that changes things a little bit. Because the way the prosecutor sold it at the opening was it would be very, very odd for him to show up the next day. Because the way he framed it was that they showed up for this whatchamacallit, this party on 4th of July, and that the mom had said, "Oh yeah, come back anytime," and then he came back the next day, which he basically just argues that was a throwaway line that you say to someone, "Yeah, come back anytime," but you don't expect them to do it, and then he showed up the next day. The way he framed that made it seem like that was the only time he'd ever been there, and that she said, "Oh yeah, welcome to our home. You can come back anytime." And then he showed up the next day, which was a surprise. I don't know that it makes much difference ultimately, but it is something that needs to be corrected.
by home, I mean my mom's home. And he left, and I picked up my clothes.
And where did you sleep that night?
Is this Sunday, the 4th?
Sure. This is the 4th of July. Yep, Sunday.
I slept at Chandler's home that night.
So when you say you picked up your clothes, what do you mean by that?
I started a load of laundry at my mom's home, and it was left in the wash, and I brought it to Chandler's to dry it in his dryer.
And in Chandler's home, where's the laundry at?
The laundry room is right next to his room, which is on the upper story where his parents' room and the guest room is.
Did you and Chandler do anything else that night once you got back over to the Halverson place?
We put my clothes in the dryer and then went to his mom's coworker's home, Dan.
What'd you do there?
Lit off some fireworks.
anything unique happen lighting off fireworks, or is that just a normal thing?
Normal for the 4th.
Chandler burn himself at all?
Not that I remember.
Do you remember at any point Chandler burning himself the entire weekend or week you were with him?
He said when he was making burgers for me, he burned it on the grill.
Did you see that, or is that what he just said?
Pardon?
Did you see that happen, or just nobody said?
That's what he said.
That night, did you sleep in the couch for it again, or somewhere else?
On the bed in his room.
Why, was there any discussion with Chandler about why now it's okay to sleep in the bed versus on the couch for it?
The couch was bothering my back.
That night, was it a peaceful night's sleep both in the bed, or was it
Mostly
restless
peaceful.
a little bit?
It was restless.
Tell me about that.
The dogs were freaking out with the fireworks. At one point, Izzy, the older dog, who's around 15, fell down the stairs.
I've never seen a
It was
dog
hard
fall
to keep them
downstairs.
calm with all the fireworks going off.
What did Chandler do when the dog fell down the stairs?
When she fell down the stairs, he laid down with her and was making sure she was okay and petting her.
Were you asleep at that time in his room?
No, I wasn't asleep.
Were you and Chandler, about how long was Chandler away from you that night while you guys were sleeping? Where you were in his room, excuse me.
Oh yeah, that's a weird thing. Someone just brought up that he's been there multiple times, but she's out there yakking about the property line with him, and which she does often. So wait, she never told him about the property lines? Like, what the hell? That's weird.
Maybe she just does that every time they go out there, and here's the property line again. And he's like, yeah, I know. We went over this last time. It's not the most fascinating thing.
Should have chopped her up and ate her. God, that gets so old. I know about your mom's fucking property. Leave me alone. God, good. Okay, anyway.
Can you say that a little louder?
Yeah, you mentioned that Chandler went downstairs with the dog. About how long of a period was he away from you dealing with that?
I don't know.
What were your plans the next day?
To go to work.
Back to Monday, so now it's a weekday, right?
Yes.
So you woke up and you left for work early, I would imagine?
Yes.
I'm going to show you an exhibit marked in this case is 533. This appear to be the text messages, at least some of them between you and Chandler that day, Monday, July 5th.
Yes.
Okay, I'll move 533 into evidence.
Any objection other than the standing objection? They are received. They may be published.
So there's a standing objection on that.
To go to the second page. In general, you're texting.
Yeah, we don't know. I don't know what it is.
About work life, your work frustrations, maybe.
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, as far as you knew, were you going to be at this job that you were at long term?
No, it's important to note that in the theory of the prosecution's case, I believe the parents are dead at this point already. And presumably in the ice chest in the basement downstairs of the house that she's in. According
that
to
is
their
where you keep
timeline.
food.
Exactly. Exactly correct. But yeah, so at this point, like she's going to the house, she's hanging out with him. In the timeline, they're dead now. And she's around him this whole time. I see, this is sketchy to me. It's all very, very sketchy. I don't trust it. Hey
Or
guys,
maybe
there's
asking some questions about whether he's behaving weirdly or something.
Yeah, you'd think so. Guys, there's someone in the chat. I can't see because could you all get down on your knees or sit down or whatever so I can see? Oh, it's Attorney Tom. Hey, what's up, little guy? How you doing, buddy? Very, very cool. Welcome. How you doing? All right, here we go.
I was under the impression I would leave in August.
And where were you going to go?
Down to Florida.
11:30 on the 5th, what does Chandler text you?
Don't piss them off till we know for sure we are moving.
And you respond, I won't.
Correct?
With the frustrated face. Don't forget the frustrated emoji there.
He says, okay. You say something else. You say, Greyhound isn't too expensive for a trip to Titusville. You say that at 11:46 on the 5th. What is that about?
Since Chandler expressed he couldn't fly down to Titusville, we were looking at alternatives for him to go, and I looked at Greyhound prices.
When you say we were looking at alternatives, who was more so looking at alternatives, you or him?
Me.
You?
Yes.
You say Greyhound isn't too expensive, no pressure, just saying.
Correct.
You read what Chandler says?
Nope, 870 for a straight shot to Orlando.
You respond, what? All this occurring just before the noon hour on Monday. And then Chandler says, Uber is $200 to Titusville, meaning the Greyhound plus the Uber. And you say it was $240 to go straight to Titusville. What are you looking at when you're doing this?
I was looking at the Greyhound website.
So you thought it'd be about $240. What did Chandler text you?
So like $1,000 to get there with not much of my stuff.
You respond, WTF, where am I? Or he responds, what WTF, where am I looking?
Well, she did just find a price
You
1/3
say,
what he was quoting.
You're very off, essentially is what that message means, right?
Yes.
Oh, she gave him a big oof.
Oh, okay, is his response. Around this time,
he was looking at the
you were
Greyhound
looking
plane.
up how Chandler could get to Florida, right?
Yes.
Sure, exhibit
First
number
class.
534 in this case. What is that?
It's a screenshot of the Greyhound website of me looking up a trip to Titusville from Madison.
And you
Did she suggest that it was like $270 from Madison to Titusville on a bus? Isn't
I don't know what bus
plane-
costs are like in the States.
Isn't a plane going to be about the same price in coach? I mean, $270 isn't cheap for a bus ticket. Like obviously his $870 or whatever was way more, but I mean, $240. Okay, yeah, $240, but still a plane's going to cost what, $300? Maybe.
Come on, look at her. Do you think she flies coach?
That's true. Touche. He can't fly. That's true. That's true, I guess. I forgot the question. I'm sorry. You're right. It's that he allegedly can't fly because of his concussion.
Can't they just dope him up and put him in the luggage like a pet?
I just can't imagine paying $270 and then riding on a bus for 20 hours down to Florida. God, that would suck. Oh my God. Just like do an extra hand job behind the Arby's and pay the $300 for a plane ticket or whatever you need to do. Fly Spirit. I know that's taking your life in your hands, but do that anyway.
Sell a few farts. Come on.
Get them jars. Ooh.
You took the screenshot?
Yes.
Did you send this to Chandler?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in the middle of those text messages, right?
Yes.
Move 534 in evidence.
Any objection?
Can we approach?
Sure.
No, we're gonna have a break. Oh God, sorry. That's what they do to blur out the audio. To the people asking if she's medicated, you're not supposed to testify. If you're under a mind-altering substance, it doesn't allow you to answer intelligibly and truthfully. But she may be on something. We have no way to know.
Yeah, 534. What are we looking at there?
The price for a trip from Madison to Titusville, Florida on Greyhound.
You took the screenshot, right?
Correct?
Who did you send it again?
Pardon?
Who did you send it to?
Chandler.
Sure, there's been marked in this case is exhibit number 536. I'll show you 537. If it's true. 536. Is that another?
She has great hair. I'm just gonna say
Chandler.
it. Gotta say it.
Oh, that's amazing hair.
What is 535? What is that?
Oh, sorry. It's a screenshot of UW clinic.
And did you take that
Yes, I did.
in relation to what? Why did you take this
Simp,
screenshot?
simp.
That's where Chandler said he was going to have his appointment for that day.
I'll move 536 and 535 into evidence.
Any objection other than the standing objection as to the texts?
No objection.
They are received.
So we're still on that day, July 5th. But we're in the afternoon, and you text me. Can you read that last one?
Text me when you get to your appointment.
And we're about 1:30, aren't we?
Yes.
Chandler says, yes, dear.
Yes, dear. Ooh, he yes deared her. And she said, shut your effing mouth or I'll eat you next.
Series of messages starting at 1:40. You say, essentially. 1:40 again. I love you. It's going to be okay.
Save me some of the gravy.
You read what Chandler says.
Either way, you and me are going to be happy.
You say,
All signs point to no.
and then at 2 o'clock, 2:01 exactly, Chandler says what?
Made it a bit ago and checked in
What was your understanding of where he had gone?
to the location that I had screenshotted for his appointment.
And why again did you take this screenshot for Chandler's appointment?
I just saw that Runkle's got better hair.
Because I was
Hard
trying to
agree.
leave work early to be able to take him myself.
But you didn't take him that day, did you?
No.
So I'm showing, I'll move to publish 535 if I haven't.
You may.
You looked up UW Health on Science Drive.
Correct.
How did you get this location, or how did you know this was the location you'd be going to?
Chandler told me it was on Science Drive.
At that point, after he says he made it, checked in, at just after 2, what does he say?
Be right back.
You say, you got this. Yeah. You ask him about what you're doing later, 2:19, but then Chandler sends you a message. What does that say?
Just need you to know because I have horrible reception.
Then it was sent again. Does that look right?
Yes.
Okay. And just read that again if you could.
Just need you to know because I have horrible reception.
Your understanding at that time is that he was at the UW Health Hospital on Science Drive, or the clinic.
Correct.
You respond, okay. Then what do you say there?
Do they not? I meant to say, do they not have Wi-Fi?
Do they BitGave?
What do you say after that?
We can snap if that's easier.
Why would that be easier?
Because they generally have Wi-Fi at all UW Health clinics. And so if he doesn't have reception on his phone, we could still snap with the Wi-Fi.
Now,
Maybe not the
talking
shower
about
snaps, though.
Texting, and now you're texting about snapping. But in
But
the
there's
realm
not
of
a
this
shower where I
conversation,
am.
a couple questions. When you're texting someone, just on the normal Apple iPhone, and you're texting someone, absent something crazy, you're not seeing their location, at least in your experience, right?
On the Apple location?
In these text messages, this isn't how you looked at where Chandler's location is, right? It was Snapchat.
Correct.
So if someone in your experience wasn't on Snapchat, were able to use Snapchat because they didn't have Wi-Fi or a signal, would you be able to tell where their location is?
No.
Can you turn off on Snapchat the ability of someone to see your location?
Yes.
At 2:23, after arriving at the doctor, what does Chandler say to you?
No connection to even load Snapchat. And no Wi-Fi. But I can still get your iMessages.
Oh, wait, he's an iPhone user? Put him away forever.
No connection to even load Snapchat. And no Wi-Fi.
That makes sense to you?
The texts or?
That he'd be able to get messages, but wasn't getting Wi-Fi or didn't have any service for Snapchat?
No.
Generally, in your relationship with Chandler or anyone else that you've been involved with, or any of your Snapchat friends that you follow their location, are you generally able to see their location when they're in normal cities like Madison?
Yes,
And you work in the healthcare field, right?
I do.
Generally, Wi-Fi available at most of those places?
Yes.
In fact, what do you say to Chandler at 2:24?
Weird, they all have it. Have it. But maybe it's your carrier.
What does Chandler say?
I'll try and get it on. I'll try and get it on.
He's double sending all his text messages intentionally, apparently. Is that the idea?
Some of those messages were duplicates. Do you know if they were sent twice or they were just received twice? I'll ask a better question. That last one, where there were duplicate messages, 2 in a row. I'll try to get it on. I'll try to get it on. One possibility is someone actually wrote that message out, sent it, and there was some glitch in the system and it got sent twice, right?
Objection. Speculation.
Yeah,
and
she
lack of
is not an
foundation.
expert on cell phonery.
I think the witness has testified to some electronic savvy enough that I think I'll let
Wait,
the question
what?
be asked and answered if she can.
They want to qualify her as
No
an expert
possibility
now?
of that same message coming through twice, that there was maybe a glitch.
They just qualified this chick. The judge just qualifies this chick an expert on how cell phone SMS reception works. Like,
Oh,
she
that's a
has-
hard no from me.
What's her qualification? Well, she has used Snapchat before, Your Honor. Like, are we serious?
Yeah, there's any number of things that could be causing that, from him deliberately doing it or some sort of network glitch. And
It could be
yeah.
a software issue on the phone. It could be all sorts of issues. She would have no way of knowing if it was double sending from his phone, if it was double sending from the tower. She would have nothing on this. And these are intercepted text messages, or not intercepted, but these are text messages procured from the phone company by subpoena. That's why they look the way they do. That's why they're in this format. It has the the phone number, the to and the from, and they're laid out like this, rather than just looking like a screenshot of text messages if you picked up your phone and did this. She would have no idea where these messages even came from. All she can do is test their accuracy. That's it.
This is kind of the problem with judge. You get this weird thing where some judges don't understand any technology. And so they're like, everything needs to be an expert. Like, is this an email? Oh, well, do we need an expert for that? And it's like, seriously?
Yeah.
But sometimes you get judges who just fall into the other category of like, oh, well, this person knows some things, so clearly they can testify as to like, what the geographic location of this IP address was. And it's like, how would they know that?
Yeah. This is one of those things. If they want to establish the two message thing, because what they're trying to do is in my opinion, they're trying to paint the picture that this guy is deceptive, because that's been their whole case, is that this guy is a liar, and he seems to be a liar. So with that, though, they're trying to go ahead and reinforce that this guy's lying about the text messages. If you want to establish that, get an expert to talk about why this would happen, and then let the jury make the determination based on the facts at issue and how they believe each witness. You can't ask this chick because she's not an expert. She's no purported cell phone expertise other than she used it to take booby pictures and send them to her boyfriend. And who hasn't done that? I mean, when you really get down to it. Squirrel Knight says she clearly is a Geiga cannibal. Okay, here we go.
In the system.
Oh, wait. Tato Chip over on Odyssey says, I'm about to finish computer science and I barely know how this works. Yeah. It's you have to have significant experience and technical expertise in this field to even know the different possibilities of it. Anyway.
A lot of these files are things I just refer out.
Yeah. Are those pictures leaked, JDK? No, I don't think so. If they were, the prosecutor's office would be in massive, monumental amounts of trouble. They didn't expressly state that there were nudes on their Snapchat records, but heavily implied. He was very, very reassuring in the amount of redaction that they were doing on the photos at the beginning of the testimony. Arizona Beauty or AZ Beauty 7 says this trial is not the brightest one in the box. The Cellbrite expert didn't even stay on the stand that long and wasn't even asked the right questions. What's a Cellbrite expert?
Celebrate would be for ripping stuff off a cell phone. And if they've got an expert on that, why isn't he being asked these questions?
Right. That should have been asked there. The Squid says Chandler found out that being like Jack Murphy isn't erotic enough, then figured out that relations after violent actions together wasn't enough. So he took the fall in hopes that conjugal visits will be enough. Hashtag cuck.
And the message just went through twice.
Yes.
Is another possibility that someone actually wrote that out and sent it twice purposefully?
Yes.
What are the send times on them? How far apart are they? Is it feasible that he typed it up twice?
So at 3:25, an hour into this, after the bad service, Chandler texts you. Can you read these for me?
Hi, hun. Heading home. They took an x-ray and a CT scan. Nothing bad on the x-ray.
At that point, I think you testified you didn't drive Chandler to the doctor's appointment.
No.
Did you FaceTime with him while he was there?
At the appointment?
Yeah.
Not that I remember.
And did you see his location, his Snapchat location? Was he at any doctor's appointment that you could tell?
Not that I saw.
And so kind of like I asked you before with the jobs and the school, absent what Chandler was telling you, did you have any indication that he in fact was at any doctor's appointment? Do you know for sure?
No.
But after Chandler says nothing bad on the x-ray, just read kind of what you responded.
Florida.
And what'd you say?
Let me see face.
What does that mean to you guys?
Generally, when we miss each other, we'll ask to see face, which means we'll send each other a snapshot of our face.
Oh, that's creepy.
After you ask to see his face, how does Chandler respond?
CT scan, hun.
You ask him what was on it. No bad news. Can you read his response to you?
They haven't determined anything. Both my legs like they were and all. I gotta wait to hear what they determined.
Can you read your first response to that?
I mean, soreness and stiffness is normal after whiplash and an accident,
And the next one.
especially with how much your fam wouldn't let you move around your house.
What did this message mean? Why did you say that?
He was at the time staying in the basement because it was a darker room, because he had sensitivity to the light, and his mom didn't want him doing much because she was really concerned about him, hurting himself or maybe passing out, lifting things. So he just generally stayed in there.
Also, he really likes anime.
What you
so
knew
that's where he
about
lives.
his restrictions in the house, was that just from what Chandler had told you?
Yes.
Did you ever have a conversation with Krista about that?
No.
You read his response at 3:28.
No need to be worried. Just gotta wait.
And next one.
FaceTime when you get off.
Shortly thereafter, you say, "So we're not worried," and read his response for us if you could.
I am.
Meaning he's worried.
Yes.
And your response?
They're sure you're fine.
You just could read your messages to him at this point, starting at 3:29.
What? Snap me back. Sir,
Wait, did she call him sir?
are you okay?
Yeah.
What does he say?
Sorry.
And you say,
Are you okay?
Okay, that might be a whole new dimension on this.
what are these messages? Did you know what was going on? You were sending him a series of messages. Did you have any idea of why he wasn't getting back to you?
Not that I recall.
When you say snap me back, even though maybe we didn't see it, does that indicate maybe did you send a snap to him around that time? Sorry, did you respond?
Pardon?
Did you send a snap to him around that time? Is that why you said snap me back?
I don't recall if I sent one then or if I sent one earlier in the day and he just wasn't sending it back.
At 4:19 on Monday, July 5th. You read what Chandler sent to you?
I think so. I'm calling Cress. I need some time up at the water.
And you say, okay.
Correct.
What's that in reference to? Just so everyone's on the same page.
So that he can go up to the farm and use the pool.
Did you go with him that Monday to the farm?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I was eating his parents.
I was too full. You don't swim after eating.
Did you, again, I think you already testified that Chandler hadn't been out there by himself before to the farm, but did you overhear any sort of conversations with Chandler the day prior, perhaps asking to come out?
Yes.
And who are those, who's having that conversation? What people?
My mom and Cress.
Did you talk?
I believe Cress is her mom's lesbian lover, if I'm not mistaken. The Provolone Loaf says, toast to Tiernan, a good high school friend who died far too young and who took me to my first metal show. Peace upon him wherever he ended up. Metal hands in the chat, if you would, friends. Yeah, let me pour a little bit more for that.
I've only got a little bit left in this bottle, so.
What are you drinking? Sorry, what did you drink? Oh, Aaron malt.
A friend got me this. Another lawyer, actually, I helped him out with a firearm matter. He had some questions, and he's like, "I'll get you this scotch. You'll really like it." And he was not lying. It's really good stuff.
Yeah, I like Aaron malt. They have a couple. If you're ever out, they have. I'll warn you. They have two alternative cask finishes. One is a port cask finish, and the other is this Saturnus cask, a Saturnus wine cask finish. In my opinion, the port cask finish is phenomenal. It's a great whiskey. The Saturnus cask finish is garbage and should be thrown into a gutter.
Okay, so be very careful as to what.
It's like
what to
way
pick up.
too. Yeah, it's like a very sweet white wine barrel that they mature the whiskey in, and it tastes just nasty. It's like it's like imagine drinking 45% alcohol wine, white wine. It's just not good at the end of the day.
I feel
But
like
the
those are
port-
really conflicting flavors.
Yeah, because Aaron malt's got some smoke and peat to it, and the port cask comes out really well. The sweet, like the richer sweetness of that, it balances really nice. Kind of like you think about chocolate and smoke, or chocolate and pepper can go together. But yeah, if you're ever out at the liquor store looking at Aaron malts, those two are there, and the port cask one is great.
Well, I just killed that bottle, so I'm gonna have to make a trip sometime in the near future. Whiskey's
Shoot, I
getting
forgot
so
to do
expensive.
I forgot to do a toast. To Tiernan. To Tiernan. Good friends can be as close as brothers and as frustrating as siblings can get as well. May the experiences, laughs, stories, and trouble that you got into with your high school friend be the memories that persist, and any of the negative experiences fade far into memory, in favor of the fondness that you have for him. Peace, brother. All right.
And I'm gonna grab another bottle here, so I'll just step away for just a moment.
Okay. Whoo. Nick needs to do a whiskey shoe with Big Clive's brother. What the hell does that even mean, though? Let's see. All right. Welcome back. What'd you grab now?
40 Creek, which is maybe not quite so classy.
It'll get the job done, though.
Hey, it's Canadian, so it's got that little bit going for it.
I've had some 40 Creek before. I don't remember what it tasted like.
It's not as bad as some. It's like I've had some whiskeys where you definitely remember them, just in the sense of I will never do that again. But
have you had
it's drinkable.
Bareface?
I have not.
It's a Canadian whiskey that I had when I was up in. It's a different town. It's not Edmonton. It's a different E town. Shit. Near Toronto.
Oh.
No. It was a K town.
Kingston?
Oh my, not Kingston. Where did I go, guys? Where was that? Kitchener.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I was up in Kitchener, and a guy brought me some Bareface. That stuff was pretty good. I like that. I liked it. All right, here we go. Back to this person.
Talk to Chandler. In your recollection, do you have any recollection if you talked to Chandler while he was on his way out to the farm?
Yes.
What was he talking about?
About how he wants to use the pool, and if I knew if Cress was home, and if I could get a hold of her.
Did you see Chandler that night after he left the farm?
Yes.
Where?
At my mom's home.
Did he say anything to you, or do you remember anything about that night?
I remember him telling me he lost the job at SpaceX.
Did he say why he lost the job at SpaceX?
He said while he was working after the injury, they found a lot of errors with what he was doing, and it was like a page long or something like that. And so they were letting him go.
When you
Not
say
going
letting
to the
him
moon,
go,
babe.
were you under the impression that Chandler had actually started working at SpaceX
Yes,
and remotely, or how did that work?
remotely.
But he told you he was losing that job that day.
Yes,
So he talked to you about his doctor's appointment that day?
yes.
What did he say about that?
He was gonna have lifelong leg numbness.
Lifelong leg numbness?
Yes.
I need you to pull that microphone just a little bit closer. The fans start to go.
Just grab the mic, girl. Just grab it. Just grab. Yeah,
Anything
just grab
else
it. Pull it
about the
closer?
doctor's appointment or what they told him?
Not that I can recall at this moment.
How was he acting when he told you he'd lost the job at SpaceX?
Sad. Just down.
Now, in another matter, at any point around this time, so now we're into Monday, going into Tuesday, Chandler mention anything about where his parents were?
That they still weren't home and that they were probably still up at the cabin.
Did you have any impression, or were you told from Chandler when they were coming back from the cabin?
Either Monday or Tuesday morning.
For sure, it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 537. First couple of messages on there. Does that appear to be, now we're into Tuesday, July 6th, messages between you and Chandler?
Yes.
Okay, I'll move 537 into evidence and ask to publish it.
Any objection?
No.
537 is received and may be published.
I'm guessing the timing was something like 10 minutes per pound at 350.
On July 6th, 2021, around 9. And Tuesday in the afternoon. What do you say to him?
Parents home?
What did that mean to you?
Are your parents home?
Had you discussed with Chandler, like, where are your parents?
Whoa,
before
whoa,
this
whoa,
message was
whoa.
sent? Was this a
That's a statement that she typed out, and she just framed it as a question.
I mean, people do that in text messages, but
I don't like it though. See, I don't trust her. I don't trust her.
No,
I don't know. I don't know what she's doing wrong. Maybe she's just embezzling money from a bank or a cartel or something. I have no idea. But I just don't trust her.
I mean, it could be that she was snowed by this guy and she thought that he was, that he was going to be her gravy train, and now she's finding out that not so much. But it's hard to say.
Someone says parents home with the Lord.
follow up, or was this the first kind of time you were asking?
Follow up?
Okay. And was that like a verbal conversation where you were asking him where they were?
Yes.
What did he tell you in that verbal conversation?
There's poor reception up north and by the cabin, so that's why he had been hearing from them.
Okay. So you say parents home. Go ahead and read Chandler's response. 905.
No.
What do you say?
Text Mitch.
Mitch is his brother.
Correct.
Why'd you think you should text Mitch?
His parents still weren't home at the time they said they would be, and he wasn't receiving many messages from his mother that weekend, and that was highly unusual since she texts quite often.
Tell me about that. You say when Krista or Bart would be away from Chandler, you were with Chandler a lot of these times when they'd be away, right? Would Krista be in communication with Chandler?
Yes.
How frequently?
Very frequently, always asking what our plans are or just asking how we're doing, letting us know what she's doing, sending pictures of the dogs.
Would it be unusual for Krista to go a number of days without contacting Chandler in your experience of being around Chandler?
Very unusual.
Were you growing concerned at any point?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Like I said, he wasn't hearing from his mother, and usually when they're up north, she'll send photos of the cabin or the lake Especially if they're doing something like maybe I'll get like a little text, but her not checking in with Chandler was out of the ordinary and he wasn't hearing from her, then maybe Mitch heard from his mother because she usually texts them both frequently.
I don't know. He seems like a strong, independent man who doesn't need to be in touch with his mom.
You worked that day, normal day?
Yes.
We did. So I might have missed something. Was she checking in with Mitch, his brother?
I think so, yeah.
Does she text his brother often?
Does she also call his brother sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And other than the messages maybe we talked about with Chandler, did you spend a lot of time with Chandler that day?
In the evening,
Okay. What'd you do in the evening?
he came over to
She told him
my
to.
mom's house because on Tuesdays we do Buffalo Wild Wings, the BOGO deal on their traditional wings, and we watched Legally Blonde.
Oh, God. Death penalty.
Now, the next day, going into the 7th, now we're on to Wednesday. I'm show you it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 538. Series of messages on that day between you and Chandler.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry, we have to answer verbally. And then 540, just more messages that day, but in a different exhibit.
Yes.
I'll move 538 and 540 into evidence.
Any objection other than the standing objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They are received and may
Thank
be
you.
published.
Before I show the messages in general, what was the plan that Wednesday? Was that a work day for you?
That Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yes, it was a work day for me.
I'll show you exhibit number 538. At some point you ask, 538, you ask Chandler, where are you going? Something like that.
Yes.
Okay. He says what?
Farm, but no one here, so leaving.
Okay. When he said farm, what was your understanding of where he was or where he was going?
The family farm.
Where you'd been on the 4th of July?
Yes.
And where Chandler had been on the 5th?
Yes.
He's just popping in and out of that
You
farm.
kind of invite him
like
to
it's nobody's
swing if he
business.
needs to.
Yes.
There's a message with no content there at 10:16. Chandler texts you. What does he say?
I feel weird.
You say
Why?
what?
Shouldn't have eaten so much.
You say why?
Yes.
10:54. What does Chandler say?
Sorry, I'm stressed, hon.
You say it's okay. You can swim if you need to.
Swimming cures all stress.
Do you know if Chandler ended up at the farm that day?
Meat sweats.
Pardon?
Do you know if Chandler ended up out at the farm that day?
Yes. By the texts.
And do you know how long he stayed or what he did there?
No.
Were you with him?
No.
Were you in communication with anyone else about Chandler going out to the farm that day? Can I ask a better question? Were you texting with your
I
mom
don't know.
about
Can
that?
you?
Yes.
What a dumb. Can I ask a better question? Well, you could sure fucking try. 'Cause
Did
that
you go
was
out to the farm
bad.
that day?
Wednesday?
On Wednesday, the 7th.
No.
After the 4th of July, that weekend in general, remember earlier when I asked you about the Target pickups you did and the things you brought to Chandler for the cookout?
Yes.
So real quick, it has got to suck ass being a defendant. You can't do anything. You were just there for 8 hours every day, sitting there listening to people talk about how you murdered someone. And you can't say anything. You can't react. You
Yeah.
can't doodle. Because if a camera catches what you're doodling or writing, you're done. You can't do anything.
Yeah, no, it's, I mean, you can't even, you make some weird face or you look around because, you know, you had a hiccup or something and suddenly it's a big deal. You could get convicted because a juror spots you making a weird face because you got gas.
Yeah. By the way, you know, this lady lawyer, she's competing with the girlfriend for waifu mode of, or for waifu here. So, you know, if you need an alternative simp target, guys, I'm just providing one. It's a public service.
Did you ever take those target bags out to the farm?
No.
Would that be something you would ever do, is bring your garbage out to the farm and throw it away in a garbage can out there?
No.
I'm going to show you, it's been marked in this case, is exhibit number 538. In general, can you just tell me what that is, what it looks like?
The garbage bins on the farm in a Target bag.
It's 159. Sorry, that was 158. This is 159. What is that?
The inside of the bin.
And these are garbage bins you've seen before while you're out there?
Yes.
160. What does that look like?
A Target bag.
I asked you earlier, were there labels on those bags that you get when you do grocery pickups?
Yes.
What is 161?
My Target pickup number with my first initial, last name, and the date.
And that date is July 1st.
Correct.
This dude should stop eating dairy and chocolate like me.
I'll show you exhibit 164. Is that just a little bit more of an overview of that Target bag?
Yes.
165, same thing.
He's making me reflexively pull my shoulders back with that hunched posture.
166.
Man.
Yes.
167.
Yes.
Okay. Those are all appear to be the Target bags that you picked up on those Target pickups?
Yes.
I would move 158, 159, 160, 161, 164, 165, 166, and 167 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection. Objection. Thank you.
With as much as this girl Snapchats, she must be dying sitting on the stand this long without her phone.
158, those are the garbage bins at the farm?
Correct.
And I think you described what was in front of it, but what did that appear to be?
A Target bag.
It was 158, 159. What are we looking at there?
The inside of the bin.
160. What are we looking at there?
A Target bag.
We'll jump around a bit. 167. Is that just a close-up of the Target bag?
Correct.
I think we had a few of those. 166, 165. But in 164, another close-up of the bag, where I'm pointing at the bottom of the photograph, is that one of those labels?
Yes, it is.
And in 161, is that a close-up of that label?
Yes, it is.
When it says date put on hold, is that the date you ordered it?
Yep, the date I ordered it.
Okay. Kat, did you dump off that Target bag out at the farm?
Calling her Cat now. First name basis prosecutor.
If the bag,
not Miss Melander,
inside of it had rags that were covered in a red substance, do you know anything about that?
No.
Do you know where it would have come from?
No.
Where would that bag have been last, in your knowledge?
A Halderson resident.
And you have any knowledge at all of how whatever was in that bag got in that bag?
No.
So around that time that Chandler said he was going back out to the farm, he was stressed. think you identified 540, which was another set of messages from that same day. If I haven't, I'll move 540 into evidence.
I think that you have.
Okay.
And
Wait,
which
what was
day,
in the
if you can
bag?
Restate the day.
Sure. So we're on the 7th.
Thank you.
They're saying a red substance, so I think they're arguing it's blood.
Okay, I was busy interacting with the chat like an amateur, so I missed what was said on the stream. So so it's her bag with a red substance in it.
She says that she last saw them at the Halverson residence, so they're trying to say it's his bags.
Okay. Okay, bloody rags. All right. Okay. Well, thank you guys. I was busy. I can't promise to stop interacting with the chat because I've been drinking, so now I just make poor life choices from now on. So here we go.
Can you read the first message we have on here from Chandler on the 7th around 11:22?
Going to police.
What does he say next?
Can I have $5 for a soda and chips?
And what did you respond?
I don't have $5, B.
Going to police. Around that time, was there a discussion again of why he was going to the police?
Yes, to report his parents missing.
At this point, what had he told you about his parents being missing? So you knew they were scheduled to come back, but what did you learn since that would cause Chandler to go to the police?
His mom had an appointment for her cancer, and it was very important, so it was very unusual for her to miss that.
Did you have a conversation with Chandler about whether he should or shouldn't make a missing persons report for his parents?
Yes,
What did you tell him?
I said he should. They've been gone for so long and he hasn't heard from them.
Did he say anything about what was going into his decision on whether to report them missing or not report them missing yet?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Did Chandler tell you anything about why he hadn't made a missing persons report at that time?
Like until then, like why that day?
Yeah.
Because
He hadn't eaten them yet.
he thought they were just running late, and the deciding factor to report them missing was his mom missing that appointment.
Now, the next day, July 8th, Thursday, you were supposed to go to work, right?
Correct.
That night, the police had been involved in Chandler's house and talking to people, right?
Correct.
Were you one of those people talked to by the police?
On Thursday?
Yeah.
Can you restate the question? I
Sure.
apologize.
No, you're doing great. Did you go with Chandler to report his parents missing?
I did not go with him to report them missing.
Do you know, were you over at Chandler's house when the police came over that night?
On Wednesday?
Yeah.
I was not there.
The next day, you went to work and tell me about work that day.
I was very emotional and upset and
Did you eat anyone that
very
day?
distraught, and I just couldn't be there because I was really worried about his parents. And
When you
so,
flossed, did someone else's teeth come out?
I talked to him about leaving early so I could go be at the house with Chandler and wait until
But how long did you make it at work that day before you left?
I was there max 30, 40 minutes.
And where did you go after you left?
I stopped at my mom's home to grab groceries so I could go to the house and cook for Chandler while we waited.
When you got to the house, was anyone else there?
What would it take for you to cry on the stand, Runkle?
I can't say. I've never. Well, no, I have been on the stand. I don't know, getting pepper spray to do it.
But that's not crying. That's a body reaction. That's your body trying to get the spicy out of your eyeballs.
I mean, if I was trying to convince the jury that I didn't eat people, I'd be certain.
I don't know the taste of oregano anymore. No, okay. So real talk. Let's forget this silly stuff. I've got a bone to pick with life. I love fried food, and I'm not talking about people. This isn't a people eating joke. This is a reality joke. Not a joke. This is real. So I had COVID a long time ago, and you know how they say like it can be weeks later or whatever where you lose like your sense of taste or smell.
Yeah.
I never had that. But what happened to me is far worse. All fried food now tastes wrong. All
Yeah.
deep fried and popcorn. So anything with like a fried oil tastes incorrect. I taste a bitterness that I have to assume is. So I went to the movie theater, and our local movie theater, and we got some popcorn. I'm eating it. I'm like, this tastes like shit. Like, what the hell did they do? So I go out, and my friend is the manager of it, and I was like, hey man, did you guys change the oil? He's like, well, we got a new corn distributor, but nobody has mentioned that. And I was like, well, I guess I have just very discerning taste. Then I went to get some fried chicken, and that tastes like garbage. And I mean, fried chicken is seriously my favorite food on the entire planet. And it tastes terrible. And I ate some French fries, and you can't do it with the McDonald's fries because there's barely any oil transfer because they're so thin. They're just covered in salt and sugar. So I didn't really notice it too much. But I got some of those thicker crinkle cut fries from a different place, and I ate them. They taste like trash too. My entire taste of fried food is gone. It sucks.
Oh, that's brutal.
I hate everything. Everything. Yeah, Salty Clanker says it happened to me. It tastes like burnt plastic. Yes. Yeah, something like that. There's just this faint, nasty taste in the background. It's like I can tell I used to like this fried chicken, but something's wrong. And it's the skin. It's the it's on Anyway.
Yeah, that's kind of terrifying. Like stuff you used to like, you're just like can't do it anymore.
Yeah. It really pisses me off. We'll do a little bit more of the testimony. I don't want to go forever. There's still a good grip of this left. So at the next break, I think is the end of the prosecution. Well, maybe there's like the end of the prosecution, cross-examination of her, direct examination of her is like 2 hours. Cross is like 12 minutes. Which crosses. The opening statements of this, it was an hour-long opening for the state and 13 minutes for the defense.
You didn't do it. I'm sitting down now.
Pretty much. Okay, we'll go back to this. So we'll see how far we get. Oh wait, Gisli Bjornolfsson says, got the coof. Considering the mild headache and occasional drowsiness, this may be my final super chat. Remember me as a handsome jerk. Man, I'm jealous of everybody who got the easy coof because I did not have a good time of it. I know a lot of people do. They go through it with nothing. I was out for like 10 days, just nasty feeling. I streamed a couple times. I went on Friday Night Tights with COVID, and I'm like, hey. No, it was awful. Super Black Cat 13 says, can the jury find her guilty also? There is no way they are listening to all of this and not feeling like she is part of it somehow. No, the jury does not have any ability to add charges to her, but maybe they should. All right, here we go.
When I pulled up, Chandler was outside talking to reporters.
At any point, did any other members of Chandler's family show up at the house?
Yes.
Who?
Mitch and his fiance.
Did Mitch stay outside or did he come in?
He came in the home.
And what did Mitch do?
He walked around the house, trying to see if there was anything that Chandler maybe missed about his parents leaving.
As Mitch walked around the house, what did Chandler do?
He followed him.
Followed him?
Yes.
Later that day, you were asked to go to the police station downtown, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And was Chandler asked to do the same?
Yes.
You were brought down here by the police, right?
Yes.
Were you in the same car or different cars when they brought you down here?
I was in a.
You're doing okay.
I was in a different squad car than Chandler.
Did you go into an interview room with the police?
Yes, I did.
And did they ask you questions?
Yes.
Do you know about how long you were down here that night?
A couple hours.
Did you answer all of their questions?
Yes.
At that point, and I'm asking about what your mindset was at the time, did you believe that you or Chandler had done anything wrong at that point?
No.
Were you emotional during that interview?
Yes.
I
How do you
never would have
express your
guessed.
emotions sometimes?
By crying.
I cry a lot, or if I get too.
What sort of barbecue sauce goes best with human?
Or emotional, I start vomiting.
Use your
Those
tears
things were
to season the
happening
meat.
that night?
Yeah.
Police asked at times to look at your phone and photographs and things of that sort.
Pardon?
And did you show them anything they wanted to see?
Anything they wanted, yeah, I gave to them.
Why was it important to you to cooperate at that time?
Because I just believed parents were missing. And I just want them to be found.
So you can tell us if you need a break or if you want to keep going. I'm almost done, but it's up to you.
I'm completely heartless. I don't care at all that she's crying.
Were there any of the police questions that you would not answer?
Not that I can recall.
I hate that question.
Did the police contact you after that night to talk again?
Yes.
And did you fully cooperate and speak with them that time?
Yes.
And several times, law enforcement and other people have contacted you to speak about this. And have you cooperated all of those times?
Yes.
I think I'd be
Not
objecting
me,
here.
personally, a couple of times, correct?
Yes.
Like, what's the inference?
Yeah.
Have you always, in the course of this investigation, done your best to tell the absolute truth of what happened?
Yes.
Well, okay. Wait a minute. Like this is objectionable. Like she's testifying to her own credibility for truthfulness right now.
Yeah.
You should be objecting to this, Your Honor. She is not a proper judge of her own truthfulness, and now you could impeach it for sure after she's done this, and you probably should. But, oh God.
I'm almost done, and I have to ask. I'm gonna ask a couple questions, and I hope you appreciate why I'm asking them. Were you the person who was with Chandler the most from, let's say, July 1st, all the way through when you were in the police station getting interviewed on the 8th? Were you maybe the person that, at least in your knowledge, were you the person who was maybe with him the most?
Yes.
And were you the person who, other than Chandler, was in, based on your knowledge, in the Halderson home the most?
Yes.
Prior to eventually being told what happened by police and perhaps the defense investigators or myself, did you know that Bart and Krista Halderson had died?
No.
Kat, did you have absolutely anything to do with cleaning anything up or their disappearance?
No.
Are you guilty, Kat?
Okay.
I think we should take a break before cross-examination. We've been here for a good close to hour and 15 minutes. And I certainly, we can't break for the day at this point in time. We'll finish with this witness for everyone's convenience, but let's take a 10-minute break.
All right, for the jury.
I'm going to pause it. Hipoopy says, I win the Coof Awful contest 67 days in the hospital. I was
Jeez.
expected to die. ICU ventilator, had to relearn how to do everything. I smelled stale cigar smoke for months. Damn. Hey, we'll see if she stands up here. Oh, she does, but the camera goes off first. They've been very careful to only show her sitting down.
Just what they just heard.
Oh my God, no. Ah. Ah. I don't want to hear whatever that guy has to say. Wow.
It's a bearded egg.
Oh, destroyed. It's a bearded egg. Here we go. Ziegenfuzz says, this girl be lying. They ain't married, but nobody cares this much if their in-laws go missing. Remember, she was angry at her in-laws for their failure to let her even see her boyfriend just days before. Whew. What is my favorite steak for food for movie nights? I mean, typically, I really like a well-cooked ribeye, not a medium rare ribeye that is cooked appropriately. How's that? Cooked with skill.
Yeah, I was
where
gonna
they
say, if you like your steaks well, I gotta check out.
I do not. You know what's really good though, and some people may overlook this because some of ribeye can be a pretty expensive cut of meat, especially now. It's like $20 a pound around here, and that's for not great ribeye. If you get a nice like a chuck steak that's actually not super thick, but is broader, and sometimes you can find those, or I guess you could cut them in half if you wanted to. If you sear the sides and then finish them off in the oven, they will come out really, really good. You can cook them to 135, sear the outsides, cook them to 135 in the oven, for like 30, 40 minutes or whatever. They're at a pretty low temp. They're phenomenal. Even a chuck steak comes out really well if you cook it right. So
One thing I
Don't-
swear by these days is I got a sous vide machine, and that is
Oh, yeah.
fantastic. You just put a little bit
Yes.
of sear on it before it goes in, and then you just comes out perfect.
Yeah, I have a sous vide. I like that quite a bit. And then you just sear it off or torch it or whatever. And Sam Ziegenfuzz says, oh wait, I read that one. AGK says, check out the Chrome Dome on Mac's Simp Room. Oh, that was the bearded egg. Oh my goodness.
Somebody made a comment that I liked. They said his head is on upside down.
No, I was not suggesting that you. Okay, no. You can do you can either do a reverse sear after the oven, or you can do a sear before you do the oven. On sous vide, you always sear after. Oh my god. Okay, and so Runkle, what's your favorite recipe for long pork? Man flesh.
Probably flamethrower, but
Yeah. Here we go.
Cross-examination, Attorney Vera.
Thank you. Kat, is it okay if I call you Kat?
Yes.
I just have a couple questions for you, so I won't keep you here super long. We saw a lot of screenshots and pictures that you provided law enforcement.
It's a very thick Wisconsin
It's not
accent.
unusual for you to take screenshots and have a lot of pictures of your activities, correct?
No.
And we're just focusing on a particular time frame, but as far as photographs and screenshots, that's about what you do any other month, any other week, correct?
Correct.
I want to take you back to the Halderson household for a little bit. You've probably been there about at least a dozen times. Is that fair?
Yes.
Probably more.
Mhm.
So you're familiar with the layout of the.
Is she doing cross-examination sitting down from the desk?
I like that she took her mask off for that, but get up.
Yeah, I mean, if both parties are going to sit down at the desk, sit down at the desk. If the other guy's going to be up walking around presenting exhibits, get your ass up to the podium.
Well, and you always want to sort of seem in charge to the witness, and it's really hard to do that when you're sitting on your butt. So,
yeah. I mean, here we go.
The home.
Yes.
And you're probably familiar with how the Haldersons kept the home.
Yes.
So you're familiar with the fact that they didn't have an AC unit, correct?
Correct.
And this summer was particularly hot, correct?
Correct.
So when you were around during the summer, it wasn't unusual for them to have their windows open.
Not unusual at all.
They were also doing renovations around that time, correct?
Correct.
We've seen a couple pictures of the home, and there were what I'll refer to as blankets that were covering some of the furniture. That's not unusual, correct?
Not at all.
And do you know why the blankets were there?
They have dogs.
Miss Halderson likes protecting the couches from the dogs because they would jump on there, especially once coming outside.
So that was probably something that was kept year round throughout the house.
The blankets on the couches?
Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, as far as tiny,
Apparently, she said that she doesn't have a lapel mic, so she had to sit there in front of her mic. Why the hell does the state get a lapel mic and the defense doesn't? That seems ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a problem.
These are from what I hear, public defenders. That is only meant as a point of fact, not as a point of criticism. Many, I don't know anything about these public defenders, but there are many public defenders out there who are some really fantastic attorneys. The problem with public defenders is rarely their skill and very often their workloads and budgets. That's the hard part of public defense.
Well, and often they get so much more experience than other lawyers because they're just in there in trials like every day.
You're right. Yeah, their technical acumen is usually pretty high, actually. It's just the question is, for most of my clients where it was like me or public defender, the question was, does a public defender have time to like research into your case and investigate these other elements of the law? I mean, you have your basic elements of the offense. Do they have time to look into the probable cause stuff? Do they have time to argue at omnibus? Do they have time to do deep legal research on these issues and see if the charges are appropriate? And often the answer for them was no, for a public defender, and that's why they would hire me. So, but anyway, here we go.
Spent with the Haldersons. It sounded like you spent a lot of time with them there as a family, if you will, correct?
Correct.
So you've probably had a couple meals with them.
Correct.
And would you agree with me that Haldersons, Chandler, Brett, and Krista enjoyed cold beverages?
Correct.
And they, you mentioned during your direct that in one of the freezers there was a bag of ice.
Correct.
It's not unusual for them to have bags of ice in their household.
No, it's not unusual.
And is that because there was a broken ice maker, or did they even have an ice maker?
The ice maker in the fridge in the kitchen was always broken, and they had a tiny ice maker, a little portable one, but it was slow at making ice.
So sometimes Chandler would go get some ice from Quick Trip. I think that was the nearest place.
Correct.
And sometimes Krista would do that too.
Correct.
Maybe even Bart.
Correct.
You mentioned the dogs, and we've kind of heard about the dogs for a bit. So the Haldersons had 2 dogs, correct?
Yes, Rizzo and Izzy.
And a couple of times we've heard that maybe perhaps they were kept in the garage when people were coming over. In your experience, would you describe the dogs, and maybe one in particular, as anxious?
Yes.
Maybe jumpy?
Yes.
Bit afraid?
Yes.
And that was it both of the dogs or just one dog?
Rizzo.
Rizzo. And she's the oldest one or the youngest one?
The youngest.
And that was just her personality, correct?
Correct.
Was she nice with you? Did she approach you?
It took her a long time, but yes.
But eventually she warmed up to you.
Yes.
And in particular, around this time, because it's 4th of July, there were a lot of fireworks going off, correct?
Correct.
And that just made her anxious, skittish worse.
Correct.
And as far as the dogs go, Chandler loved these dogs, correct?
Correct.
He took good care of these
The
dogs.
fuck is the point of this line of
You
questioning?
mentioned that
I
I
don't
think it was
know.
Izzy that fell down the stairs.
Alternate theory: the dogs did
with
it.
her to make sure she was okay. Or was that the other dog, Rizzo?
The dogs ate him.
It
It
was
wasn't
Izzy who
me.
fell.
And as far as
The
Chandler
dog
goes,
shot him in the
you
back.
would agree with me that he's generally a quiet individual,
Correct.
reserved.
Correct.
You probably bring out more of his personality.
Correct.
We also saw a lot of pictures that you two took together. Was that something that you did often?
Correct.
And you would also agree with me that he's a pretty nerdy guy.
Correct.
He loves Star Wars.
Correct.
Did you already have
Guilty.
Chewbacca before you met Chandler, or did he help you out with that?
I got Chewbacca about 3 weeks after dating Chandler, but I named him.
So you guys had a bond with that with Star Wars.
Yes, I had an action figure collection that he liked.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Wait, that's it?
I approach briefly.
Sure.
Promise it's gonna take long.
You want to redirect after that? God damn it.
Isn't it true that you're a nerd? Yes. Okay, we're done here.
I knew that fucking Anna was involved in this, by the way. That Star Wars girl out here murdering and eating people. She eats dirt. Why not people? Well, I mean, what a waste of a cross-examination of a key witness, his girlfriend.
I mean, if that's all you got, you just sit down and you say, I got no questions, because that got them nowhere that I can see.
Didn't he love his dog? Wasn't their ice maker broken? So part of the reason, I guess, about the ice maker is that he goes to get ice from the store at one point. That's later. And he has 2 bags of ice.
Okay, so that's not used to be preserving a corpse. That's just him.
That's what I said. I'm like, there's no way 2 like 10 pound, or I think they look like 10-pound bags of ice. There's no way 2 10-pound bags of ice is enough to preserve a corpse, much less 2 corpses. That's not even a hand. Well, it might be a hand, but it's not a body, right? You need a significant amount of ice for a body. Check Twitter DMs for what? What the hell could possibly be so important that I need to check Twitter DMs live? What is it? Uh-oh. Okay. Well, here we go. Okay. This is her, real quick, I guess. This is her. So this is the cast at Madison Area Technical College from Alice in Slasherland. And here she is. This is a terrible picture of her.
Yeah.
She doesn't look like this at all.
She's got her hair swept up to see maximum forehead.
Yeah, and the glasses are bad. It looks like she's lost quite a bit of weight. So there you go. There you go. Zoom in. Oh, God. Here you go, guys. So she looks wildly different on the stand today than in this picture. So very, very interesting. Thank you. I guess that was mildly worth me going to my Twitter to check DMs. Like, look at her there. She looks, I mean, maybe it's the mask. I don't know. But she looks way better on the stand here. Okay.
And she ditched the glasses.
But I guess they're trying to establish that he had a reason to go get ice. Is the idea. But the prosecution is introducing his getting ice as he represented to everybody that he could barely even walk, much less carry anything or do any labor. And yet here he is carrying bags of ice from the Fleet Farm. Which again, these weren't heavy bags of ice, 10, I don't think they were 20-pound bags. Even a weakling like myself could carry 2 10-pound bags of ice and have no issue with it. So even when injured, I could carry 10-pound bags of ice, like after knee surgeries and stuff like that. That's not a big thing.
And this is the stuff I always hear from personal injury lawyers where they're like, you said you hurt your arm, but here you are, getting your mail, and this box is almost a foot across on each side. How could you be doing that? And it's like, because it's not that hard, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
usually when you're hurt, you still do things, and they might hurt because you got to do them.
Yeah, there's the whole reality thing. I had my first knee surgery, and oh God, oh no, hold on, I gotta check to see what's going on. Okay, I'll be right. 1 second, I'll be right back. Sorry.
Sounds good. Oh, it's always a bad sign if you're having more than one knee surgery. Duh. I'm just reading the chat here. Ma'am, don't lower the mask, please. Entertain us. No, not going to drop the N-bomb. Thanks. Yeah, it's the of Rivia thing is I've never actually played the Witcher games, but at some point I'm going to fire up Twitch and give them a try and see what's going on there. When am I moving to the States? Probably not. Could she have cut a deal? Quite possibly. Will I make archery videos with elf ears? Maybe some point. Defense waifu. How different is Canadian law from English law? Quite a bit. Like, we've got a right to remain silent here, which they don't in the UK. From what I've seen, it's they get told, "Hey, listen, if you don't provide a story, then you're going to be on the hook," which basically makes the whole thing kind of no point. Is Viva your BFF? We're on opposite sides of the country. He's in Quebec, so I'm trying to avoid Quebec right now because they've got pretty serious rules there. But how do I maintain my hair? I occasionally wash it. Who won the giveaway? Robbie from Ontario. So hopefully once he's got that, which is going to be, the knife is still in the process of being made. So once that actually gets, made and sent out, then hopefully we'll get pictures as to, as the winner with the knife. So let's just see. Comedy is on fire tonight. Thank you. I'm in Canada and I'm stuck. It's pretty difficult to escape. How do I eat my steak? It really varies on how good the steak is. The better the steak, the less I want it cooked. So my ideal ones are just steaks that are just. I like steak tartare when it's available and when it's good quality. What was the skill testing question? I'd have to dig up. Saskatchewan and Alberta. Oh, somebody's saying time to grift. So check out my channel. It's Runkle of the Bailey. It's mostly Canadian law. So if you're in the States, you probably are not such a huge fan of it. But yeah, that's a... Oh, tell the Edmonton Greyhound cannibal to Nick. I don't know if he might be amused by that one. But somebody's saying show Villia, and I don't know what that is. So I'm guessing that's a Witcher reference, or I'm just tired. Just throwing. Oh yes, one of the Rings of Power. I am tired and slightly intoxicated. Yeah, people saying Canada's terrible. I kind of like a lot of things about Canada.
I had a little one that needed tending.
Oh, no worries. I was just trying to keep people entertained in the absence.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, no worries.
Oh my goodness. Where are we? Okay. You think I poop my pants? No.
Not by accident, anyway.
Yeah, I would do that on purpose. Yeah, if I thought it would make me money, I'd shit all over myself and I'd make a fortune. Sorry,
All
that's
right,
that's
slow
a
your
deep,
roll, Jack Murphy.
it's a deep reference. It's a deep reference. So, no idea what I'm talking about when I say that, guys. Okay, here we go. Back to finishing this up with the redirect. Oh, I don't know why. First of all, I don't get the cross. I thought the cross was pointless, and I don't understand why you redirect after a completely pointless cross.
No, you just leave that to sit, and you just like they got nothing out of it. Like, what's
Yeah.
what's the redirect? Isn't it true your dog is actually named something else? Like,
Yeah. What a waste. Here we go.
You mentioned the Haldersons had a small ice machine in their home.
Yes.
Yes.
How much, when you say small, what do you mean by that? Like, how quickly would it produce ice?
Maybe like about 3 of these wide and maybe 3 stacks. It was not that big, and it created little ice cubes that you would just scoop and put in your drink, and you would have to constantly add water to keep it going.
this case is going to be won or lost on the
July
ice
1st or
machine.
July 2nd. Around that time, you said the Haldersons sometimes would buy ice, though, if they needed more.
Yes.
Around that time, do you know of any reason why Chandler would have needed 20 or more pounds of ice, more than what was able to be produced at the house in that ice maker?
Can you repeat that?
20 pounds of ice
Do you
is
know of any
basically
reason that
no
Chandler,
ice.
For his own purposes, would have needed 20 or more pounds of ice around July 1st this year?
I hate prosecutors.
I feel like the objection should just be to throw a paper plane at him.
Objection, Your Honor. It was 4th of July weekend. He had his girlfriend over and he bought ice. Who the fuck cares?
Not that I can think of, no.
And around that time, you had brought a bag of ice to the house too, right?
Yes.
So there was the ice maker, there was the bag you bought, and then if I ask you, if Chandler had bought 2 more bags, there's a lot of ice in the house around that time.
Yes.
No further questions.
And I'll just note for the record that I think it's
a
fair to say
heat
that
wave,
it
and
was approximately a foot by a
AC
foot
is broken.
cube is what I'm gathering from my angle of view. Any problem with that?
No.
Anything, any dispute with that from the defense?
No.
May this witness be excused?
She's excused.
Well, you're saying it was a
Is she
cubic
released from
foot
her
of
subpoena?
ice?
She's not.
All right, that means, Miss, that you are finished testifying here today, but you're still under the state's subpoena and the defense, if the defense has one, and that you can't discuss your testimony with anyone, and you'll have to wait to find out from the party subpoenaing you when you're released or whether you're being recalled. All right? Thank you so much for your time. You can go ahead and exit. We'll take one more witness.
All right. Well, that's that. Someone said, what was it? How much? They said 20 pounds of ice was a lot or whatever. It's really not. First of all, like that's like a cooler. When we're talking about freezing, preserving a body, 20 pounds of ice is nothing. That's what we're talking about. You have to have a thermal mass sufficient to cool a 180-pound body that is prone to rotting. I mean, well, actually, significantly more than 180 pounds. His parents were not little people. I mean, they weren't huge. His dad wasn't huge. His mom wasn't the thinnest person on the planet. Neither of them
smaller
are
all the time, though.
neither of them are morbidly obese, but I mean, 20 pounds is not sufficient. It's not even close to sufficient to cool and preserve a body. Goodness gracious. Yeah. So anyway, I don't see the point of any of that testimony. I don't think it's that great. I guess the defense is trying to elicit that he had a reason to buy ice, And then the prosecution was really concerned that he might have a reason to buy ice, so they wanted to counter the theory. Prosecution should not be really concerned here, though, because him buying ice or not is irrelevant to the idea that he murdered and chopped up his parents, which they have a really good case on without him buying ice.
Yeah,
or with the
it's
jury.
like you're not going to lose the case on this. Just let it go.
Yeah, that was, and the defense did nothing on that rebuttal or on that that cross. That cross is completely pointless. But I am curious because the judge said a foot cubed of ice. How? That's a cubic foot of ice is 57.2 pounds. That's pretty heavy. Pretty heavy. But yeah. So anyway, that's that. I don't know exactly. Kyan Rennell says, no joke, 99% sure this chick goes by Killer Cat online. Uh-oh. Oh, the ice maker was a cubic foot. Okay. The ice machine was 1 foot by 1 foot. Gotcha. All right. Well, you're forgetting the guy's a moron who tried to eat his parents. Wrong. Succeeded in eating his parents. Please, let's be very clear.
That's about the only success he's had in his life.
Maybe he lied about that too, and it was actually the girlfriend.
That's true.
Yeah. No, I know. I know, by the way, that his interview was played in court. His like hour-and-a-half long police interview, and they go through and they listen to the entire story. This is actually kind of funny. They go through and they listen to his retelling of the story, and at the end they said, "Okay, you've talked to us for like an hour and a half. You've given us 20 written pages of details. I'm going to put a fresh piece of paper in front of you, and you're going to start by telling the truth about what happened now." And then the police are like, "You only have one time to tell the truth, and it's right now." They're using those all of those advanced policery techniques. So that was good.
Oh, I mean, I have a certain appreciation for watching police interviews just because it's like there's techniques and so forth to it. But at the same time, I just kind of go like, ugh, oh, they're doing this one again. And yeah.
I pointed out earlier that I hate prosecutors, and the reason I hate prosecutors is because if he had bought 20 pounds of ice, it was too much ice. If he had bought 5 pounds of ice, it would have been too much. Like, who needs 5 pounds of ice? I mean, all you need is enough for one drink. That's like 6 cubes. He could have just bought the 6 cubes. That's all he needed to buy. Why'd he buy so much ice? If he would have bought 200 pounds of ice, it would have been the wrong amount of ice. There's no correct amount of ice. There's no justification. There's nothing you can do to say that he got the right amount of ice. That's what I hate about prosecutors. We saw it in Rittenhouse and Kim Potter. And Kim Potter, the police issued hollow point 9mm bullet that she's using is the wrong bullet, right? She's hollow point expanding rounds to maximize the depth. It's like, it's literally what they give you at the station to load in your magazine for your Glock, for your service issue Glock.
Yeah, can you imagine what they would have said if she'd brought her own ammunition?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, the department's ammunition just wasn't lethal enough. That's what she's trying to do. Yeah, this is why I don't like prosecutors. No matter what you do, it will never be the correct answer. It will never be good. You will always be blamed. You will always have a bad motive for doing whatever you're doing. And that's how it goes. So it's just the disingenuous nature of how prosecutions work.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of just being a lawyer, but it's still, I would like to see more of just like, okay, yeah, that isn't an issue. Let's move on and actually get to justice, maybe.
Yeah. And someone said, SCFU says, you'd need a goddamn jacuzzi full of ice to keep 2 full-size adult bodies at no stinking temperature. That's an issue with all this is he's got these bodies that 2 bodies, and where'd he, I know he had her bring over peroxide and cleaning solution or whatever because he cut his toe. How much blood did they clean up? Like, because hacksawing through 2 bodies worth of people is not a small amount of blood. Like, this is, I would imagine it would be pretty significant. We're not talking about I stepped on some glass and my toe got cut blood here. We're talking about grisly, there'd be bits of people around. And then where's he putting all this? The only allegation we have is they had 2 freezers downstairs. One's a stand-up freezer and the other one was a chest freezer. Not a giant chest freezer either. I'm pretty sure I have a bigger chest freezer in my garage. And I don't think that chest freezer was big enough for 2 cut up bodies even. So it's like, okay, go
and
ahead.
if the prosecution's saying she's innocent and he says, I need some peroxide because I cut my toe, she's going to bring like a bottle of peroxide, not like, a case or like, it's not going to go very far. Did they swab these, freezers for blood or anything like that?
I don't know yet. We'll have to see. Someone says not if you put them in the tub and drain them. Remember that he apparently shot his dad in the back.
That's
Like
going to
he-
put blood everywhere.
Yeah, with an SKS. I mean, I don't know much about SKS. Of course, there weren't exit wounds on the front. So, I mean, you're still going to get blood splatter, right?
Yeah, it's
but,
still like, if you throw a rock into a puddle, it sprays, right?
Right.
Same kind of principle.
Yeah, it's wild. Anyway, this guy, like, look, I don't disbelieve that this guy killed his parents and chopped them up and ate them, but it's weird how they're not putting on the details they're focused on are strange to me. But
yeah, I mean, the question is, did he do it on his own?
Yeah, that's what I'm suspicious of the girlfriend. I really am. I don't know about the brother yet. The brother testified, I think today. Or maybe
I
it
didn't
was
like her
yesterday,
testimony. I didn't like how she sits there and every time she answers a question, she's got to sit and think about it for an extensive period.
Yeah. Yeah, her pauses are really long. Her mask is really troublesome for me. As a juror, I would have troubles. And here's where the defense should have focused, in my opinion. She encouraged him to lie to his parents. And the prosecution acknowledged that that's what she was doing because they had to. They had to get out ahead of it. And the defense just didn't even bother going back to that segment of her testimony. She encouraged him to lie. She knew. She knew. You encouraged him to lie because you knew he didn't need as much treatment, didn't you? That's why you would tell him to that he had to convince his parents to let him go. Because if you were actually concerned, you just bring him. It wouldn't be a big deal. Everybody would know that he could go over there. But he had to convince his parents about this. And you knew that he had to sell it to them, didn't you? Because that's what you said in your text, isn't it? And you just hammer on the fact that she lied because the jury goes like this. A liar lies. That's how a jury sees a liar. They lie. And so if you can point someone's lie out on the stand, it's always devastating. It always looks bad, even if the lie isn't that important. And they gave you the opportunity. It's her testimony. It's her text. They introduced them. Rip her apart with them.
Yeah, like the defense just doesn't go after her at all. And I mean, what else does the defense have here?
It's not like she's particularly sympathetic here, right? Sympathetic that her ex-boyfriend's parents died. I mean, kind of. It's not like it's her parents. I mean, she broke down on the witness stand 2 times and they weren't that big of breakdowns. So go ahead. She's going to break down. You don't have to deal with this chick with kid gloves. You can go in a little bit on her and expose her lies. because that's all you've got for your defendant. That's all you've got is the fact that someone else is lying.
Yeah.
And
Well, I
that can
mean,
be enough.
How else are they going to explain any of this, right? Like, I don't know what I don't understand their strategy, and there might be a strategy, but
if she's lying about her text messages, then maybe she's lying about who has the phone with the Snapchat location turned on. Like this guy, she knows. So you check on him often? Oh no, you're not checking on him normally. You just randomly decided on these days to turn on the Snapchat filter when he'd be at these weird locations. That's kind of strange. Like, go ahead and lead the jury there, and then let them make the decision that she's a liar about the text messages. Let them build the narrative in their head that that maybe she had something to do with that phone, or she knew about it and she was setting him up or something. I mean, she just happens to be taking all these. Well, it's not weird for you to take screenshots, is it? That's a question they ask. No. Oh, thanks.
I'm wondering if their hands were tied by Chandler, like by the accused here. Like, I'm wondering if he gave directions of, don't go after her. I still love this girl. You gotta, you can't anything towards her. And I mean, if that's the directions he gave his lawyers, then they got to follow him. But, I sure hope he knows what he's doing.
Megan says you're forgetting that the prosecution established that she had an independent relationship with both the parents' activities and interests. Yeah, but I mean, this is still it's an acquaintance dying at the end of the day. It's an acquaintance dying, and the reason I bring it up is if someone's parents or children or brother or husband or wife or whatever die, you have to be very careful going after them as a victim of the crime, because they're a victim when their significant other or direct family member dies. When not even an in-law, because you're not married, your boyfriend's parents die, even if you're friendly with them and you exchange text messages, we're not even in the same ballpark. And you can go after them without looking like an asshole. Make them bring themselves to the crying. You don't badger them until they're weeping openly and then continue to bully them. But I mean, these are simple questions. These are simple questions. You knew you were lying in the text message. You were encouraging him to lie, weren't you? I mean, because you had to be. Oh, no, I wasn't. Oh, you weren't? Then why did you tell him that he had to really sell it to his parents? Well, get that out of her. Get that 30-second pause. Get that 60-second pause. Make her sit there, because your client goes to prison if you don't. I mean, you may not win on this, but
I'm not even all that. I mean, if I'm the defense lawyer, I'm not even all that upset if she starts crying, because then you're just like, you're not crying because you feel bad. You're crying because you're worried. You're crying because you're being caught in a lie. They're not she's not super sympathetic. I don't think anybody on the jury is sitting there going, oh, this is a tragic situation for her. They're sitting there going, she's kind of like, she comes off sketchy. And so if you can say, hey, you're crying because you're upset that you've been caught in these lies. You're crying because, you're worried about what the jury's thinking. I think you can play with that too. I don't, you don't necessarily want to intentionally make a witness cry, but if she does, it's not the end of the world here.
Yeah. Again, this isn't a 16-year-old whose parents have been murdered, or who's been assaulted or something like that. This is an adult woman who's been in a long-term relationship. She Snapchats nudes to her boyfriend. They go over to have, they have sex while his parents are out of town, all this stuff. They've established that this is a relatively normal adult female in an adult relationship. You have the opportunity to go after them. You don't want to be a bully, but you're not being a bully just by asking some tough questions. And if you ask questions that are only mildly tough and she starts breaking down every time you do, the jury sees that too. And again, this is your only chance, is to go after these witnesses. The alternative is your client goes to prison forever. Cause he ain't getting out.
Yeah.
He's not getting out on this one.
I mean, just going to the parole board and they're like, so, apparently you eat people. Oh, and I guess apparently is a bit of a pun. So, they're not going to let you out.
Contrarian 420 says, lol, Nick saying prosecutors are sleazy while he concepts this nonsense to smear an innocent girl. How do you know she's innocent? Like, do you honestly believe this girl had no idea that this guy was lying to his parents about all of his job prospects, about all of his school, that this girl she screenshots everything. When he doesn't text her back in 3 minutes, she's asked if he's okay. That this girl does not know so much more about this guy than she's letting on. They're mutually masturbating in showers, sending on Snapchat, right? With each other, and she thinks he can't walk and can't carry a bag of ice. Come on, man. Stop it. This chick knows, even if she didn't kill anybody, she knows way more about this guy and his lies than she's letting on. And that much is obvious. Maybe she believed the SpaceX thing. Maybe she believed that. But I don't think that she's under any illusions that this guy's a liar.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in her head, honestly. She's really hard to read, and that worries me.
Yeah.
And
so
I don't
just
like it when a witness takes 10 seconds to answer a question. Like, that's weird.
And again, remember, it's your job not to accuse the girl. You're not convicting her. She's not getting prosecuted, by the way. You can make an entire case that this girl did it, and the prosecutor is likely, I would think it's possible the prosecutor's not even able to prosecute her at this point in time, because I think the prosecutor very possibly made some sort of deal with her for cooperation. I don't know if that has happened, but he might have at least alluded to it, to the point where if she hired a competent attorney, they could make that. I mean, they had to get this testimony out of her. They had to go ahead and put her on the stand, ask her about all her communications with this guy that frankly don't make her look super innocent, and then tell the jury that she's super innocent, though. They made a point to tell her that. I think at this point, you can assume that it's possible that they're not going to prosecute her under any circumstances. So now what you have to do, it's your job, it's your obligation as a defense attorney to present the jury with doubt. That means that you show them a 5% chance that this girl killed the parents and that that's reasonable, or that she participated in it, or that she urged him to do it, and you might get a not guilty. That's your job at that point, is to figure that out.
And are they not allowed to inquire as to whether or not she made any deals?
They are allowed to inquire about it.
Because I was kind of expecting to see that in the cross-examination.
Yeah, I would think so. So you had conversations with the prosecutor about this, right? It's not her lawyer. She can ask. They can ask anything about conversations with the prosecutor. You had, unless her lawyer was present. I don't even know if she's represented. I mean, she might be. She might not be. If she's not, it's less likely they have a deal made up. But if she is represented, she might. Who knows? I'm gonna do super chats now. By the way, you're welcome to stay for super chats, but I wanted to let you know, just in case it is really late, if you wanted to peace out at any time, just let me know, and you certainly, I'll give you a minute to say anything you want to say.
But, I'll stick around for at least a little bit. If I got a book, I'll book.
Yeah. Just let me know, and we'll give you a nice warm send off. Okay, Great US says, clarification about Massey. OP was this. The one you opened up needed to be read. Oh, okay. So he all of his, I guess everybody had long guns in the original picture, and they photoshopped them to have stringed instruments. Got it. Great US says, Houston mother charged after stuffing COVID positive 13-year-old child in trunk of car to present herself from getting exposed to the virus. Yeah, she was at some sort of checkpoint, and they heard the kid in the trunk. The kid was unharmed, thank God for that. But people are insane, man. Tato Chip says, I'm about to finish this comp sci, and I barely know how this works in regards to the cell phones. Malik Foxton says, really hard to tell if she's fake crying or not with that diaper on her face. If I were the jury, I'd have a huge problem with not being able to gauge her expressions when she talks. Not because of COVID or anything, but I'm predisposed to distrust most people who cover their face if they aren't fictional. Yeah. I mean, it's a big problem. The whole point of being, you could just, if you didn't need to see someone's face as a jury, they would just remove the jury from the courtroom. Like, there's no reason to have a jury in the courtroom other than for them to experience the witnesses in person. In fact, it'd be much more convenient if they just had a video feed to the jury room and had them sitting there, and then they would cut it off for any sort of sidebar things. It's way faster, way more efficient. The jury has less chance of being doxxed or exposed by the media. You could do all sorts of stuff. But having the jury in the room is something that the attorneys get to gauge the jury's reactions, and they get to react directly to witnesses. And in this one, they're not exposed to the witness in the same way. It's very weird.
Like, just put her in a bubble if that's what's required.
Yeah.
Like the big cone of silence from the old Get Smart.
John Page says, I tried Lagavulin for the first time tonight. Still prefer bourbon, but that's a spicy scotch. Wife hated it. Look, my experience with women is they tend to drink liquor too fast. They're not like, I don't know if they're like woo girls or whatever, but until they learn to slow down with liquor, because if you're not used to, and guys do it too, but if you're not used to sipping on a whiskey, your idea is to put the tequila to the back of your throat as fast as possible. But you got to get her to slow down, smell it, sip it, let it linger, swallow it. Those are all what she said. Okay, look,
Yeah,
it wasn't
like not touching.
Smell it, sip it, let it linger, swallow it. It's fine. It's fine. You know what I mean, okay? Katie says sexist, lol. No, I'm not saying all women are that way. I said my experience with women is that they drink too fast, and guys who don't drink whiskey drink too fast too. In my experience, because with vodka, you're not sitting there like, I mean, I am because I'm stupid. But you're not sitting there sipping little bits of vodka. You're putting it down or you're mixing it in. So
yeah, and a lot of the girly drinks are sort of meant to be drank fairly quickly. They're, really super sweet. Whereas, if you just chug a whiskey, you're going to have a real hard time.
Yeah, it's because guys invented many of these drinks for the purposes of having women drink them quickly. Like, let's be honest here about what's going on, how this developed. But no, sipping whiskey is a practice, and if you don't have that practice, you're not gonna like a Lagavulin. If you pick it up and just go, it's gonna be burning. It's gonna cough. You're gonna cough. It's gonna be nasty. Don't do it. Gotta slow her down. JP says, I wonder if the kid who cut up his parents will try to claim self-defense. Emphasize, thanks for the donation. Aaron says, Andrew got my sub today when he and Nate the lawyer went back and forth on, oh wait, Nate talked over Andrew over and over again. Have been watching since Kyle, not a member, but heart you, Nick. You don't have to be a member, but I know you're a subscriber because you sent a chat, so thank you. Jordan LePage says Arctic Cat or Polaris. Dude, I don't know. I'll go with I'm gonna get this wrong. I'll go with Polaris. I don't know what the right Minnesota answer is. I don't do, guys, I try and avoid being outside in the negative temperatures at all costs. Bogey 34 says, hey Nick, random question. How do you react to a DUI checkpoint if you're sober / anything above sober? Not legal advice, of course. It depends what you want to do that night.
If you want free accommodation, there's all sorts of things you can say to those cops.
Yeah. Personally, it depends on the state, heavily depends on the state. But in many states, those DUI checkpoints can only do basically the driver equivalent of a Terry stop, which means they can basically slow you down, have you stop briefly, and do a sort of an investigative assessment, which means in many states you don't even have to roll down your window. You could merely hold up your driver's license or whatever to the thing, and unless they have some reason to pull you over, their seizure view is unjustified. So typically you may not have to do anything. And certainly I would tend to suggest that people not submit to field sobriety tests, because even if you haven't drank anything, you can fail a field sobriety test and be determined to be intoxicated. So, but you got to talk to a lawyer in your area, because those checks are going to get what you can do specifically is going to be state specific at those checkpoints. So,
And if you're here in Canada, they could demand a breath sample just because you happen to exist.
yeah, Canada's a whole different story.
You can actually be convicted of impaired driving for drinking after you drive here. It's really gotten messed up.
Yeah, well, I learned in Canada a long time ago. Gosh, it would have been like 11 years ago now. That you can get speeding tickets without getting pulled over.
Yep, photo radar.
Yeah, those are nasty. I don't like those at all. I disagree with that.
They've actually eliminated. You can't have a trial now for a traffic ticket unless you pay money for it, and it's not actually a trial; it's a administrative hearing. And this is just here in Alberta, but it's going to expand. But you have to pay money to fight it, and like you can't even cross-examine the officer. So his written statement goes in as if it's under oath, and it's not actually, he doesn't have to swear, so he can't be convicted on perjury or anything like that. And you can't cross-examine, you can't anything. They basically eliminated the notion of innocent before proven guilty on traffic tickets here in Alberta, and they want to expand it to all provincial offenses. So hunting offenses, all sorts of stuff. It's going to be messed up.
Wild.
Yeah.
Now, and that's in Alberta. That's like the quote unquote based part of Canada, right? Like that's Canada's Texas.
Well, what really comes down to is they make some millions of dollars off traffic enforcement, and they decided that people running trials cost them too much money. It's getting in the way of that. And so if we just cut out the whole right to a fair trial thing, we can just maximize our profit. It's really getting to a policing for profit model, and it's messed up. So I'm not a fan.
Danette says, heard there's a resolution in the Dominic Black case. Don't want to spoil anything, but just a heads up if this is new. Thanks, Ricada. Yep, we talked about it earlier. He's pleading to a misdemeanor rather than a felony. It's not the outcome people want necessarily, because frankly, the charges should be dismissed. That's the proper outcome, in my opinion. However, if you are a person charged with 2 felonies that would involve multiple years in prison, you take a misdemeanor with no jail time every day. I mean, every single day. And that sucks, because that's the system and that perpetuates the system. But at some point you got to think about you. And do you want to have a bogus, woke jury angry at the Rittenhouse decision, for example, that then convicts you instead for providing that gun? Like if Dominic Black draws any bad jurors, he goes to prison for Kyle's crimes, the alleged crimes, the crimes in the mind of some crazy juror who lies to get on the jury. No thanks. I'll take that misdemeanor every time.
Oh, absolutely. I'd take that misdemeanor if I was facing his charges, and I've never even been to the state.
Right. Yep. Let's see. Tom Grawl says, not till today, and hearing the words out of those liberal judges, did I understand why it's important to put originality on the court. By the way, what is your favorite bourbon? Mine is Bardstown Bourbon Discovery Series. I don't really have a favorite bourbon. I like bourbons, but I don't have a favorite of mine. I have some ryes that I would prefer. Right now, ryes are kind of my favorite drink, but I like Calumet Farms bourbon. I hear Willet bourbon's good, but I've only had their rye, and their rye is actually not good. So take that for what it is. But Calumet Farms, I guess Angel's Envy makes a good bourbon. Duke bourbon is good. The John Wayne bourbon. Yeah. So I'm sure there are good bourbons out there. I just haven't had too much exposure to them. Mr. Brownstone says random since it's a summary stream, but any hot takes on Prince Andrew case, Prince Andrew case, and then asking Mr. Bronca. Bronca's not here. I don't have any hot takes on Prince Andrew really, other than looks like that guy had sex with a minor and should probably go to prison forever. Because it's covered up and he's an elite, and I have no time for elites covering up their heinous crimes. Do you have any hot takes on Prince Andrew?
I mean, Canada's technically a monarchy, so maybe this is time to think about that because, I mean, right now the Queen is popular because she doesn't really do anything offensive. She sits there, but it'll be really interesting to see what happens when she, finally passes on. And I mean, assuming that he's done if he's done a tenth of the things people have said he's done, we don't want to be tied to that at all. So I guess that's my hot take.
Someone saying she was of age. I was under the impression she was underage. If she's of age, I guess fine. I guess I don't care at that point. But I'm not 100% sure she was of age. I don't know enough about it, I guess. But my understanding was that she was not of age, and if that's the case, then go away. Like it's not, go away forever on that one. Howdy Doodly Champion, the Diddly Doodler says, it's amazing what you can get away with if you have decent feet pics. Have you tried doing that, Nick or Andrew? No. No. Mike Cuckold says, free Tyrone DeQuarius Floyd. Hola Kyle says, what would happen if the cops witness unrelated crime, e.g. growing weed, during their SWAT search? You're getting charged with the crime. That's how it goes. Tom Grawl says, I have all the ones you mentioned. If you're ever in the Louisville area, let me know and you can raid my bar. Oh my gosh, I'm stupid. No, I do have a favorite bourbon. I can't get it anywhere near me. 12-year peg leg porker bourbon. There you go. You can get it in Nashville. If you're in Louisville, you might be able to get it somewhere around you, but they have it in Nashville, and it's a oh, sorry. I thought one of my doors opened. It's a phenomenal bourbon. Also, they have good barbecue at the restaurant too. Peg leg porker, 12-year. I hear they have a 15-year, and it costs like $1,000 for a bottle. But I've never seen it. So, but yeah, if a cops witness an unrelated crime, plain view doctrine, they can charge you with it if they want to.
I always wonder about like the $1,000 scotches and so forth that you see at some liquor stores. And I'm just like, yeah, if I ever go and find out I've got, terminal cancer or whatever, I might walk in and just be like, that. I'll take that.
Justin R says, I can't wait to hear Drunken Bronca's comments about the Snapchat girl's testimony. Well, we didn't get to that with him, but that's probably for the better. Howdy Doodly Champion, the Diddly Doodler says, counteroffer, take the misdemeanor and get Binger to agree to live stream all of his cases for 2 years. Azrael Bain says, what happened with the Seattle thing? Still secret. Also, when are you going to sell those whiskey glasses? I don't know what the status on the Seattle thing is. I have not gotten an update. I would love to have an update on it. It'd be good, but I haven't heard anything lately. I'll check in on it. Becky Maynor, welcome to Paralegal Status. Sport Nugget says, based on that text, I'm pretty sure I'm guilty of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Also, love Andrew as unofficial second chair. 1337 Bald Eagle, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Spec says, you can afford a $700,000 house with insurance, with an insurance payoff, just saying. Mike Huckold says, please check out Tyrone DeQuarius Floyd's GoFundMe. He has $775,000 bail and is completely innocent, a gentle giant and a passionate bull. Phoenix Lord Asserman says, Runkle, Just finished your Alec Minassian videos, and they were very good. During the interrogation video, he alluded to another attack. Did anything ever happen with that, or was it just 4chan talk?
I think that was just 4chan talk. There was so Manassian was this incel who rented a vehicle and then ran over a bunch of people. So he then goes and gives this long rambling interview with the police, which is of course a terrible idea. And some of the stuff he says seems to be talking himself up, and yeah, he's going to be in a box for the rest of his life, and that is where he belongs. So,
well, good. I mean, if he's supposed to go, then he needs to go. Clint Folsom says Peg Leg Porker has a 12-year at Modern Liquors for $175.99. It's a little bit more than I paid for the 12-year when I was there last, but I don't know how many batches they've done. And so I do think that the bottle prices keep getting older. They typically do an 8-year, also a good bourbon. The 12-year it's just a little bit smoother. Sharon Young, no, we talked about the SCOTUS thing right at the beginning. We talked about it at the very beginning from a fundamental liberty perspective. So here, let me summarize the SCOTUS vax thing. They argued about it. It looks like it's going to be a 5-4 split with conservatives unless one of them crosses the lines. The conservative justices all seemed against both mandates from OSHA and from CMS. The liberal justices all seemed for the mandates and actually would advocate further mandates. And Justice Roberts seems like a giant fucking cuck. So there you go. That's the breakdown of the SCOTUS arguments. It was nothing super unexpected. Breyer and Kagan and Sotomayor honestly made up statistics on the fly to suit their arguments. They wanted to stay as far away from the actual question in both of these cases. Does OSHA or CMS have the power to mandate vaccines broadly without particularized solutions for various areas or various institutions? In OSHA, there's a difference between being a landscaping company where you go into the office for 15 minutes a day. That's a vax mandate, by the way, even though the rest of your day is outside. And there's a significant difference between that worker and a worker who's on a factory assembly line, shoulder to shoulder with a bunch of people. Those have different factors, and therefore maybe they should have different requirements. But under this mandate, they don't. That's because the mandate isn't about regulating the workplace. It's about regulating the virus and just having the only avenue that they can do it be the workplace. That's the question that they have to answer. The justices have to determine if OSHA is expansive enough for that. It has never been done before. The state's attorney, the solicitor general or whatever of the United States who made the arguments, she seemed to suggest that Congress contemplated vaccines when they mention immunizations in the context of religious exemption in one word in the entire OSHA Act. Immunizations comes up one time, and they said, therefore, Congress contemplated that they could mandate immunizations. It's a complete misrepresentation of the statute. She should probably be disbarred, but she already should have been disbarred because she's a government attorney, and government attorneys are terrible people. There, summarized the whole thing for you. We don't have an answer. We'll probably have an answer by this weekend. There
Supreme Court never splits 5-4, does it?
Only when it matters. Okay, here we go. Suburban Ute says, remember when I sent you a $200 bottle of White and McKay? Yes. We had a vid chat and you turned out to be not as racist as I am. Lamau, happy to see your success. God is good. Suburban Ute, I do remember that White and McKay. That was actually a very, very good bottle of whiskey, which I appreciated very much. Thank you. Gosh, that was like 3 years ago. Giant Mess says, how do you think the Zeminski case might go if the same prosecutors are doing it? Do you think they will push as hard on them? I would not be surprised to have the Zeminski case dropped. I would not be surprised at all to see that case go away.
The thing is, I could either see it being dropped or I could see Binger coming in with, we got to go full bore, because he might be one of these guys who just goes 100% on everything.
He might be. The interesting thing is, if I'm Zeminski's attorney, I'm going after that interview that Binger had with Nathan DeBruin, where he basically asked Nathan DeBruin if he could identify Zeminski. He says no. He shows him a picture of Zeminski, identifies Zeminski to him, and then goes back and says, "Do you want to change your statement now? Can you identify this person?" I mean, I hammer on that as extremely improper.
I mean, that should never have happened. Like,
but yeah.
If you
So
weren't
I
a
mean,
prosecutor and did that, they'd be charging you.
yes, yeah. If you did that as a defense attorney, you would be facing disbarment or at least a suspension. You can't do that, or a civil attorney. Yeah. So we'll see. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with Zeminski, but I hope it's televised. True Anonymous Shabbat Bad Pressure Bad Calf Care says, check out the Joel Guy Jr. case. Chopping up your parents is popular these days. Another freeloader. Johnny Arbor 007 says, Baytown, about 5 years ago, man shoots 3 criminals defending his neighbor's house, killed 2, I think, but the last one was shot from behind in the street. Lol. Suburban Ute says, I got guns. They said I could win. Does that mean I don't have to weld a shield around my dozer? Look, I think legal advice is that everybody should have their own killdozer, just in case. Tara Rayner says her website has the full video, millennialmillie.com. They have tunnel maps. State and NSA department employees are on this too. OKC Rebel says, update your knowledge of Oklahoma laws at Law of Self-Defense. Kara Papa says, I'm imagining the prosecution during jury selection for a dog shooting case, asking every potential juror, have you ever seen the movie John Wick? Sticks and Stone says, thought experiment, that Council of Soy planning and executing a takeover of the Texas state capitol. What's the other over under on total party kill? Don't. Texas marshals will just shoot you. C. Neal says Governor Perry used deadly force to save dog while governor. Rick Perry? Really? That's interesting. In Texas, man, you can do that. Tara Rayner says she has it on YouTube. Sent it to your Facebook DM. Thank you. Voice of a Free America says Tim Pool was Matt from Tinder. Ooh. Zombie Shoot says, I want to see Trump run and win in 24 even more, just to see these guys try this coup stuff again. Jail them like the January 6 people and fire every Fed employee. Kalinar says, hey, Nick, Jagatai went up for pre-order today. It arrives on my birthday. What's your headwear? Love the band. Where's your headwear? Love the Bandai Battle Brother and back there. Wait, Jagatai. What do you mean Jagatai went up for pre-order today? Are you talking about the model, the Jagatai model? That's awesome. My headwear is upstairs in my closet where I keep my hats. But yes, I did get the White Scar Battle Brother. Thank you. WA says, in Canada or the US, can you shoot at livestock rustlers? Depends on the state.
And here, almost certainly no.
In Texas, yes. Maybe in like Wyoming you could, but I don't think so. I think Texas is the only one that allows you to use deadly force for property, and livestock is still property. I mean, I know who Jagatai Khan is as the White Scars Primarch, but I assume they mean the mini. I got nervous. Okay, my heart started fluttering because I thought there was a book and I missed the pre-order. All right, that just please understand my neuroses. JH says, any college boys? Not applicable says she could have just bought a Billows. Poopy says 90 days is the length of time on a K1 visa for your fiance or fiancés after fiance after they come to the USA. Okay. Eldritch Blasted says LawTube plus Matsuri should happen, especially Bronca. Tara Rayner says the F goes through your mind to jar farts. Hey, my last fart smells like it could be a lucrative business endeavor. I'll jar them and name them Dutchy.
I mean,
Gross.
$38,000 a week, you do a lot of things.
Yeah, that's a lot of change, man. I'd eat deviled eggs every day.
You know
If
what?
someone made them.
I might even respect Jack Murphy if he was making 38 grand a week doing that.
He'd have to sell him as his wife's farts, I think.
I still
They'd
don't
be
understand
his.
that whole. Oh, that's such a such
you
a
want me to-
weird drama.
Do we want to get into questions about it? Should we talk about it a little bit? About the Jack thing? I've seen too much. I've seen the depths, Runkle.
Interesting choice of words there.
Oh, they were intentional.
Has Tim Pool come out with an official comment on that?
Not an official comment, no. I believe Wednesday would have normally been a Jack Murphy appearance, and he was not there. Now, there's a lot of different things that could have caused that, but he has been very, very hesitant. He has not been answering super chats on it. He's been making people mad. But Tim Pool did just get swatted, and that kind of changed some people's attention for at least a little bit. And so,
Was it Jack Murphy swatting him, or
there's some speculation, but no one really knows. No one really knows. PG says, have you seen the balcony photo? What balcony photo are we talking about? Oh, yeah, that wasn't a photo. It was a video. I saw him flopping that thing around. No, thank you. I don't want to see. I keep getting tagged on Twitter, and I like look, and I'm like, oh, God, it's a penis every single time. Ugh. Whew. Yeah, no, I'm the Jack Murphy stuff it's a little wild. Again, the problem is not what he's doing. I mean, that's his own problem to deal with. That's your own relationship issue, and I don't care.
it's the dishonesty in his own standards. Like that's like if the guy had just come out and said, "Yeah, hey, I did some stuff. That's what I'm into." I'd be like, "All right, I guess that's what he's into."
And then everybody would know that that's what he's into, and they'd be able to evaluate if they want to take his advice, which is that's how life coaches work. Is you get an assessment of the person, you say this person can help me or they can't. And that's that. I think that Jack was very, very scared that the words that he wrote, which I think he actually still believes, because he's not actually taken a denial position or a position that he lives his life in a different way than what he used to live. He says he doesn't say those things anymore. He's very specific on all of that. I don't talk like that. You've never heard me say that. Why haven't you heard me say that? It's like, well, I don't know. Why haven't you been saying it? Just answer that question for me, and maybe we can move from there. But I have a feeling personally that he believes that open relationships and this, the openness of sexual exploration, even with the public. That's, by the way, that's where I draw the line. Whatever you want to do with your wife, guys, I mean, I guess go ahead. But I think he thought that those things would damage his brand. And so he didn't talk about them. He tried to scrub them from the internet. And when they came up, he tried to just equivocate and dodge the question. That's the read that I got, because I don't think he's comfortable saying that he doesn't believe in those things, because then he might have to answer to the wife, right? Wait, this has been the predicate of our relationship for X amount of time. Now you're telling me you don't approve of it? What, you do not approve of me? It's like, that's a different mess. So
yeah, and I mean, I don't care to get into his whole, like, that's between him and his wife, and I guess whoever else they're bringing into it. But like, to me, that's never been the issue. The issue is he's got all these people that he's selling this line of stuff to, and it's been a fraud from day one.
Yes.
So, like,
yeah, I think what's crazy is the other stuff that's come out. Like the fact that, I mean, the Chatterbait stuff that he explained as we were too broke. It's like, but wait, you're selling a program on financial success and business success and networking, but you were too broke in 2018. You were so broke in 2018, you had to do porn.
Yeah.
Like,
it's like maybe you're not so financially successful as all that. And I mean, he also had that one article that he was writing about feminists that I was like, oh crap, maybe you should actually be in jail.
the interesting thing about it is there is significant evidence to suggest that not feminists necessarily, but just women in general, that the rape fantasy is one of the more prevalent fantasies that women have. And you know that but you don't write that down as a school administrator if you want to keep your job. I
Well,
mean, frankly.
And if he discussed it in like this academic sense of like, let's talk about fantasies people have.
Right.
Okay, cool. There's plenty of ways to write that. He didn't pick those ways. What he picked basically comes off as an advocation for criminal activity. And I'm like, okay. Yeah. And
yeah, and by the way, guys, some of that data comes from places like Pornhub, when they have self-identifying female users and they analyze their searches, they find that violent pornography or rape fantasy pornographies are very, very popular amongst women. I mean, I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying there's evidence to support that conclusion. This wasn't academically done, right? This is not a guy qualified to talk about those sorts of things. And he's not doing it in a setting where it's professional. And again, I think people should be able to say whatever they want. I don't know that this should impact his employment, but when you're going to publicly write things like that, you should maybe think about how it will impact you. But he's writing this stuff at a time when he's on the left and he thinks he's immune from this type of scrutiny. And then he found out that he wasn't. So
how any school teacher thinks that it's like, I'm sorry, you're going to lose your job. Like, nobody's going to trust you around their kids after that.
Yeah, correct. And someone said 50 Shades of Grey was a bestseller for a reason. And by the way, 50 Shades of Grey is a male rape story. If you think that Anastasia is not in power throughout the entire book, I will humbly suggest that you haven't read it. It is a female power fantasy, 100%. Humble little journalism student Anastasia seduces and controls and literally upends the entire life of ultra successful, super sex dominant billionaire Christian Grey. I mean, that's the story. So it's not a story about BDSM or anything. The BDSM community hates the story of 50 Shades of Grey. It's entirely a women power story. And it's kind of interesting when you read it from that perspective, but that's what it is. That's
I will
the whole
freely admit to not having read it.
So I read it and wrote a book review on it because I was reading so many like Christian pastors or whatever coming out talking about how 50 Shades of Grey was the devil. And I was like, it doesn't sound like they've actually read this book, but I don't know that until I go and read it myself. So I read it this is back when I had time to read. And it's a terribly written book. The technical ability of the writer is garbage. They should have hired an editor. But there's some interesting themes in there that are passable, but it sold 100 million copies.
I was gonna say, when you said they should have hired an editor, I'm like, they sold a ton of copies, so maybe not.
So they shouldn't have hired an editor, because if they had hired an editor, it would have sold like 8,000 copies just to every Barnes and Noble store ever, and that's it. And then they wouldn't have sold any. But because it was garbage and it was dime store, but it was billed and promoted by a big publisher at the right time in the right way, they made millions of dollars on it. And congratulations to them for giving women a bunch of bait material. Jordan LePage says, "What if I protect myself in my house and take a little nibble after?" Look, a follow-up nibble after self-defense is not recommended.
It'll
Not
make
recommended.
it really hard to sell the self-defense argument.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see.
Like, don't even lick your fingers, man.
Right. Stephen Coover says Attorney Tom will probably be there for if the AC fails. Andrew Simmons says, unless you are very well trained and experienced, violent encounters will have the possibility of death, With all the legal and mental repercussions that apply, most experts will walk away if they can. I'll take it a step further. Even if you're very well trained and experienced, dude, puncher's chance is a real thing. You can get a very inexperienced person, catch you right on the button, and you fall and hit your head on a cement block, and you're dead. You're done forever.
You don't know that you're not walking around with an aneurysm right now, where somebody gives you a decent tap on the head and you just gone. Like that could be you. And and the other thing is that could be the other guy that's beaking off at you at a bar. That guy who's going, oh, whatever else. And you're like, you know what? I've lost my temper. I'm going to take the first swing. I'm going to clock this guy, and he's dead before he hits the ground. And now you're eating a manslaughter charge because you've just, you took the first swing and you're just like, well, crap.
In Minnesota, you're eating a murder 2 charge.
Yeah.
Because in Minnesota, that's that your decision to assault someone is a predicate felony. Not in every state, but in Minnesota, that's murder 2. That's 40 years that you're going to prison for in that case. Yeah. I mean, you don't want that. You don't want that because you got in a bar fight.
Was that guy a big enough jerk to be worth 40 years of your life? I mean, let's say, if you're in the prime of your life, you're going to be coming out at 60, if you went in at 20, all of your good years are gone, and you're going to be sitting there going, I got to find work at 60 with no skills.
Yeah.
You're going to be living in a shoebox on government,
selling meth.
Yeah. At 60.
Matt from Tinder says, Runkle, if I send you a 75-pound traditional English longbow, will you make archery videos?
I would make that trade.
That sounds like a winner to me.
I would probably suck at it, but hey, my email address is in my about page if you want to figure out how to send me a longbow.
Matt from Tinder, just make Jack pay for it. Tall Skinny Geek says, who will steal the video and cut together a compilation of every single time Bronca says the word defense? defense. Just a billion of them. Adam Keeney says, 4 doors more Sotomayors. No. Bad Dragonite says, in the words of Mr. Miyagi, the best way to win fight is no be there. David A. Hamilton says, Bronca, do you know of / have opinions of at armed attorneys? I've never heard of them. Have you heard of armed attorneys?
I haven't.
Okay.
I'll have to have a look, but I'm always sort of wary because there's plenty of people out there who say, hey, we're interested in firearms or whatever else, at least here in Canada, who don't know what they're talking about, but I can't say one way or another. So I'll have to check them out, and then I can maybe have some intelligent comments other than just.
Yeah, I've never heard of them. I get the impression it's on Twitter because it's the @ armed attorneys, all one word. Squizgar says Texas barbecue is good, but the best barbecue is North Carolina vinegar-based barbecue pork. Wrong. Objectively wrong. Terrible. Oh my God. Tor Theo says, reminder to take a look at the Tucker and Ted Cruz video. It's really late. I'm not going to do that tonight, but we've got time. Nicole Steiner says, you should get Kent Black. He was an attorney of Black's Barbecue on your show. He is awesome. I used to do marketing stuff for them. Well, Nicole, do you have a way to get me a warm handoff? I would talk law and barbecue with that guy forever. I love Black's Barbecue. It's one of my favorite places to go when I'm in the Austin area. Well, Lockhart, and the beef long rib is. I mean, you just can't. If you haven't had a barbecued beef long rib, you have not had barbecue, and it will bring a tear. Except you'll suck it back in because you're a man. Bob Pivel says, according to chemistry, alcohol is a solution. Now explain ye both your most favorite live concert. Much obliged. What's your favorite live concert you've been to?
I actually, and this is probably going to annoy a bunch of people, I went and saw Rasputina, and they were fantastic.
Who the hell is Rasputina?
They do sort of gothy, yeah. I don't really know how to describe it, but
is it metal?
Kind of not. It's but it was kind of this weird, like, small show, and the guy who opened up was terrible. and like laughably terrible. He actually brought out, there were these little crows attached to the mic, these like stuffed crows.
Okay.
And we thought that it was a little cheesy, even for Rasputina, which is, again, a goth kind of thing. And yeah, cello metal, I guess, is how people are describing it. And we were
Word.
sitting there going, that's a little much. And this guy comes out, does this horrible kind of beatboxy thing. And afterwards, Rasputina comes out, and the first thing they say is like, get these crows off our stage. I was just like, oh my God, it was that guy. Like, he brought the crows. It was just this weird moment. But yeah, no, that was fantastic. And they're one of these bands that's just so much better live, just because they're playing with string instruments. And string instruments are really hard to capture on on a recording. So
yeah, because when you play a string, like a bowed string instrument or whatever, you have the resonance of the other which is strings. Like when you're playing the A string or whatever, the other strings are resonating with it, and it provides this warm background, sort of almost harmony to the notes. And that doesn't get picked up, especially on like digital reproductions. Analog has a little bit of that warmth, but no, that's great. I've seen some really good live shows. I don't know what my favorite one is. One of my favorites was I went to Rob Zombie.
Oh, nice.
It was a Dragula tour, and the opening act for Rob Zombie was Monster Magnet, who I never liked at all. And they came out drunk, and someone threw a beer bottle and hit the guy in the head, and they left the stage. They got booed off the stage. They were so bad. That was great. That needed to happen more often. And then another one, I went to a Stone Temple Pilots concert. They're my go-to favorite band. Went to Stone Temple Pilots, and it was one of the times that Scott Weiland I went to like 3 of them, but this one was when he was sober. And someone threw a bottle on stage for him, and he challenged the audience. He says, if someone brings me that guy's hair, whoever threw the bottle, you get to ride on our van tonight. And I just imagine the shitty day that guy had after that. That was good. But yeah,
I like the putting a bounty out on his hair specifically.
Yeah. Ugh. Scott Weiland was a dude who you feel bad wishing that he would get back on his drug addiction because he made better music while on heroin. It's really unfortunate. But yeah, R.I.P. to Scott Weiland. I used to go to a ton of concerts. I don't anymore. I went to Pentatonics. Are you familiar with them? They won that.
No.
They won one of those a cappella competitions, but it's 5 people. But that show was garbage because everybody in the crowd is singing. I'm like, it's an a cappella competition. We're not here for y'all.
Yeah.
Or an a cappella show. But there was one song in particular where the beatboxer, Kevin, he played cello while beatboxing. And it was so different from all their other stuff. It was phenomenal. Like that was a great moment in the show. But anyway, I'm rambling now.
I also, I see Mother occasionally when they come into town in Edmonton. And I kind of, so when I was baby lawyer, articling student, I'm going off to my first ever trial, and I am terrified. And because, it's your first trial, you don't know what the hell you're doing. And I'm just listening to the radio as I go. And as I'm going, the song Wrecking Ball comes on.
And Miley Cyrus Wrecking Ball?
No,
Mother
Wrecking Ball.
Okay.
And I was just like, and by the time that song was done, I was feeling a little bit better about things, and I was feeling kind of into it so I always love hearing that song. So I always go check them out when they're in town and hope they play it. So
Drawpin says, you trying to talk shop, buddy. You know about strings, do you? Look, I know the difference between recording my kids playing violin and listening to my kids play violin live. That's what I know. And I also know how sitars work. But that's the extent of it. I'm not an expert, but there's certainly a different quality to strings live versus strings that are recorded. What was I gonna say? Damn it. I had one other concert story and now it's gone.
The
Oh, wait,
others-
no. I
Oh.
saw Kevin Costner's band live.
He has a band?
It's beautiful.
The really sad thing is that Mother pledged that they were never coming back to Canada because apparently at the border they had all this merch and it all got seized.
Oh,
and that's how a band makes their money, right? So yeah, they basically said we're never coming back to Canada for anything, and I was just like,
Yeah, speaking of strings, by the way, Kevin Costner's violinist is so much better than the rest of the band that it's embarrassing. He's like, that guy carried the show. Kevin Costner's voice couldn't carry shit. Kevin speaks on it, says, Nick, been sub watching since Kyle trial. Your Zoom name for night stream should be Drunken Law. Lastly, doesn't this girlfriend seem 10 mentally to you? Pause. Yeah, she doesn't seem all there. Death Trout says Robert Picton owned a club where Nickelback played early in their career. Reagan Virostek says if I was expecting a windfall from inheritance, looking at a $700,000 house could make sense. Tracy 3 says his school and work were all virtual, supposedly. Tracy 3 says there were a few that kept masks on. Contrarian 420 says, please support my GoFundMe to get Chandler's job at Tesla back after he is cleared from these false charges. The parents went to a cabin innocent. Extreme EDC says Tim Pool's swatting brought this up. Can evidence from swatting unrelated to the call be used for an unrelated charge? Yes. Tamara Holloway says, just told it'd be $6,000 for furnace, cleaned it and decided to just ride until it dies since it's quote working now. Tamara, here's what you do. This isn't legal advice, but get a home while your furnace is working and you've cleaned it, get one of those home protection plans from like, I don't know, the gas company. The natural gas company or the power company. You don't even have to be a customer of them. Just get one. They're like $15 a month. They'll cover your furnace. And when it goes out for good, they'll replace it under warranty, basically. It's like, again, it's like $15-20 a month. If you know you've got a multi-$1,000 expense coming up, not a bad plan.
they're like, how come you subscribed for all of 3 months and then unsubscribed again after we bought you a furnace?
Dude, I signed up for one and my no joke, my clothes washer went out the next day. They didn't even ask. They didn't even ask a question. They just came, they sent a guy out, he fixed it, and it was good.
Nice.
It's not fraud if it's working and you buy a warranty and their terms are, we don't actually inspect your thing. We don't even ask you to represent that it's all functioning right now. Just pay us $20 a month. That's all. But
I got to say, the experience between having a disaster with insurance versus without is so much better.
Yeah.
We had a sewage flood and it was fantastic being able to call, like, that is the worst, right? Because you're running around trying to save your possessions from the worst possible stuff coming up out of the ground. And then you just can't live at the house because it's terrible. But you call them up and they're just like, yeah, we got this. Like, we're going to, we'll get the repair guys out. We'll get this. We'll get that. Do you need a hotel? It's magic.
Yeah. The Bernard Mare, it's there's home warranty companies or there's again in Minnesota, XL Energy, Centerpoint Energy, they sell home maintenance plans for various for major appliances. Typically it's like $15-20 a month gets you 3 or 4 appliances that you can kind of change around, like your refrigerator, your furnace, your washer, your dryer. Those types of things are what people typically cover. Sometimes for extra, they'll cover up to like 6 or 8 appliances. It all depends. Check with your power company. Check with it. It's one of the better purchases you can make for a monthly. on that one. Keck7Go says, do the gamer word rant in the voice of the gay Streets of Rage boss. Also, make a woo admin of your Discord so he and the rest of the autists stop bothering me about it repeatedly or nagging me about coming back. Yeah, the Discord needs a healthy dose of maintenance, and I haven't had time to do it yet, but we'll do it soon. Phil Labooty says, and then what's the tax you pay on that 490? 45%. No, it's not 45%, but it's I think my effective federal income rate plus state, it's over 30. It's somewhere in the nature of 35%, 30 to 35. It's brutal. Brutal. Stephen Cooper says, what happens when we get Bronca in a hockey jersey? I have no idea. Lucas Wallace says, least I'm only giving 30% since I use the most superior phone, Asus ROG. Still probably wouldn't buy a shot of even the swill bourbon I'm drinking. TZ1052 NY says, he was an Eagle Scout. Girlfriend would have let him move in. He says that. I don't get why he did it. I can't find one person from his past that says he's nuts. Are we talking about this mom and dad chopper upper? Yeah, that's the thing. That's one of the things that bothers me about the story. Now, people do snap and do crazy stuff, but there's nothing that seems to indicate that this guy, the motive that the state is selling is that he was lying to his parents about going to school and having a job, and his dad found out. Therefore, he murdered and dismembered both of them. I mean, that's
It does
a bit
seem like an
extreme.
overreaction.
Yeah, that seems like a bit much to me. So again, lots of people do lots of crazy things. I want to hear the better story. Let's see. It's a crying shame says, I thought she was a bit like Chad Daybell. Now I'm thinking Lori all the way. Chicken Noble says, Nick, what's the deal with these legal documents regarding the gun? Is that good for him or not? I want to see another fight between you two. Please talk about it. I talked about it the other day. He pled no contest to the revenge porn charges, got a suspended sentence for 1 year. So assuming he remains law abiding for a year, he won't have any specific repercussions from this charge. The problem that Ethan Ralph faces at this point is that his conviction for revenge pornography against someone that he currently has a restraining order violation charge pending might have an impact on how that goes. So that'll be kind of interesting to follow what happens with the restraining orders out in California. But is it good for him? I mean, I wouldn't want to be convicted of revenge porn personally, no contest or not. But he doesn't have to go to jail, so that's a W, I guess. So take it that way if you want. Tara Rayner says, if he had been there before, why point out the property line? Sounds like you may have heard the opening correct, Nick. Zachary B says, I bet her OnlyFans is beasting right now. More Havoc says she usually tells people about the property line when they visit. He's been there several times, but she waited until this night to tell him. Squizgar says, let's see if you can pull this one off, Nick. In Napoleon Dynamite voices, I know about your mom's property line. Jeez. Timothy Brown says, definitely needs more Snapchat. Gonfall says, Greyhounds are way cheaper than that. This is weird. She is surreptitiously up to something. Tara Rayner says, I took a Greyhound from Toronto to Vancouver at 16, 4 effing days surrounded by smelly drunks and scary men.
Oh.
Not applicable says, just too hard to prosecute a hot girl for murder. Is that it? Kinda. I mean, that could be, honestly. It is difficult. People go, oh, they couldn't do it. I guess they haven't met any hot girls.
I mean, it's been studied. It's actually a tremendous advantage.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're a hot girl accused of murder, by the way, get as hot as you possibly can for that trial. You will do much better. But get actually hot. Don't get like slutty looking. Don't look like a porn chick.
Just gym every day.
Yeah, because reality is, if you're getting charged with murder, by the way, you've probably got about 6 months to a year. Gym literally every day. Every day. Get on a cleansing shake. get your diet right. Do nothing else but get as sexy as possible.
every tiny bit of advantage you could get on that is what your full-time job is at that point.
Yeah. Jordan LePage says prosecutor holds out a plate. Care to take a bite? Born a Hawkeye says her behavior is deceptive and is that of being in portrayal as a victim. I find her long pauses, whispering answers, and repeatedly looking down into her mask absolutely irritating. Cole Hickman says there's been a ridiculous amount of testimony about dining decisions. Just wait for Chaz's interrogation. He did it, probably took a nibble, but the prosecution's limited selection of her texts is sus. New dislike button says, damn it, Nick, I need to know. The second you get a pic, you show us. I need to know what kind of face those luscious locks belong to. I need it now. I mean, we looked at her picture. It was not flattering. She looks better with the mask on. I think she's lost weight and has changed her look quite a bit. Jasoon says, because there's no way that these messages were sent by a 64 Buick Skylark convertible. These messages were sent by a 1963 Pontiac Tempest. Yes, perfect. Not applicable says, add that to your resume. 305 telecom engineer. Devious Smile says she is hotter than Chadler parents when they tried to chimney them. Amateur Ant says his girlfriend is emo and she looks better with the face mask on. Just looked her up on Jen Psaki's Facebook platform. Timothy Brown says, do you like Ardbeg Islay 10-year? Yes. I like every Ardbeg I've tried. Trevor Vatland says, all I can afford is Douglas and Todd after the super chat. Cheers. Well, cheers, buddy. JH says, derp dar der duh, keeping my mask on while on trial. Full Swing says, did you see Kitchener Leslie sent from refurbished iPhone? It's a $500 phone I got for $80. Don't judge. I don't judge, except I do stop using iPhones. Not because of any principled thing other than I hate Apple's ecosystem. No, I have no idea who Kitchener Leslie is. R says, can't get over her testimony in part 1 that she messed around with him in front of the fireplace the same night he tried to burn the bodies in it. Remember, the head was still in the fireplace. He cleaned out the rest, but he left the head under the logs. It does.
How do you not notice that?
I don't know. That's the thing is, apparently the prosecution says the glass in the fireplace shattered because the rendering fat from the burning body created too much heat and it shattered the glass. But there was no like residue or like, it just looked like a normal fireplace. It didn't look like a disaster had occurred in there. And so they're like, he cleaned it up. But then they're showing the picture and there's like 2 logs, and under one of the logs is this black, crispy, round shape. Like, you know what that is? That's his parents' head. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, you go through the trouble of cleaning up the fireplace, but you leave a skull in there?
It's such a bizarre situation.
Yeah, that part rings really odd to me. Johnny F. Face says, SpaceX chili cook-off champ undefeated. Happy says, too broke, he needed $5, but affords to buy 2 bags of ice. Stephen Knizek says, I think the flavor is because they moved away from animal fat-based cooking and replaced it in vegetable-based oils. No, I mean, but they did that in 1992. That's not why I stopped. Like, we're talking, I stopped liking fried food in the past 2 weeks. Something dramatic changed. And I don't think everybody changed their frying recipes. I'm pretty sure it was my taste. Daniel Tome says, if I eat fries, take a drink of Monster, bitter as fuck. Well, I don't drink Monster. That's disgusting to me. Kinetic says, Dominic Black is almost a free man. Binger and his lawyer have agreed to a plea deal on an ordinance violation. Schrader needs to sign it. I have such sites to show you. Says, so Nick, what you're actually saying is that COVID was engineered to fight obesity by making fried food taste like shit. Yes. Microkernel.
And monetized.
Yeah. Microkernel says, went to Detroit for the week following Christmas. Got the easy coof. I had a somewhat scratchy throat and that's gone, but I think I'm going to die. No cap. Lieutenant Hughes says, 3 months, baby, bring on the pain. Tamara Holloway says, I had coof like December 19. Yeah, some food has taste, but it's just not right. Hard to explain. At first, I thought GMO. Dog avoided me like the plague. CRISPR says she might not have killed his parents, but she at least determined the appropriate internal cooking temperature of them. New dislike button says Coof screwed up taste and smell. Almost nothing tastes or smells the same. It's all horrible now. I don't enjoy eating food or smelling anything. Damn. Forever Cuber says I tested positive for COVID-19 in October of 2020. Lost my sense and taste of smell for about 3 months. Apart from a fever of 1 day, my symptoms were very mild. I consider myself lucky. Let's see. El Gonzo 1000 says I may be a simp. I believe her. Luke Wee says, Nick, try some A5 Wagyu. It will ruin every other steak you've had. I've had A5, or no, I've had A4 Wagyu. Sorry. It's Wagyu is very, very good. It's good, but it's a completely different experience to me. You ever had Wagyu?
I haven't. It's on my list of things to do, but it's people are like, you should order some online, and I'm like, I kind of just want to, if I do it, go and have the full restaurant experience and have it cooked by somebody who knows what they're doing. But that's a whole thing.
That's the key. I would go and have it cooked by someone who knows what they're doing because it's really, really fatty, and the fat is different. And I don't know what grade the Wagyu was. This is at a high-end restaurant, and it wasn't actually good at that one. And then I went to a different restaurant and had the A4 Wagyu. It was phenomenal, completely different experience. And so there's a lot in how it's prepared because it's a different, the fat renders differently. It's a different mouth experience.
And I'm looking,
yeah.
it's like a $300 steak or, a package of 2 steaks. And I'm like, I'm not that good of a cook to, mess around with $300 worth of ingredients.
Well, if you do ever order one, just sous vide it. Like that's the way to do Wagyu. It's like throw some butter in there and some herbs and just sous vide the shit out of it.
I honestly think that I'd probably roll it into the cost of a trip to Japan and just like find somebody and just be like, whoever the best, chef is, just be like, hook me
that's
up.
what I want to do. I want to go to the Kobe prefecture or whatever and get some top shelf Wagyu there at the source. Bob Pivel says, now, one more question for my glass and bottle are empty. Will the absurdity and insanity end in this new year of 2022? Cheers to the both of yous. No.
People have been insane since the dawn of time. They're not going to slow down anytime soon.
Yeah, I think we're probably ramping up. Brooks Neal says, Nick, been thinking of starting a small business. The idea is a mobile crematorium called Hot Wheels. Any thoughts? Think you'd find some business in Wisconsin.
You
Red
should
Pill
totally take your life savings and sink it into that.
Yeah. Right. Interestingly, there might actually be a mobile crematorium for animals. You might actually be able to do something like that where people are able to if you could do it in a cost effective and honorable and respectful way, people might actually like something like that where they can have that happen at their home. That'd be weird, but there you go.
You need
Go
to
for it.
not combine it with like mobile barbecue food truck.
Right. Yeah. Don't sell pizza out of the same thing. Red Pill Productions 2 says she's crying and wiping her eyes, but not wiping her nose at all. Weird. I had COVID in October. Smell taste is back. I can't smell myself though, and all food tastes slightly off. It sucks. To be clear, guys, if you look at this nose, trust me, I never lost my sense of smell, not even for a moment. No, my smell has not changed in the slightest, and my taste didn't change until very, very recently. So it just caught me by surprise. Fashion 4x4 says, have you tried Ardbeg? If you like Lefroy, it's an Islay Scotch with, in my opinion, even more peat and smoke. I do prefer the Lagavulins to the Ardbegs, but I like Ardbeg quite a bit. Michael Beal says, how much would we reckon this young lady weighs? They haven't really showed her standing up, but she does not look very big in her current court appearance. She looks bigger in some of her older pictures. Padre Mortalis says, I want to peg myself to get her to notice me. No. New dislike button. Gotta save these young men. New dislike button says, Nick shows pictures of her, me, Ryan Gosling, God damn it meme. Kyan Rennell says, no joke, 99% sure that chick goes by Killer Cat online. Bailey 7, thanks for the donation. Iric the Red says 10 pounds of ice is more than enough to preserve Attorney Tom. Yes, that's true. Timothy Reaper says you could fit 2 bodies in that freezer. Come on, Nick. Haven't you ever, or couldn't fit 2 bodies in that freezer? Come on, Nick. Haven't you ever played Tetris? Dawn Travis says research parsomia. That's what we are suffering with our taste and nasty smells post COVID-19. SCFU says that the drone that took off from the street and only filmed the shooting left the ground at the exact moment Zeminski fired his gun into the air. # false flag. 200 Watt Studio says anything new in the Jack Murphy. I mean, anything new inside Jack Murphy. What's up there? Some hooks, maybe. Amateur Ant says Jack's wife should sell burp jars. They might smell the same. That's wrong. G. Doty says, I heard donut operators say that he was working on something for you. Well, I mean, with me, we did a little video. We recorded for video today. He's editing it. He said it'd probably come out in the next couple days. So keep your eye on Donut's channel. We had a fun little video today, and then hopefully I'll have him on for a discussion sometime soon. Amateur Ant says, you guys are right. It's between John Goldman, his wife Matt from Tinder, and John's bunghole. STFU says ABBA and Preach covered Murphy today. Maybe get ABBA. Dude, that video got so many views. It was like at 400,000 views in 6 hours or something. Like, cool. Whew. Kevin Close says, how do I affect the citizens' arrest on our premiere? That's in Canada. That's a question for you, Runkle. How do you citizens arrest Trudeau?
You don't. The RCMP will shoot you. That's
They get the guns. They get to have them.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I think the detail around him are rocking like MP5s. So, yeah, not a great great move.
Let's see. We've got Kevin Close says, wait, no, read that one. STFU says the SpaceX slasher. It's got a nice ring to it. Death says greetings from Baylor Hospital, where I just had ACL surgery. I'm full of morphine and feel like Jack Murphy's butthole after a good tongue bathing.
Is that good or bad? You know what? I don't want to think about it.
Yeah, I think I think that goes both ways. Logan Orr says, I dug up my biggest gold nugget today. Quick, take some of the money before I waste it on booze and motorcycles. Hey, cool. You're gold digger? Literally? That's amazing. Mr.
Hey,
Scott
my dad
J,
used to do some prospecting. So
that's hard work, man. Mr. Scott J87 says the girlfriend is Casey Anthony eyes and vibes. Yeah, she does. She kind of has that Casey Anthony, the eyes. She's got like the eyeshadow below the eyes, and she's got the mask, which just makes her look dead and expressionless. Yeah, I don't know. Very not what I would want on the witness stand, personally. Not applicable says Mitch Halderson didn't eat himself. Polish says, when asked what it felt like to take a human life, Polish mercenary Raphael Ganowicz replied, I wouldn't know. I've only killed communists. Amateur Anth says, you should be thanking me for owning a Samsung instead of a garbage iPhone. Lol. Also, thanks for reading all the super chats. Unlike Pim Tool, who only does maybe 10 per stream. SMDH. Like I try. I have not been 100%, but I have tried very diligently to do so. There have been some streams where there were too many and the streams were too long, but I think we provided a lot of value in those streams anyway. So with that,
filter out all the Murphy super chats.
He should just roll with them, in my opinion. Read them. But Tim Pool I don't want to say never, but Tim Pool has not read all his chats in a very, very long time. So it's not like it's out of character to not read all of the chats. But I think people seem to feel like he's being pretty conspicuous about which ones he skips. But yeah, that's it. That's the super chats, man.
I feel like when you're that big, it's probably pretty hard to keep up with all the super chats.
It depends. They only do like a 2-hour show on the live, and then they do the hour after. On a 2-hour show, when you have a lot of focused topics, it's pretty tough. absolutely. But yeah, I do quite a few super chats, so I could check and see what we how we compare on number of super chats real quick while I read this next one. Steve C says, "Did you happen to discuss BRCC or Potter with Donut? His exact words after her conviction: that bitch deserves prison. Guess he didn't watch any of the trial." No, I didn't. I didn't discuss that with him. I did hear that he had a said stuff like that on the what the fuck on his show. I had heard that, but we didn't get around to talking about that today. But maybe if we do a live stream, we'll talk about it. I don't know. Okay, so yesterday, I had more chats than Tim Pool yesterday, but I did. No, that's Friday, but I did 2 shows. He did 1, so that's kind of a tough call. I don't know without breaking them up. Let me do a different day. I'll pick Wednesday because I did 1 show. So Wednesday he had 218 super chats and I had 205. So I don't know. I keep up with them.
Yeah, no,
But
well, you're also a machine, so
yeah. But he ends his show at 2 hours, and sometimes I go 4 or 5. Like tonight, 5 hours. So that's a big difference there. So I think I missed your last chat, Phoenix. Let me check. Fashion 4x4 says, "You made me super chat again. Don't sous vide Wagyu. The fat renders at a lower temp. You can lose a lot of the umami that makes it special." See, there you go. Okay, don't sous vide Wagyu. 200 Watt
I'd
Studio
be
says,
super tempted to just make it into a tartare, or honestly just eat it. I know that'll weird people out, but yeah.
No, I think that's the right thing to do. Oh shit! Yes, I did miss yours, Phoenix Lord. I apologize. He says, "Runkle, if someone has models to a popular game and he claims to be a big fan of a faction he has no models for, does that make it a cucked faction? Custodes, perhaps, that watch you play the other models from the shelf." Phoenix Lord, I have a Custodes kill team. You motherfucker. Take that. I have that. So your question is invalid. You got lawyered. Take that. Take that. But yeah. Sorry.
This
about
is
that.
a Warhammer reference.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
He
I
doesn't
just-
like custodians because he's a bitch. That's the problem. Because he's an Eldar bitch. Which, I mean, no offense, like, don't take this the wrong way, but people ask like who the panel's faction would be. You were Eldar because they're basically space elves. But I like the Eldar, but he likes the Eldar too much. That's why I call him. That's why, that's why he gets the bitch term. Also, Harlequins could never kill that many custodians. That was embarrassing. It was bad writing, and you know it. You know it. 200 Watt Studio says, "You missed my second super chat." Romo Drummer says, "iPhone for the win." Philibooty says, "So this $5 Australian super chat after tax on both sides and the YouTube cut comes to $2.28, and then 35% income tax, you say? Here's your $1.49. Spend wisely." Yeah, that's how it goes, actually. That's okay. Let's see. Oh shit. I did miss this one. 200 Watt Studio says, "Night they were banging by the fire, she said to him, 'Do we have to have your mom watching us?'"
Oh,
That
that's
was brilliant.
terrible.
Okay, there we go. All right, Runkle, is
Is
there anything you want to say before we turn off?
Is
this
it possible
disaster?
she said she wanted head and he just really misunderstood?
Yes. I think so. I think so.
Oh, that's this is such a terrible story, and
Oh shit.
this is also like defense lawyers have to kind of have a terrible sense of humor because you deal with so much awful stuff. So welcome to
Yeah.
the party, guys.
Michael Palmer, I missed this one also. Sorry. He says, Ricada Law. Nick, I heard Pete Sart of a lawyer you know was in touch with you. Do you have any plans as having him on, as a guest on the show? Yes. Yes, I do. Sorry, I that one got again, YouTube's chat management is not the best. But I didn't mean to miss that. We got it. We got it. But yeah, I do plan to have him on the panel or to just, just chat in general. I think I said both when I responded. So we'll see what happens. But all right, guys, we're gonna wrap up the show. Everybody needs to go check out Runkle of the Bailey. His name is linked in the description. You just go click on his name. It'll take you right to his page. Then you can click the red subscribe button, and then you can watch some videos and get some good quality legal content up in from the great northern pretend state of Canada.
We'll have to see how well I do on waking up in time for the law of self-defense. I may end up catching that late and checking it out later, but
yeah, that's what I said is I'm gonna wait. When I wake up, I'll log in, and then the rest of it I'll have to watch on the replay because there's no way I'm gonna be up at 10. I'm operating on 2.5 hours of sleep since yesterday. So
yeah, and it's like 6 hours away.
yeah. So I'm gonna get some shut eye. But is there anything you wanted to say before we finally sign off for real this time, for realsies?
I don't know. I'm just waiting to I'm kind of expecting to get some grief. I've already got one piece of hate mail on the calling out TikTok with the self-defense keychain grifters.
Ooh,
so I'm
yeah.
just kind of waiting to see if they send me more hate mail and just kind of feeding off it.
Well, I hope you get a bunch of like the good kind of hate mail where it's just people bitching and none of the bad kind of hate mail, which is actually dangerous stuff. So, because good hate mail is the most fun stuff to read on stream.
I don't usually read it on stream just because, you never really know. But what is it? The one person said both that I'm envious of how much money they're making and that I'm only making the video to earn money. And it's like, I made like $8 on that video, right? Like this isn't about the money. This is about screw you.
It's the big winner. It's the big winner. Yeah, my favorite thing for me, my favorite hate mail is to get the bar complaints. So I read all of those because it pisses people off that I read their name and then I read because none of them are from my practice. Like I wouldn't do that if I got a bar complaint from someone involved in my practice. That's different, but it's always from YouTube, and so I'll redact their address and their phone number and their email or whatever. But I will read their name. And then I will read what they wrote about me, and I will laugh and laugh and laugh every time that they want to do that. They stopped sending them after a while. It was weird.
I haven't yet got a bar complaint for doing YouTube stuff. I did have somebody once threaten a bar complaint, and he was really upset because this was actually at the courthouse, and he wasn't my client. So I was like, you go ahead and complain all you want because they're not going to listen to you. But he got really upset because I sat there and I wrote out the phone number for the Law Society and my bar card number. And I was just like, here's all the information you're going to need to make the complaint. And he's like, I think he was hoping that I was going to be afraid of him.
Right. On my, you haven't gotten any from doing YouTube, but in fairness, how many women have you called fat on YouTube? Because I have called a lot of women very fat names.
Yeah, fair enough. And I did get one guy who threatened to kill me or threatened to do all sorts of things because I did a video testing sprays on cows' eyes.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He didn't watch the video, so he thought that it was what is it? He thought that I was spraying these things in
Live
at
cows?
actual cows, like just walking into a cow field and just being like, "Hey, cow, here's some oven cleaner in your eyes." And so he sent me this, and I ended up sending him back a message going, maybe watch the video because like they were not in the cows when I sprayed the cow's eyes. And he sent me an apology saying, sorry, I didn't realize. Meanwhile, I also reported that one to the cops, and the cops sent me back something saying, we cleared you on, we've decided not to charge you with anything.
On the
So-
animal abuse charges.
Yeah. I was just like, are you kidding me? Like, how useless could that be?
Yeah.
So,
Very good.
I
Oh my goodness.
whenever I say, "Hey, don't talk to cops," this is like now my showpiece entry for that is just, somebody threatened to kill me and the cops decided that they weren't going to charge me.
Phoenix Lord Asserman says, Throne World was accurate. Now cry yourself to sleep over it, Nikki. Clowns win. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Phil Abudi says, from Apple, this is a $1.03 super chat. And Kevin Clow says, I'm on PEI. If you ever need a vacation, come here. What is PEI?
Prince Edward Island.
Oh, Prince Edward Island. Okay, that's a Canada thing.
Yeah, he's one of like 60 people living on the island. I'll
Cool.
apologize, but it's beautiful. It's out on the East Coast, and I want to go see that way one of these days, but the whole Maritimes, but who knows when that'll happen. I think traveling it'll be a lot more fun once the COVID restrictions kind of dial back under 11.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to go to bed. Thanks for coming on tonight, man. It was fun.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's always a blast. So cheers.
All right. Cheers, buddy. And to the chat, I will see you. Well, I'll probably be on Flashcast tomorrow, but there may be some other stuff on Locals tomorrow. We'll see what we can do. I do want to talk about the vaccine mandates in January 6th in a place that YouTube in a place that doesn't have the same rules as YouTube. So maybe we'll do that over on Locals. Until then, you guys have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lethbrook. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost planning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost planning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now.